The same exact thing going back to the Chrome Safari debate that we had, it feels like years and years and years ago. Now, essentially, Elon saying that they shouldn't be allowed to only or have ChatGPT as the default chatbot on Apple phones. They want to make sure
problem, but
it's a different application. So we'll see where that goes. But I mean, we all know how the browser ended up going, so there's no reason why this won't go the same way. Just heard Snowflake here popping up in front of me. 195 is not really moving around a lot, but an upgrade on Snowflake just coming through there. EHang one to the downside here as well this morning. They cut their full year forecast. Long list of analyst moves to the downside for EH as well. Maybe the eVTOL is not as soon to be launched from them as we once expected, but we shipped Obi, 2-3 feet to his right today. Neil is off. Obi's back with us. John's here too. Good to have him back.
Hey, what's up, everybody? What's up, Obi?
A little bit of a just.
How's it going? Yeah, I was gonna say you moved real estate. I saw Dara has new real estate back there as well. Welcome everybody to the show. It should be another good one here. 8:30. How was the last couple of days?
It was good.
You guys crushed the Jackson Hole there, or what? Like I was watching a little bit that day. That was a crazy move.
It was a wild move. I mean, I think the only participants that really got that initial, like, whatever you want to call it, God candle, however, there's different names going.
I mean, you guys were long heading into it, right?
Oh, of course.
Right. Okay, good.
Absolutely not. But
absolutely
no, it was
not.
it was funny how it's set up. I was watching. I'm pretty sure I was watching Google that day, and the way that it's set up, it had kind of reverted really nicely. It claimed VWAP. There was buyers on VWAP, and then the news comes out, and like the Jackson Hole event, and then we rip aggressively with even more buyers coming in. But yeah, the only participants really getting those best prices, I think, straight up algos. Like when you have automated participants, like they're getting the first fills. But the beautiful thing about that move, Sean, was that there was such a clean continuation.
Right,
the way we held those highs and just continues just grinding all the way back up, it was absolutely beautiful.
Oh, hey now.
Oh boy.
Those are different looking plums, but
they're good. I had one yesterday.
They almost look like apple looking plums. I did. I mean, the reason why I asked that is because I was mentioning about getting long that day and getting long into that, and that it was going to be a bullish event. So really happy that that was the case there. I see that the odds for the rate cut have dramatically changed. Today we got MSCI rebalancing randomly on a Tuesday, so that should be fun. We don't really know why that's happening here on a Tuesday, but it is. We've got AMD on our mind. That's up 3% here. We've got Nvidia coming in just a couple days. That should be a lot of fun. My voice is coming back. Was at the Oasis concert a couple nights ago. That was a lot of fun. And then
how was that?
Lots of fun. So much fun. Lots of fun. We did that, and then yesterday I was golfing with my son and everything, so it was like a very just up here, Scarlet, which was a public course. Nice. So right here, it was really nice, really a lot of fun. And for the first time, he did his golf camp, so then we had to go out and try.
Nice. How's he doing?
The camp worked okay. He's doing okay. He's doing okay.
Right?
He's picking it up, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I golfed pretty well there yesterday, so it was pretty good. Yeah, we had a lot of fun, and then today we'll get back to these markets. So, IBKR actually
with a little bit
getting that addition there into the S&P 500 over Robinhood and SoFi and all of that. So this is another big name. It's split recently, so maybe I can get to another chart here and show you guys what that looks like on a bigger time frame for IBKR. But I still think there's a lot of room to run right now to the upside when we get this mark. So right here, 64.75. We're breaking through 64 up to 68. We'll look to see if we could fade a 68 play or so, but that's a great looking move there for IBKR. And then on the miss, we talked a little bit about that with, well, we didn't talk about Robinhood at all, but that was one of the names that we were thinking was going to get in there was Robinhood, down to 107 today. Same kind of a flow. Finishing off yesterday, again, we talked about a little bit of a sell-off there. 107, 108 for Robinhood, holding out for 107. We'll see if this name can continue to hold those highs now that they don't get the inclusion that once again that a lot of people were hoping for there. But $100, so good, so nice, down to those levels. Apple, what about Google? AOB, Google's been absolutely, what a miss that was, selling some Google shares a while ago and not being able to get back in, as this name's just up 30. It's like 24% or something in the last 2 months or something like that, how much this has gone up, which has been an absolute monster there for Google. So yeah, look, lots happening here today. Hopefully we'll be able to cover it all. Nvidia is just a little baby though right now, 181. We'll see. It's Nvidia's all-time high is what, 87s? How high did we get up there? 184.50. So we're getting close to that heading into earnings as well. That should be a fun one. Wednesday night, I sold my Snowflake position in and around $200, so that's right where it is right now. We'll see if Snowflake can get going as well. But yeah, a few too many champagne supernovas. That's a good one there, Healing Pain. That was actually the last song that they sang, and then there was performed, and then there was tons of fireworks. It was like a couple minutes, it seemed like, so it was a lot of fun there.
Nice.
On those days.
I've been to a concert in a minute, but
yeah, I just want to go to more and more concerts. My wife wants to go to some guy named Morgan Wallen. Have you heard of that guy? I don't know who he is, but some country singer guy. But those tickets are also $600 each.
Nice.
To sit in the nosebleeds there, Obi. So I got to make Obi money today somehow. How do I do that?
I don't know, man.
What are we going?
Just listen to what the tape and the price action is telling us, and then maybe participate. I don't know. That's all
I've
sometimes
seen,
it works, sometimes it doesn't. There's no,
Yeah, I'd always take that price action there. Yeah, there it is. We can make money selling feet picks. That's not bad.
Yeah, that's
I told my wife to get on that ASAP.
It's always plan C.
Plan C.
Yeah.
So you have an A and a B before it.
Oh, of course.
Okay. Well, good luck with all of that. Yeah, I'm gonna see some. Yeah, I'll see if I can get some Morgan Wallen tickets. I would see he has walkouts with people, so I see that all the time on Instagram. I don't know.
No idea.
Anyways, Trump Media Technology entered into definite agreement establishment with some sort of strategy crypto thing. Hold on, DTJ. It's not DJT right here, moving around just a little bit, down $17. TrumpCrypto.com will have major ownership in crypto media CRO strategy. Anyways, a nice little move up here. We'll get more about this, but 3% up there for DJT right now. All right, everybody, thank you for coming through, and we will talk to you guys soon after we come back from the desk with Sharif and Brendan.
Yeah, just reading through that, kind of an interesting note there for DJT, bouncing off at 18 right now. York Acquisition Corporation, sounds like a SPAC to me. Crypto.com to establish Trump Media Group CRO Strategy Incorporated. So DJT, nice pop to the upside there. A couple other things to discuss this morning. AMD looking pretty good right now. It did touch 168. Getting back towards those Friday's highs. You were touching on that IBM deal this morning. I was just reading a couple of analyst notes on AMD positive today, too.
Yeah, this is a good look here, Brendo, and they're already up 2 2/3. It's going to be a strategic collaboration between the two companies. They're going to mix AMD's high-powered computing chips like the MI350, the MI308, the China-specific variant, and they're going to basically try to mix that in with IBM's quantum computing and have some sort of commercial variant for us to use and to demonstrate to the public by this time next year. That's what was said by the statement. The collaboration is obviously, the goal here is to create a hybrid model that works on real world problems, Brendo. So we'll have to see how this all works out, but you kind of like the intersection between the two different types of tech.
Yeah, out of nowhere too. It seems nice deal for AMD. I was just looking at this SATS as well. This is actually not a small company. It's $4.5 billion market cap. EcoStar Corporation, Class A shares, higher here on this power deal, it looks like. EcoStar Corporation, yeah. 120 million share float on this, $252 here on a nice power deal.
The only reason I know this is because my parents used to have that huge, big satellite in the backyard
that one of those families.
Yes, Brendo. And so the subscription company that we had to pay every month to was called EchoStar. So that's the only reason I remember them. And they're jumping into bed here, Brendo, with AT&T for a $23 billion spectrum license. So AT&T's subscribers are down, Brendo, but their data usage continues to grow. So people are watching more high-fidelity videos, and that requires a lot more from the network. So they're looking at taking some of that from EchoStar.
Wasn't that like every time it rained, your TV wouldn't work?
Couldn't see nothing, Brendo.
Yeah, it was just fun.
Good times.
Yeah. Technology. SATS, guys, high flyer here.
This thing is going cloud. I mean,
we had one of those. We had one of those huge. We had one of those huge satellites as well. And I remember EchoStar was a good. And you had to go find the different satellites. Like one satellite would have sports, one satellite would have. It was a big,
all different angles.
Yeah. You have to go find.
Yeah.
You'd always have to. It'd always get blocked because they were like illegal in here in Canada and stuff like that. So you'd have to figure it out and rewire it. At least the one I had, I'm pretty sure was illegal. I don't know about Sharif's, but all right. So there goes DJT as well, breaking higher right now. Just broke through $18. So we'll watch out about that one. But SATS, any thoughts on that as I get this going? Firefly actually up 28% today.
This looks like it's their all-time highs here. This is the adjusted chart. So we haven't seen some of these prices since March of 2018, guys. So 51.51 is the current traded price in the pre-market, and we're gapping up above all of the price action since inception of this stock in 08, in January of 08. To be specific here. So yeah, a little bit of an aggressive move. I pulled this up and I was like, oh boy, this does not look like a small cap. It definitely isn't. Shares float 132 million and then a market cap of 8.6 billion. So that's not too bad. It's a nice little chunk. And yeah, move from, I guess, yesterday's a closing price of just shy of $30. We're pushing all the way up to 51.40s right now, way above that prior all-time high, and then pre-market highs 57.83. This should be interesting coming in off of the open, and yeah, a lot of stocks pushing their all-time highs. We saw Google push its all-time high yesterday, and we're seeing more of the same. So the market's pretty much near all-time highs as well. We saw ETH and crypto. Yeah, sure, we took a little bit of an aggressive pullback, but regardless, we're still building towards those all-time highs. ETH just hit some fresh highs just a couple days ago as well. So I like the look. Markets are pushing, and if this stock can kind of hold the bid and push a little bit higher, I like that as well. Communications, a little bit of a bid from AT&T, it would seem. I like it for the continuation, to be honest, Sean. And you know what I like to do? Just going to throw on that anchored VWAP here, go down to a 3-minute. You can see we're kind of holding it, chopping it around, so it's being accepted. That's what I feel. Higher prices are being accepted. It's holding that moving average since the event. So as long as we can see more of the same, higher highs and higher lows, I like the idea. I like the stock. So that's what I got for sats.
We'll be talking more about some of these things as we get going here, but we do have Bitcoin really starting to go a little bit now. We were just at 109 and change. Now you're at 110.5, so you're up about $1,000 straight dollars here in Bitcoin. I was just looking at it, was 109.3 or something like that. Now there it goes, 110.560 here. Crypto's starting to go. We'll have a look at IBIT as well. Okay, we've got Trade the Pool is back and ready to go, and we've got Mitch at the bid desk with the boys.
Mitch is long DJT.
What I want to know is how did that getting into work be for our poor Fed member? Did she scan the card and it just go red?
Red. Denied. There's some big guy standing there saying, no, go home. I guess we'll find out.
Let me see ID, please, ma'am.
Yeah. Who are you again? Let's talk about a few. Speaking of the financial side of things, I don't know if you saw this DJT move this morning, but it's still going actually through 1850 on the crypto side. SoFi, top of your list today. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about that last week. One of the questions I had before I left is, what's the top name? That's it right there, and the strength is continued, right? So one of the things you probably have noticed is that certain kind of hype name, momentum names have just kind of died out, right? Even Palantir. And yes, I'm saying this, I think it's just pretty much going to be dead for the end of the year. Like it's going to chop for the end of the year. So I'm looking for what's the next Palantir? Well, the next Palantir is right here, right underneath our eyes. If you actually scroll back on the daily chart, this looks very similar to how Palantir's run happened, right? Palantir was in kind of a opening kind of consolidation, came down, got really cheap, dirt cheap like Palantir did, then gave out of that base, made a drive, a pullback right towards those highs. And when we started to break those highs, and Palantir was around $30 and $40, when we started to break out there, that's when the run really started to happen. So I think in SoFi, we are just getting towards the point where this run can happen. And why can it happen? Tailwinds, right? That's the same thing that you wanted to see that you got in Palantir. You had multiple contracts, you had fundamentals changing, and different aspect going into defense spending, right? And AI being a nice tailwind definitely helped the run. In SoFi, we have tailwinds of played, right? We have the resumption of student loan repayments, and we also have a limit on those loans from the federal. This is going to help. You have expansion into crypto, blockchain, related services. Then to make things better, now we're getting lower interest rates and an outlook for what? For lending. And another thing that happened in the big, beautiful bill that helps this also, it opened the door for a little bit of a looser lending policy where we could probably lend to some others that we weren't lending in the past. So look for this to really help the fintech space and especially in SoFi.
$40, Mitch Hope.
Yes, that's my bold outlook. Right now, I'm calling it $40 before the end of the year, so that when they get to that point, you guys will be here. I know there'll still be those guys that said, no, Mitch never said this, but this could be, and I'm viewing it right now, as the next Palantir.
I like it. I like it a lot. All right, let's continue along here. We were touching on a couple of Chinese ADRs early on this morning. I mean, these things have been on fire the past couple of days, even going back to the end of last week. XPeng's had a great year. NIO with this new model coming out end of last week. A couple of days in a row here to the upside. Big reversal candle, though. What are you seeing with NIO?
So with NIO, I think it's just more of a matter of it loves to kind of do these buy the rumor, sell the news. So the rumor is already out there that they were going to release. So it got the little pop. But don't forget, right, this doesn't spend too much outside of the Bollinger Bands. If you actually look on the dailies, there's maybe a day or two that it expands away from Bollinger Bands. And that's exactly what we had yesterday. So I think at this point, you're looking for undercuts towards 6 to hold. So I would love to see a kind of a red to green move on this NIO, back to 6 and then back up above this kind of 636 where we're hanging out right now. Why that level is important? If you look, Friday closed at 634. So I want to see the stock actually go below that and then break out above that level. I think one of the things that you can look for to see if XPEV does a very similar move, because if you look at them, they're both on a little bit of a run. I actually also was looking at yesterday to maybe play a little bit of the lag in LI. And I think it's also interesting to play these with this kind of conversation that's going around in the markets right now, which is the U.S. investing in the companies. Well, China's heavily invested in LI. And so I think that maybe that could help get this kickstarted.
Speaking of,
down in the dumpster.
Yeah, I mean, this thing it's done nothing going back to, I guess, fall of last year, September, October of last year. Speaking of China, I was hearing this morning, Chinese delegation set to potentially come visit Trump again in the White House end of this week or early next week. So I'm sure rare earths will be on the docket for that conversation. Yeah. All of these continue to move.
The magnets now. It's all about the magnets. Well, I think it's just that we've been talking about this. This trade hasn't stopped, right? Of course, MP was the name that, of course, the U.S. took stake in, but hasn't only been this, right? We've talked about USAR. We've talked about the 4 U's. Yes. It's still going, guys. An unknown, I would say, or underrated play, this energy fuels play. This has been really strong. And, of course, a perfect exposure into what makes magnets, right? So I think that you kind of look into these spaces. USAR is another one that's been kind of getting the lift. MP could have another lift, right? It's had a nice little pullback. So let's see if these rare earth stocks can continue to lift. And you're going to continue to see the battle on here. This is the biggest focus for Trump because he knows if the tech kind of industry wants to continue lifting, one of the ways that they can run into a barrier is that if China keeps kind of fighting back with their kind of hold on rare earths.
All right, you mentioned a couple of high flyers potentially cooling off here a little bit. I mean, all eyes are going to be on Nvidia after the close tomorrow and for the rest of the week, obviously, with earnings to come here. You had Tesla on your list. This has been one that really has been just kind of chopping around here in a tight range.
Yeah, I actually really like this base here. I think this is one of those that you haven't seen Elon come knocking on Trump's door anymore and Trump just looking the other way. So with that being said, this gives the ability for Tesla to start coming back. Another thing that was holding down Tesla, right, of course, was vehicle sales, right? And new car sales, I don't expect a huge lift from a 25 basis point cut or 50 basis point cut, but it does help that we're starting to look towards more of an interest rate cutting cycle than a raise or a hold, right? So I think that that's also helping these companies start to get the lift, and it just leaves room, right? As long as there's no negative catalyst right now, I think that's leave room for Tesla to maybe get that run to 400 in the next couple months.
A good point you raise in that, like a 25 basis point cut at this point, it's not going to move the needle as far as the market's concerned. If we do get, by the end of the year, they're still pricing in better part of 50 basis points. Cool. End of next year, 5 cuts. That's when you start talking about 3.5 comes into play, which I think could be the new norm. All right, let's get down to some details here. What are you looking at heading towards the open?
Yeah, towards the open, we can take a look at names that have been high flying. MG&I has been really hot as of late, and this has been making a move up. And of course, this is kind of programmatic advertising, and maybe they're going to be the ones that are just better in AI advertising, right? Some people look at app, but MG&I have been getting a good lift while TTD has been getting destroyed, right? That was the favorite for so long. TTD down in the dumpsters at 52. Maybe TTD can get out of there, but I just like that MG&I chart. And just to give one more smaller name in this space that's also struggling, and it just shows you that there's 2 that are really underperforming and 1 that's outperforming. Might want to stay with the outperformer, but Pubmatic is PUBM. That's a smaller name, of course, but also a chart that looks like TTD, where programmatic advertising has really kind of gotten destroyed with the different cookie rules and things like that. And AI players are coming in here and stealing their lunch.
Sounds good. On the swing side of things, a market continues to chop around, or higher time frame, I guess. Market continues to chop around, basically at all-time highs here. As far as longer-term ideas, we touched on a few last week. Anything catching your eye here this week?
Yeah, maybe in the longer term, I would still stick with kind of new themes that are emerging, right? Because we've tried to focus on like other themes like nuclear, quantum. Those names are starting to die down a little bit. I do have a swing on SMR, but that's just because it's down 40%. I'm willing to take a risk to return outlook here. But that's not the area that I'm seeing. So look for new themes to emerge and to stay in the market for let's say Q3, Q4, right? One of the ones that we're seeing starting to move, of course, is what we just talked about as we went into more of that rare earths conversation. That's going to stay there. The China conversation is the one that I'm really looking at, because China was a really good trade at the beginning part of the year, kind of struggled a little bit, and now it's taking off. C-Web is one way to play that. And just to give one more that has some news out there today as more of a day trade, I'm keeping an eye on this name Lumen. With that AT&T headline today. This sector overall is not the sexiest industry, telecom, right? But if you're looking for places to kind of hide out or just get a little bit of gains without the volatility and concern that there is in high flyers, I think telecom can be the space. T-Mobile has been strong, Verizon has been strong, and then I'll give a speculative name, right, with that Lumen that people are keeping a very close eye to see if it breaks out above 5.
Just real quick to wrap things up, we touched on Nvidia there coming up tomorrow after the close. A lot of the narrative I've been seeing in comments I've been seeing the past couple of days suggesting that all their biggest customers raised their capex going into next year. So we kind of have an idea of what the overall forecast is going to look like from Nvidia. You mentioned China, though. I think that's going to be the biggest key here once we hear from Jensen after the close tomorrow. Thoughts?
Export controls, right? We got it from AMD. AMD gave a number of, what was it, 800 million? That's what they were missing out of. Expect to hear a similar number, right? Why they're giving the number? Trump, we want that money. Do you want that money? Well, let's find ways to get there, right? I think AMD is finding ways to get there. Nvidia is finding ways. In their report, the most important thing that I think we'll be focused on is the margins. The margins started to slip. Revenues continuing to drive higher, but the margins started to slip. So look to see if those margins continue to slip, but the revenue going higher. So that what does that tell us? That demand is continuing, but they're not being as profitable. So the sexiness of the company slowly starts to die off, right? Doesn't mean that you can't be in Nvidia, but it's not going to make like another breakout like it did prior, right? That starts to slow down as the margin starts to deteriorate.
Mitch Oak over at Trade the Pool. Always great insight. Thanks.
Yeah, catch us, guys. Like always, Trade the Pool doing some new things. And guess what? Coming to Canada soon, baby. Excited. Let's go. Hey,
We'll see if they let you in.
trip is booked. I'm ready. It's going to be a good time, man.
Thanks, Mitch.
See you guys.
All right, thank you, Mitch. Yeah, we're excited to have him come through, see the lovely city of Toronto, Ontario, and then you can take him out clubbing, Obi.
Yeah, of course.
And that would be a lot of fun. And
Places I go clubbing all the time.
Yes, all of the big clubs. No, we're excited to have him come through. Thanks, Mitch. And I think he's right. You got to look for new segments, new areas to get involved with. I think, the SMR is a good little look there. We were up to $55, down to $32, something like that with SMR. So I think that's a good play. And then, what about these kind of plays right now? Today we got some exciting plays happening, because Tilray is up another 17% here today as it continues to climb higher and higher, pardon the pun, but there it goes right now through 165. I'm looking for a little bit of a pullback at least in the 150, 140 area right here for Tilray, but it's trying to get back through the $2 as we wait for rescheduling today or at some point, maybe potentially today. So we'll wait for that announcement to come on Tilray, but definitely on the sticky note, writing it down right now. And you know what else we like to figure? Oh, here's some. Yeah, we like that weed stuff there. Whoever did that, not the weed stuff, the weed stocks, weed stuff. Okay, so here's SMR. Yeah, again, I like Mitch's call here. It's just I wonder when at what price are we actually long down here? This looks like a great level, as I was just mentioning there, low 30s in for SMR, trying to hold that. It's tough to catch a falling knife when you break through the 50-period moving average, but we all know that these small modular reactors, this is called, of course, NuScale is this company. We have NEE, as well going. Oklo is another one of the names in this space. So there's lots of different opportunities here for uranium, but I do think that, sometimes the markets slow down and you're looking for that next sort of leg up, and where are we going from here? It's kind of like that huge trade in weed and in cannabis that happened before legalization.
Yeah.
Everybody was crazy for it, and then it got...
That was my first trade.
Yeah, and then it slowed down, and now you see where we are here. So, we'll figure out what's going on. We got AMD, Tesla, some Tilray, a few other names on board here today so far as well. Mitch, catch your eye with anything that he said there?
There's a lot of great ideas, but for me on the day today, I'm probably going to be looking at some AMD, some SATs. SATs with that fresh news is looking really, really nice here. So AMD as well, partnership with a little bit of IBM. I got that anchored VWAP going here as well, pushing up into some of these range highs, Sean. But let's see what else we have on the docket with some upgrades and downgrades with Joe.
A lot of big names on the upgrades and the downgrades list. Let's start it off with AMD getting that price target raised to $213, up 2%, over 2% on the day. And then Canada Goose also getting that upgrade as well too. NEO getting that price target raised to $8 by JPM. And then Qualcomm also getting the nod, $200 price target there. Now on the downgrade side, we have Salesforce with that price target lowered to $370 by Oppenheimer, and then Pinduoduo reporting yesterday getting that downgrade to $120 by New Street, and then Constellation Brands also getting the downgrade as well too, guys. And then Monopar Therapeutics by H.C. Wainwright getting that downgrade to $70, guys.
All right. Because Neil's not here, someone has to have their mic muted, right? So shout out to Joe. Thanks for doing all of that. I don't know. I was looking for different names on that list. I mean, I actually said to you CRM, like, when is that name finally going to get going? This is a name that I had bought, I don't know about recently, but we had bought some of this in this down sort of turn here. It's just still turning. Like, you bounced off of a nice, beautiful level down here of 230. I'm not happy with that downgrade coming. You'd like to see it test, at least try to test that 50-period moving average. So, we sold some. I told you guys, I remember we missed that 158 that one day on Thursday when I was here on Palantir. And then I told you we'd get 160 the next day. Actually, Palantir went to 163. Thank you. You don't need a coffee?
I got mine right.
Thank you, Randy.
Thank you very much.
Salute. These Yetis are actually
solid. Eh?
Solid. I put a coffee in here like an hour ago or whatever, and now it's still actually pretty good. But then I'll just try to crush Randy's thing here. The thing is like by the time I think roughly like, I think from open, like so waking up and then, between now and then going to the gym, which would be 11 o'clock, maybe 2 coffees in the morning, I think is pretty much what I have. And they're just 2 of these coffees. They're not like huge ones. Yeah. Because I may not finish this and then around like 10:30, I may go get another one or sometimes ask Randy for another one, but then it's kind of like half-half.
Yeah, that always happens, but I never finish my coffee almost ever.
Yeah.
That's why I kind of, I figured I almost never finish my coffee. I always leave about like half a cup. So now what I do, because on the machine you can kind of select how many milliliters of coffee you can get specific with it. So I go with a solid 125 milliliters
of coffee.
In the morning.
Oh, that's like half. I was gonna say because I think the full cup is 250.
It's I would say
1 cup is 250 milliliters.
It's about a third, I would say, maybe a third of a cup.
No, 1 cup is exactly 250. Oh, a coffee cup. Yeah.
So it usually ends up filling just.
Oh, then you just have it black.
I put a little bit of cream in there and sugar. I like to put the cream and sugar before we pour the coffee in there.
You put sugar in your coffee as well?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
And then I'll have another one, I guess, going into the end of the day as well, around maybe around 1 or 2 o'clock as well.
My move is to take, because hopefully you'll know this at some point, if and when you have children, Obi, for hockey, it's like, so you have to be there an hour before the game.
Right.
So there's nothing to do because for the parents. So I just drop off Marissa and Gia, and I just drop them off. And then what do you think I go do?
Probably go grab some coffee.
I go grab some coffees, baby. Oh. So you message some parents, you figure out what the coffee run's going to be, and you go get the coffee.
What's your favorite spot for coffee?
For those, basically, we just go to Tim Hortons or McDonald's.
Okay.
It's like just because
which coffee is better?
They're generally.
There's something about.
So I used to be, like, oh man, I really like McDonald's coffee better than Tim Hortons, but now I'm kind of like indifferent. I feel like they're the same, to be honest with you.
Really?
And I think like I would prefer, like a private, something like that, like a mom and pop coffee shop and things like that. But where a lot of these arenas are,
it's all.
Yeah, it's not like in downtown where you get like little mom and pop shops or anything like that. So, but anyways, I like to do that, and then you go get a coffee, and then even if it's 7 at night, I'll just get a small coffee.
Yeah.
Something to do, or maybe a tea.
Yeah.
Like caffeine ain't affecting this guy.
Really?
That's for sure.
If I drink
you like the dark roast? I like the dark roast.
Too close to bed, then that'll definitely.
Like how close is too close to bed? Like a couple
I'd
hours?
Say 3 to 4 hours.
Yeah, I try not to drink.
Yeah,
anything past like 7 or 8 o'clock to me is like a no, unless I said like I'll drink a little small one into the practices there.
So,
all right,
those upgrades. There's some upgrades on some good.
Yeah. Was there anything that you liked? I liked the downgrade on CRM.
Two of the names on the upgrades I already had on my watch list for today. We know that NEO's been going crazy over the past few days here. So NEO with a little bit of an upgrade, bit of a gap up relative to where we closed off. But yesterday was the first day we saw some aggressive selling after multiple days of buying. So I'm going to be looking for maybe more of the same today, even with that upgrade. Here's the thing with upgrades and downgrades, I see it as a little bit of an incentive to kind of expect maybe a little bit more volume, but I don't know, that it doesn't usually pan out like that. But just looking at yesterday's kind of morning to midday session ranges, we're kind of in that area right here on NEO. So I got that 650 and that 630, which again, were key levels prior day as well, roughly in that area. So I got NEO on watch. Let's see if the bid catches back on, or do we start some selling now? And AMD with that upgrade as well. AMD still continuing to hold its highs right here in the pre-market and continuing to push a little bit higher here, Sean. So I like the look of it pushing up against this bit of a range that we've been keeping since about last week. So that's what I have on watch here. So I like those two names on the upgrade side. Downgrades, not really too interested in.
Look, I'm long SoFi and I love SoFi.
Yeah, SoFi.
But I thought when Mitch said the next Palantir,
oh boy.
I didn't think he put a $40 price tag on SoFi. That's not the next Palantir. I mean, if you're calling the next Palantir down here at $10, that's one thing. But now, so to call it Palantir here at $26, Palantir is up like 100 I don't know, 40, 50%. Like, so that you need this for this to be the next. Look, I like the call. I like SoFi. I think it's breaking out. I think it's been doing really great. And obviously, I'm long JPM and I'm long this stock, so I like it. I just want to caution. I think that his price target, in and around that 40, makes more sense than people trying to moon this thing, like the way PLTR did. I mean, it's just kind of like what I was saying about crypto. The days of getting rich off of crypto, I think, are over. Do I think it's a good investment? Yes, and I think I'm going to be buying some. Actually, today I was looking at where it is at 109. I really think that I talked about 108 potentially, and hopefully it'll be on the rundown. I'm sure it will be. That you will talk some more about Bitcoin, but I think you're at a level now where you can start to buy some and hold it as a decent investment. I like XRP down at these levels as well, 280 to 270 to 280. I really like those levels, and then I like this level here of Bitcoin around 108. So I just wanted to say, I think there's a lot of money to be made. We're in a huge bull market. I think there's a lot of upside to go here. But I do like the $40 call there from Mitch on SoFi. I get nervous when people mention stuff like Palantir because I know we were pounding I was pounding the table down at 11, 12, 13, $14 for PLTR. The fact that it went to 190, those things don't. That's a lucky, like I was talking about how much up in smoke.
A little lucky.
Yeah, a little lucky, a lot of lucky. Because then you have names like the weed names and stuff like that where you take shots at different sectors and they don't work out. So Palantir is just one of those unicorns, I think, right now. I would say the next Palantir is Big Bear AI, but we've already talked about that a couple of times. So I always smile when we say that name. But okay, you got to wait a few years for all investments to eventually work out. Open Door could be another one of those names as well. That continues to go like a Carvana when they get their business sort of sorted out. Carvana's been hot fire. Geez, it's 9:07 now.
Oh boy.
Shut this guy up in the blue. All right, and let's go back over to the desk.
64.55, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES September contract. So we're right at that key area of technical resistance. We're actually at it right now, 64.51. So here's the deal. If we open up and hold above that 50-point area, we're going to be looking at 6,500 as our resistance level, so 50 points from here. If we lose it, Brenda, if we lose that 64.50 area, we're going to have to look at the overnight low. We're not going to go as low as 6,400. We're going to say 64.30 as support.
As always, if you haven't done so yet, make sure you take a second, grab the watch list. Absolutely free every single day. Comes right to your inbox. All you need is your email. Link is in the description. Top link, in fact. We made it super easy. And then, again, hit that link or just go to that address and enter your email. You get it for free every day. Top of the watch list here this morning, AMD and IBM. This was kind of an interesting comment from our friend Kevin O'Leary on the Intel deal. According to KO, it should have been sold for car parts 3 years ago, coming off the 10% stake the Trump administration confirmed, if you missed it, after the close on Friday.
Ever the desire for hyperbole.
Yeah.
Kevin O'Leary, love that, love that. All right, let's talk about AMD and IBM and this new partnership, guys. This is very interesting. They announced a strategic collaboration to develop quantum-centric supercomputing, combining quantum computing with high-performance computing. The companies aim to build scalable, open source, guys, platforms that could redefine the future of computing. We're expecting an initial demonstration of the technology later this year. No date was given, though, so we'll have to wait maybe by New Year's. The collaboration will integrate AMD's high-performance chips with IBM's quantum computers. The goal here is to create a hybrid model that is faster and more powerful than current supercomputers. This model will leverage qubits, which are quantum bits, which can exist in multiple states simultaneously. You can be both positive and negative, whereas with high-performance computing, you're either a 0 or 1. You can't be both, allowing more complex problem solving than classical computers. So quantum computing provides a much richer computational space, enabling breakthroughs beyond the reach of classical systems. Accordingly, when they're paired with AMD's AI and HPC technologies, the systems could address real-world problems and at massive speeds and scale, including areas like climate modeling and drug discovery. So it's all very exciting stuff.
Yeah, market likes it. A lot of analysts liking this deal as well, guys. We're testing Friday's highs right now on AMD.
Yeah. So the thing is, IBM's not really catching any sort of a move on that, so I have IBM on watch as well. But AMD is where it's at right now, and that's one of my main ideas on the day. And this is what I was just talking about just a few minutes ago. So pushing up into the range that we've been seeing over the past few days. Let's just move up another time frame here and look at the 30-minute chart so we can encapsulate some of the bigger picture data here. Look at this, a little bit of a support here multiple times over and over again at an area where, well, you can argue that, yeah, this was a little bit of resistance turned into support in this range that's been happening, attempting to push some fresh highs here as well. So I like this hold of 160s, 161s, 162s, and stepping up a little bit higher every day. Now with some good news, we're catching an aggressive bid. So the question becomes, have we actually broken this short-term selling that we've been having right here? So this is kind of a multi-day sell-off. We saw that yesterday. We broke that trend and we got that aggressive bid up. Sorry, not yesterday, on Friday, along with the rest of the market, a little bit of a pullback, and we're pulling back in. So the question becomes, do we still hold up? And you can see, bigger picture, this is anchored from that prior gap up in and around June 16th. We've held this anchor pretty well as well. So a lot of confluence for a potential bid, and now you're getting that stack of good news on this stock as well. So for the continuation, I really like it. I'm going to keep it simple. Prior day high is in and around 168. We're already pushing that. If we sustain opening range levels, I'm going to be looking for a potential continuation here if it'll have me. So anything that can suggest strong buying sentiment, I would like to get involved with this one. If not, then it's a no trade for me.
All right, AMD is a hell of a trade for me today. It is the #1 name, and it is going to be on the sticky note here. Look, we started writing this thing when we were back down at 167. You're now at 168, 169. We've talked about with Nvidia earnings coming in just a couple days. Now you get this new name entering the building with IBM. It looks like we want to hold this level of 160. Obi just did a lot of this work for you, so I don't really need to do too much. But for me, I wrote down here 170 long break. I mean, I don't think it's a very hard trade to look at when you're looking at a chart. So I do like the 168. I think that's where we're, Obi's mentioning, we're right there right now. I just want to see it actually extend out and get that move there. So you're going to take out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days right there, and then take out this 170. So that's a level there that we bounced off of before getting up to 186. We hovered around there the pre-market of August the 11th. We hung out there, and we popped up into 186 again, and then we sort of held this level back in. That is the first of the month, because it's the first of the month. Wake up, wake up, wake up. It's the first of the month. Good one. Bone Thugs in Harmony. Bone Thugs in Harmony, Obi.
You're gonna miss me with a lot of those references.
Yeah, I noticed. Okay. All right. So it's all good. I mean,
first of the month. That's a few days away.
I
don't know.
You could probably do some Naruto things that I wouldn't understand either. But
I haven't seen a lot of Naruto.
No, I have no idea.
I fell off after the first.
I have no idea, man. Yay sports and yay movies. But right here, 170 and rap music. But I don't expect you to know Bone Thugs and Harmony. No. Anyways, I like this 170 break. I think it's a long. You might think like, okay, you're still a buck and change away from that, but let's just wait for confirmation. That's kind of what we're talking about with momentum. The confirmation is the fact that it's going. You
want to see it happening.
Yeah, so I'm here to catch some sort of a dips as well, but if there is no dip, then we got to take out those tops. So 170, the good thing about when you punch tops and they don't go is then it kind of tells you something else. Yeah. And maybe that you are too late, or you are that guy that they got to punch the top. So you react when that happens, and we'll have stop orders as this starts to rip up through 170. We'll talk about where we think it's going to go. But yeah, I think 3% seems a little much in this market, considering that we wait for Nvidia. But hey, if you're an Nvidia bull and you have a couple days for that to come through, what do you think that's going to do to the rest of the sector? I think higher tide lifts all ships. And I think AMD, although there are negative aspects to an Nvidia good report that could hit AMD. The fact is that if they're grabbing all that capex and they're getting all that money, then we might say, hey, is there anything left for AMD? But there's a lot of fish in this ocean, and it's a big one right now. So I think AMD and Nvidia can survive together. AMD, it's not the first of the month, Obi, but it's the first of my trades.
IBKR to the downside this morning. We get the huge pop after the close yesterday on this note. Another snub you were mentioning, another snub for Robinhood. IBKR getting the thumbs up in favor once again. There was actually a note I saw. I just throw this over here. Yeah, there was actually this note on Robinhood from Kathy Wood suggesting that she likes it because of the sports betting angle, and maybe the S&P should have rethought this decision, but IBKR back downside now.
All these brokerages are getting into these event contracts, Brendo. Call the events what you want. Let's talk about it. IBKR will be added to the S&P 500 index at Thursday's open. It's going to replace Walgreens Boots Alliance, WBA, Brendo, which is being taken private by Sycamore Partners. IBKR's inclusion highlights the growing importance of, obviously, these digital brokerages within the United States financial markets, while legacy retail players like Walgreens, they get the door. So we'll keep watching, see how this all goes. Interactive Brokers shares spiked at least initially in after-hours trading, about 5% following the announcement. The stock has doubled over the past 12 months and is up 42% year-to-date, showing strong momentum. As well, index additions often drive additional buying as passive ETF funds. They got to buy these to put them into their ETFs, so it creates a bit of an upward move. And to speak about Robinhood here, shares slipped slightly in extended trading as some investors had expected the brokerage to be added. Hood has rallied nearly 190% year-to-date, with a market cap approaching $96 billion, but was passed over this round. Should mention that IBKR's market cap a little bit bigger than Hood's, about $110 billion to about $96 billion.
That said, as you mentioned, if you go out to a higher time frame, these charts look very similar. That's a weekly of IBKR. Looks great. As you said, a double here, guys.
Yeah, look, there's again, we just talked about the fish in the sea type of thing, and I guess Wall Street and the S&P 500 just continues to sort of hate retail, and it's not to hate them. I mean, IBKR is a retail platform as well, but it is kind of funny that they snub once again Robinhood. But with similar market caps, I mean, you can't really hate one versus the other. We've talked about the way this stock has looked as well on the daily chart. It's been pretty good holding this $62 level. Now you get this bump up. I'm a little surprised that we're going this way, though, to be honest with you. I thought on inclusion, Obi, you and I have done some work on Coinbase and Palantir, and I know that you were looking at some of these in the past, and we've seen them run quite nicely on some sort of an inclusion to the S&P 500. The problem is you always want to buy the news, buy the rumor, sell the news. Well, the news is here now, so I can see the sell there. Obviously, someone this one doesn't look like anybody really anticipated this because there was no run up into the decision. So that is a little strange for me why we are sort of islanding out here at 64.65. So for me on IBKR, until we understand a little bit more about this, I love the stock. I think you got to get into this. I like Charles Schwab, SCHW. This might be one of the best ones if you're going to look at a chart and technically wise what we're talking about here. Obviously with the move up that Robinhood's had, it's going to look great, but this one's coiling up right now and looks like it has a great bottom here around $94, $95, holding these levels. I think, like, here's a coil up and then a break. I think we're doing it again right now as some of these platforms here in the financial space continue to work. Crypto's a great bet. So is this sports gambling. I mean, there's reasons why I've sort of talked about and been a DraftKings, investor pretty much since day one. I mean, it wasn't greatest as a SPAC, but, since it says de-SPAC, this is also trying to make moves higher right now. Look, man, everybody's degenerate at something, whether or not it's, I don't know what it is, like, people that work out love to work out. People that love to gamble love to gamble. People that love listening to music love to, people love investing and trading. I mean, this is what we're here for. So I think that this is a great space. I think it's something that works out, and you are starting to get some now tailwinds into other names like Robinhood, IBKR, and the sports gambling. And you heard Kathy Wood mention that as a piece as well. So yeah, I like it. I think it bodes well for DraftKings, and there's a few other names in this space, but that's one that I would pick. And any thoughts on some of the levels? I'm surprised it's going down this way.
Yeah, exactly. This is not really what I want to see on something that's maybe being added to the S&P 500. Yeah, a little bit of a disappointment here. Didn't really see that run up into the ad as well, and not really seeing a strong hold of any of these levels. So yeah, just kind of looking back at it for the past couple of weeks, we've hit a range low of 60 and maybe a little bit of a base on 62s, and then range highs around 65s. That's what we're trading in and around right now, 64.50. So just the question becomes, can we hold some of these levels? But yeah, a little bit of a disappointment in the reaction on Interactive Brokers. I don't have really too much to say on this, but I'll keep it on watch. Let's see if it does anything crazy or anything distinctive off of the open to get us involved. So that's what I got on Interactive.
All right, let's go on to Nvidia. Not a lot of action here so far this morning, but the big event, if you haven't heard yet, I'm surprised, but earnings after the close tomorrow. A lot of focus, as I was mentioning with Mitch there, I've been reading a lot of comments suggesting the overall forecast probably baked in based off of what Google said, based off of what all of the mega cap tech names said on the demand side, but a lot of focus is going to be on China, I think, here.
Oh, definitely, especially with that China revenue deal that he struck with Donald Trump. The options market is predicting a 250 million plus or minus move on the market cap, obviously. Let's talk about a different angle here, the Jetson AGX chip. So this is more of a convergence between AI and robotics, and that's been really touted as the next move here by Jensen himself. So Nvidia announced that its new Jetson AGX Thor robotics chip is now available as a developer kit, priced at around $3,500 with first shipments expected next month. Once prototyping is complete, production for T5000 models, very interesting name, will be available for $3,000 per unit for orders above 1,000 chips. The company markets the Thor chip as a robotics brain. It's very small and it goes on to an Android body, so to speak, and it acts as the brain. The Jetson Thor is about 7.5 times faster than NVIDIA's previous generation of robotics chips. It's built on the Blackwell GPU architecture, and the chip can handle generative AI models, large language models, vision-based AI. Good look there. It has about 128 gigs of RAM, and it's enabling it to run large AI workloads. CEO Jensen Huang has called robotics NVIDIA's next largest growth opportunity outside of AI data centers. While robotics currently only accounts, Brendo, for about 1% of NVIDIA's revenue, the business, as you can see by these charts here, is expanding quite rapidly.
It did come off pretty heavily into the close yesterday, guys, but nice couple of days here for NVIDIA shares.
We're getting an announcement.
Ooh, fire protection, good. Well, we need to be protected around here. So today we'll have some fire alarm drills going on. Obi, please do not leave your positions unattended. You want to make sure that.
Remember, we got to make sure you have a stop in it.
Yes.
Or you either drop it, and then you got to make sure you roll out of here.
Right, good one there. Stop, drop, and roll.
So Obi, that's what I was taught. That's what I'm going to use.
Okay, so when you hear the fire test, make sure you do that.
Yeah.
Okay. And you make sure you do that.
You'll see me do that, right? Nvidia.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, so Nvidia already, look, I mean, as Brendan said there, we'll wait to see if there's any China story there. It's $4 away from its all-time high. We could get that today. I mean, you're up today. If the market wants to go, people will come in and buy Nvidia. I'm always a little hesitant to buy anything ahead of earnings on this scale. I bought Oscar Health at 13 and change, that's worked out. That's at 17. We bought Marvell before earnings. But to buy this, the leader of the whole, basically, kit and caboodle here, that's going to be a little risky. I don't know, I never heard anybody talk about implied moves of market cap, but shout out to Sharif for that one. That just shows you how huge these stocks are. The implied move is around 6% for Nvidia. So if you're going to go 185, you're going to go plus or minus 6% there. You're going to be up or down $10. We're going to figure out where that goes. I would rather be long the $10 than short the $10, but you could fade back out. This is only, the 6% move only gets us out to 170, which I think is a huge dip buy opportunity as well. Or this break. I would favor the long.
Of the break.
So for me, I'm not going to be shorting Nvidia, not with the good news there for AMD today, not ahead of the quarter. I want to be long Nvidia, it's not on my radar. Kind of tough to trade a couple days in. I'm not sure where everyone's set up. When a stock is going into earnings and it's the largest company in the world and you're at all-time highs, I don't know. To me, it's set up for a little bit of disappointment, but I don't think it's going to disappoint. I just think that that's potentially where the risk is there. The risk to me is in the upside. I think if you do get a downside move, we have some support there. Yep. Like I was saying, upside,
Gap up selling, maybe?
You could gap that level, but I just don't know what they're going to say to give us like a gap where you're worried about it taking that gap out, which is why it might take it out today and tomorrow. We may get over those all-time highs just to test, to get people, let some traders get out, and then potentially reload some of their boat there. But for Nvidia, to me, it's and again, it's a Kramer-ism, but it's a buy, don't trade, like a hold, don't trade. I don't really want to sell any of my Nvidia shares regardless of what this quarter is. And I just wonder how many people have that mentality as well. So for me today, Nvidia's a long at some point. I'm not going to short this thing. So 184.50, if you're going to go short, take it at the all-time high.
No, I like that idea a lot. Sean, and look at this. With that 184, a little bit of a similarity. Sure, Google was not at all-time highs, but this is kind of reminding me of that 198 hold, multi-week hold on Google, and we finally blow past that 198, and we're easily trading to all-time highs now. So this is kind of that very similar kind of a consolidation idea. Sure, there's no resistance on top, but I like the push, and that aggressive flush that we got last Wednesday got basically bought right back up, and over the past 2 days, Friday on Jackson Hole and then Monday coming in as well yesterday, we were seeing that aggressive bid coming in right off of the open, and then the bid kind of dissipates going into the close, but holding price near the upper quartile of that price action on the day and building up into that all-time high as well. So I really, really like that look. We're running up into earnings and we're seeing strength back-to-back days. So I'm going to be literally looking for more of the same today. Can we break that prior day high at 182? And will that give us some structure to give us a push back into that 184 area, maybe for a distinctive push? I like that the buyers are stepping in. Let's see if we can break that 184 before earnings tomorrow night. I like it.
All right, Boeing again?
Boeing.
Yeah, Boeing to the upside here a little bit right now, coming on the back of that meeting at the White House yesterday. Again, if you missed it, South Korea coming through with $50 billion worth of an order, planes for Boeing on their visit to see President Trump. I mean, we might as well touch on SoFi. We talked a little bit about it with Mitch there, if you joined us in the first 30 minutes as well. He's saying $40. This thing had a wall at $26.25 yesterday.
Yeah, I wasn't here yesterday, so I didn't get to see the price action, Brendo. But yeah, it's a fantastic look for these decentralized finance players. I think that they're going to continue to grow their margins as things go onto the blockchain and their margins expand. But I want to cover Boeing here quickly. So it rose nicely in the pre-market here after Korean Air announced a 103 plane order, including 20 777s, 25 787s, 50 737s, and 8 777 firefighters. The order is valued at roughly $20 billion list price, though actual negotiated prices are typically lower. Korean Air currently operates 108 Boeing jets and about 50 Airbus, so signaling dependence here coming on Boeing. One more thing here, Brendo. GE Aerospace engines will power these planes, so GE also has a part to play in this deal.
Yeah, not really seeing any kind of reaction to this. There was this candle right here. Was the initial move when this came out. I mean, it was choppy yesterday as well. We'll see what happens here today, guys. Thoughts on Boeing or SoFi?
All right, so I have SoFi written down here. Oopsies, not in Blue Ocean. I have SoFi written down here as today as a trade, right? You are falling back in. We do have the imbalances that come out right now. So what you're going to see here is NEO with a buy, which is nice. Tilray with a sell, which is not nice. Nvidia with a sell there as well. We just got long something, by the way. We just got long Tilray at 151. So you're seeing that pop in right there on some of these imbalances. So yeah, look, I think SoFi down here at 26. I'm waiting for 26 bucks. That's come in right now. You never want to take a trade too early in the morning, but this 25.95 area, not bad. So I'm written down here. I'm getting long 26.05. We're bidding SoFi right now. Let's just wait to find out if it does come through down to this level, $25.90 to $26 there for SoFi. So I feel like we got to be careful with those levels, but if it comes in, I want to take that shot, and I actually don't mind also a break of 26.50 with only a minute left. So I like the SoFi trade here. I think that's going to be a good one. I've got AMD, Tesla on my mind, Tilray, IBM, and SoFi.
Yeah. Nice. So Boeing, nothing too crazy for me. It's pretty much trading sideways over the past few weeks. So I'm just going to be looking for a potential push in that range there. And yeah, let's see. Are we going to go back to the guys for SoFi? We only have about 30 seconds here, so we can just take a look at SoFi. Yeah, a little bit of a continuation. We've seen that run up over the past couple of days. I tried getting involved in a little bit of a reversion yesterday, Sean, but that didn't really work out too well as we just consolidated and held the highs there. So about 15 seconds left. Let's see if SoFi can get that continuation on a day like today. But right off the bat, I do have some of that SATS and that NEO on watch. We'll be looking at SoFi as well. So yeah, good luck to everyone.
Yeah, good luck, everybody.
May the force be with you, and let's get to
And
some
forever
trading.
with you. Okay, we're long right now. And then there it is. The market is now open. Welcome, everybody, to the show. All right, so Tilray, we're long. We're going to watch out for this one. This could be a nothing burger. We've talked about that. We'll take a little bit of bid here, 145. If it does come down, watch out for 140 breaking. Here goes SoFi. We want to go long on SoFi, so a break of 26.50 gets us into that spot there with SoFi. It's too bad because we almost, there it is, so now we're long. It's too bad because we just missed that by 1 cent. I'm at 26.05. SoFi goes 26.06. So now we're punched long into SoFi. Let's see if it wants to work. 26.50 right now for SoFi is the price that I'm in. And I just thought that a 50 break, an even odd, option eligible level there, 26.50 heading into today. I like the stock, and there it goes, SoFi. Let's see what winds up happening. We're also trying to wait. I'm going to get out of, again, I'll get out of 5% if it goes up, okay? Right there at 59. So we're going to get at 59 if we can do that. Tilray not really doing anything. We wait for advanced micro devices as well. Here it goes. That touched 170, close enough to doing that. So yeah, almost. I'm going to go long on a 170 break. So we do get a piece out on SoFi there. Let's see what winds up happening. But here comes the trade that I think should work. A 170 on AMD, and we're almost in it, but still $1 to go there. SoFi is coming back in just a little bit. We did get something out there at 59, but here's the push back into VWAP, which we can expect sometimes. Also, Tesla going ham, but I got to look at this SoFi trade.
Yeah, I'm watching this AMD. I'm just going to throw like an anchored up there and see where that potentially comes in. That's coming in all the way down at 168, and yeah, a little bit of a flush coming in. Market's bidding up, Sean. So we're coming off to a good start here. Oh boy, NEO is the one. NEO is blasting to the upside, almost at prior day highs on NEO. So that's the one right there that is coming in real hot. 168 hold on that anchored on AMD here. So a little bit of a bounce coming in. Let's see if those buyers can come in and step through for a little bit of continuation. So that's what I'm really watching here as of right now. What else? Do I have a little bit of an alert here? Okay, all right. We'll see if this 168 holds with any sort of conviction here. I like it. Back through 169s. Oh boy.
Oh, here we go.
We're starting to get going. We're going.
You like what that's on your AMD trade? Yeah, I mean, I don't mind those dip buy opportunities. That 168 is where VWAP was, so I do like that trade for sure. And it's a good one there, Obias. Here we go. I mean, I'm waiting for that 170 to break, so hopefully that can go through at some point as well. The only other trade that I'm in right now is SoFi, and we're waiting for that to figure itself out in and around
There it is.
Oh, yeah, there it is. I was going to say.
Drop and roll.
Yeah. I thought it sounded like the opening bell there for a minute. I'm like, where am I? I thought we already opened.
Yeah, the first part got stopped out of the AMD.
Yeah, you're stopped out of AMD?
AMD's dropping now.
Oh, you're stopped out. Okay.
Yeah, it came back through, so I was like, all right, well, that's fine. No,
okay, good. Yeah. No diggity, no doubt.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
You don't know that song either. Okay, so Tilray right now up to 154. We didn't get those highs. We're long at 151. We'll figure that out. The other stock that we want to look at today was going to be Nvidia. Yeah, not doing too much either. So it's an oh boy trade over there for you on AMD as that's come back in. I didn't get filled on that yet. We do not want to get filled yet on AMD until it breaks through our level of 170. I did have, I put a long support at 166 there. So we'll wait for that. IBIT not doing anything, down 0.5% right now as Bitcoin continues to make lows. On the daily chart here over the last couple weeks. So there it is right there coming back in. We haven't seen these levels since early July for crypto. So it's basically all that excitement that you might have had through July and August, all wiped away and now come back in, and that's what stocks are all about. And I'm actually pretty happy. You know, you want to see some weakness before some strength. The fact that it keeps on blasting higher is great for the bulls. There's no doubt about that, but you want to wait to make sure that there is a trade over there as well. Tesla. My car's downstairs charging. I am absolutely in love with the Model 3. I couldn't have made a better decision. Yeah. First decision, marrying my wife. Second decision, having kids. Third decision, buying a Tesla. No, just joking. I don't think, it's not that high up. It's not that high up. But no, it was great. It's such a perfect commuter car.
Yeah,
that's the other thing. It's I fill it up here for free. Like if I had to if I had to go to a supercharger or something like that all the time, then definitely my love of it would not be as huge. But the fact that I can just come in here every day, and like we were driving around all weekend, it's like the car that we use now. Yeah. It's super fun to drive, and I enjoy the car. All right, so there it goes. Right now, SoFi back in. It's too bad about both you and I's AMD call. right there because it's coming back in. It's getting ready to make a bid, I feel like, at some point here. I said we could wait for 166s. That was going to be the support area for myself, but we're getting pretty close right now, man, to make some kind of a decision here. So I'm going to buy something here around 167. I do want to watch out for this lower push. I mean, I don't want to make that decision again where I'm like, oh, man, we got in way too early on something just because. It's only 9:35. Like, I'm sure Neil, obviously when Neil was here, you were here, you guys, everybody's going to trade. As Neil always says, everyone trades their own style and stuff like that. So get comfortable with whatever your style is. And right now, I'm just going to sit in some of these plays. I really do like it. I know everyone's yelling at me about Tesla. Look, I written down Tesla here on the sticky note today, and I wrote down 244. So, or sorry, 344, hopefully not 244. Long off that 344 support. Watch it, it's been in a tight range. We could eye 342 as some sort of a bottom. Well, that support at 344 was there in these wick bottoms, and then there's the bump up to 348. So, you know, when I'm writing these notes down, I'm gonna have to maybe think about like buying it and then just using that as support so that when it goes that $4 up to 348, at least we have something on. But Tesla's a pretty tricky name to watch out for. Okay, here goes AMD, Obi. I'm going to take a little bit out right now in the 50s, and we'll see if we get some out in the 70s. So here we go, man. It's a nice little trade here. It's 50 cents in the money, so it's starting to go. So there it goes. Let's see what winds up happening now with AMD. Have we got the bottom? I don't think so. Not even close yet. The market's just opening, but look at where the market is. We're now green on the day. So something to watch out for there. And my lowly SoFi, man, this is the biggest trade for me right now. Share size wise, we took the 2650 break, we got 51s, and it really hasn't moved, man. The best we've gotten was 59s. So we're just hanging out on SoFi. Only got out of 5%. Hopefully more to come here, Obi, but we got to wait for it right now. What you just got on AMD?
No, I'm just holding this AMD right now. It's not looking too hot, Sean, because the market ripped to the upside. We broke that 23.5. And then we're pulling back in pretty aggressively here. So again, being one of the I guess tech stock or semiconductor stocks here, it's definitely going to look like a little bit closer to the futures, the Nasdaq, and I guess other chip names like Nvidia and things like that. So holding that 160, 166 right now. There it is. Stopped out for a third time in a row on the way down. So yeah, maybe not yet is the trade on AMD as it pulls in a little bit aggressively. And let's see what else is pulling back in. Apple with a strong sell off of the open. That's looking interesting as well. NEO still holding up some of its gains. And in terms of mags, oh boy, Alphabet looking weak, Apple looking weak, but the rest of them maybe looking like they're still trying to catch a bid. What's going on, Adara?
You guys know here about AIFF. This is a small cap on watch. They've been a friend of the show as well. Prior Firefly Neuroscience, AIFF. Today, rallying after announcing an AI-powered platform that'll help deliver cleaner and faster EEG data. And it's an NVIDIA-related team-up, too. That would be AIFF. Back to you.
All right, yeah, we saw that with Firefly. Nice move there. I saw them moving around in the pre-market just a little bit. Okay, so here we go, man. We now have our full position on AMD as it comes into 166. So again, 166 was a support level that we had looked at here for advanced micro devices. So this is where we're long. We're long at 35s. Let's see. Okay, we'll get some out at 49s if we can. There it is. So a nice little move out. Right. Okay, let's go, Obi. I don't know. Like I said, man, I was watching some of the show. Good job by you and Neil. But we're happy to be back. Here it comes right now. Yes, sir. Bang, bang, bang. This is a big winner right now, Obi. As we take the level that we wanted, we take 166 right there. We're long at 166.20. We talked about that. I mean, it's right here. It's on the note. I know you, Obi. I don't know if you put out a note or not, but I know Neil does. But there it is right there. 166 key support. So there it comes right into 166. We take it. We're long 166 quarters here, and it is an oh boy kind of a trade right now, Obi, but we're going to get a little bit out as we watch out for our other one that's getting crushed right now, SoFi. You know, we took a great tech trade there, but now we wait to see what happens with SoFi. Pretty much up on AMD, what I'm down right now on SoFi. So we're going to have to get SoFi to get it a little bit going here. Otherwise, if we break through 26 to the bottom, then we are out of SoFi. So a good couple trades there. AMD, we'll wait to see what Tilray is going to do. But yeah, we're pretty happy so far here with our performance today. Just need SoFi to get going, and then it'll be another good one. So here we go. What's up, Dogtown? What's up, everybody in the chat? Your boy is back in the seat where he belongs. So hopefully you guys are enjoying the show. And if not, it's all good. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We've got this guy over here, Obi. We're happy to have him. And here we go. Come on, SoFi. Let's go. Let's make this a day, man. Let's make this a day.
Yeah, SoFi's been running pretty crazy for the past few days, man. This consolidation on AMD, I'm staring it down. And yeah, sellers are definitely very much, I guess, in charge since the open. We've just been kind of making lower highs and lower lows back to back, but holding a day low of 166.20s right now. And oh boy, okay, all right, we're at 34s on the bid. That's probably going to get taken out on the low right there. There it is. There's 66.20, so there's the low getting taken out. Let's see if it kind of sustains here. Market not really kind of moving around too much. We got that initial bid coming in pretty aggressively, and then oh boy, there's some tape. There's some aggressive tape here on
We're
AMD.
fucking huge. Oh, sorry, we're huge right now.
167, nice. 167 coming in here on AMD. Let's see if that can finally catch a little bit of a bid. You said you're pretty huge on something on SoFi. Oh boy,
yeah,
look at that snipe, man.
We're starting to go here again.
On SoFi,
yeah,
absolute
man.
Strength.
We're starting to go. My bad there. Got a little excited there. So that was completely my bad on that one. But okay, so here we go, man. It's a nice move up. There goes AMD, man. We are now $1 in the money on AMD. We're just happy that trades are working out. And honestly, like this is what I'm trying to do every single day for everybody. And I'm really happy when these things work out. I mean, we gave you these key levels of SoFi down there at 26, and it worked out. And there's the dip buy opportunity, and it's an oh boy kind of a deal there. And there goes AMD as well. Nice topside take right there for AMD. So yeah, there it goes. And I really. And after taking 4 days off to come back and just, I miss being here with everybody, obviously, as we go. All right, so there it goes. Let's go. Yeah, it's passion. You can't fake it. I know some maybe try to. Not on our show. We're all trying to be traders here. So let's just keep the good flows going right now. And there it is, man. The days have already hit. It's one followed by another, followed by another, followed by another. We're here. It's Trader TV Live. Hit the like. Hit the subscribe button. If you don't like it, change the channel, because this is what we do every single day. And I don't know, as I said, like it's going to be different when I'm here than the other two, and I hope it's just as good, because I'm loving it. Obi, thank you so much. I know you filled in yesterday all day, so that was a good one. Thank you for doing that, my guy.
There, yeah, I did the morning show, then the midday show, then the afternoon show.
Man, you are the star of this show.
Oh boy. It was good. I had fun. Lots of decent trades. A lot of good stuff happening here, and yeah, all in the run up into Nvidia earnings and a little bit of MSCI today as well, guys. So yeah, anybody who's taking any of those trades, I'm definitely going to be looking out for some of that to potentially come in here. Market's pulling back up above that 23,500 as of right now, so some of that pre-market range getting taken out on both the ES and the Nasdaq here. So yeah, I'm looking for some of that strength. Oh boy, okay, so Open Door coming in with a strong bid. We know that NEO's bidding up pretty aggressively, but distinctly different, Sean, is Apple. Apple is aggressively selling off as of right now, continuing to sell 225 halves currently on Apple. So yeah, that's coming in pretty nicely here. I wonder if any of those names are potentially getting rebalanced on the day today. Should be interesting.
Which names?
So things like Apple or anything.
Well, you know they are.
Yeah.
So don't.
That's what I was saying.
Oh, I was going to say, okay. Well, don't keep the people hiding here. If we have information, we should definitely give it. I know we keep a lot under the cloak here, as it is. But okay, so here we go. AMD, nice move. It's just come right back in, right? So that's why, like, you hear getting excited, like you got to get out. Like when these pops happen, man, we're getting out. Like those 167s, 167.20. The market just had a huge run. You got to make sure that you capitalize when those runs are here. So there it goes. All right, that's that. You mentioned Apple with a buy as well. I'm not like the thing, or not with a buy, sorry, with a move down, but Apple doing something here. Look, I'm not sure about this market today. Like I was going to write down something on the TQs. Wasn't really comfortable giving it a direction one way or the other. But yeah, for right now, it looks like we are trying to go. And We've made two new highs on the day. We haven't really tested those pre-market lows. We're holding out VWAP. I mean, to me, it looks like we want to try to get going a little bit higher, but I wouldn't be surprised if we can test one more time. We do have consumer confidence. I mean, we posted that out there today. You can go find it at Trader TV Research. It's on our watch list as well. Or you just head over to my account, and here it is. Here's me and my son yesterday. What's up, Baron? You see a lot of my daughter, but there's the handsome gentleman right there himself. And like I said, I'm here for trading, but I'm here for family. That's the only reason. Here's Oasis. We had a fun time at Oasis the other night here as well. That was super fun. Oh, and then here's me at baseball the night before that. So that was a lot of fun. Summer nights there in Hyde Park. Nothing beats it. So here's family. Here's family. So this is coaching my daughter. There's me and my wife, and here's me and my son right there. And here's me and you guys right now with the sticky notes. So hey, man, it's all about balance. You know, that's what it is. You got to have some of that. All right. So hey. In what goes up must go down. It looks like AMD taking that trip again and breaking through 166. So good upside, good downside. We'll stay green there on AMD today, but it does make the move to the top and move right back down to the bottom. So we're not as huge as we thought right there, but it was starting to go, and we were able to take out something. So let's just see what these futures want to do. Bouncing right now off VWAP. I still think we can get back into AMD. But why catch a falling knife at this point? Doesn't look like that IBM deal is having the effect that it should have had, or that I thought it was going to on it, either with IBM as well. Made that move through 244 right back in. So now IBM trying to catch maybe a potential bid near these lows as well. I'm going to take, I don't know, I was going to take another bid there on AMD. Maybe we'll just let it settle down here. Eli Lilly's also the one that's going upside right now.
Yeah, this thing is definitely, like I said before, sellers are definitely in charge. I'm taking stabs at it multiple times, maybe a little too many times here, but I think it's just better to pack a little bit of patience and wait for buyers to come in if I am looking for a bit of the long. But there goes the market, Sean, all the way back down. So maybe a little bit of a rejection of that 23.5 as of right now. Pulling back in pretty aggressively. So yeah, watch out below.
Yeah, we might have to go short here.
Pretty aggressively. Might have to go short, Sean. We have to go short very, very early.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
This one.
No. It's just getting started, my guy, right now. This is just getting started. Yeah. The Nasdaq's down 0.2. I mean, I think we can get a lot more oh boys in this market than right now, especially with the market losing everything right here. You got Apple's gone right now. If Google's lost its strength, then I really think, yeah. So Google even down the most. Google's down one of the most right now out of all of them. So there goes Google downside as well. We'll go a little puff pass as well with Weed Batman right now. Is a name that we haven't really looked at today other than the first fill that we had. I was going to literally give this to 138. So let's go 137. We'll stop out if that doesn't want to work out for us. That'll be a downside tick there for Tilray. Breaking through 140, we're waiting for the scheduling there, and it's not a huge play. We haven't really made too much money ever trading some of these weed names, and pretty much all of us on the show anyways. There's some good levels. It's just these ones are hard. Like, I'd rather this name get long breaking through $1 or something like that. These can be very hard to sit around and wait for, so I think that's something that we have to consider here. We are in our last little legs of Tilray as well, as that made its move down with everything else, so we'll have to wait to see what happens now with SoFi. They're bouncing off 26 even. So we're long SoFi right here at 26.23. We're out about a dime on this as well. So, all right, so far so good here this morning. What do you got to tell them, Obi?
All right, guys, so exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P, TSX 60, semiconductors, and US Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points. Until December 31st of 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize US dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying US equity indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. All right, so the market's taking a bid big taking out the bid with a big quadunk here, Sean. So coming into that number, we only have about 11 minutes, but I don't know how aggressively that's really going to affect anything here. But yeah, watching stuff across the board, a lot of the stocks that were holding well went green to red. But guess what? There's one that has not experienced a lot of that sell-off, and that's Tesla. Tesla is holding up quite well right now. So let's take a quick look at that one here. Tesla holding up on its bid on the day. We know how aggressively strong that's been, even with the market tanking and with a lot of the Mag 7s pulling back in and breaking through their pre-market lows and just showing that seller dominance. Tesla is showing some absolute relative strength here, holding that 344 opening range low, almost pushing up into day's high. So the question becomes, Sean, if and when the market does catch a bid, how likely are we to push through that 350 and how aggressively as well? So those are the questions I'm asking here on Tesla. I like that 350, but we attempted to push it a little bit yesterday. It didn't quite come in. We're attempting to push it again in the morning session on the day today. So I like that a little bit better. Let's see if that can potentially come in, but holding relatively strong. There's that bottom wick on the market. Only 9 minutes left until this 15-minute candle can print. And look at that bottom wick, just picking it up and running to the upside. Oh boy, indeed. Which ones are the ones with strength? It's still Tesla. Nothing else is looking as green as Tesla right now, Sean. So, oh boy, hopefully some of you guys were involved in that Tesla move. Day 3 of the run up today and aggressive pushing. So, you know, it is what it is. Shout out to all the longs and the swings that got in on that lower end of that price compression. We talked about that price compression last week and what could potentially happen when all of that pressure starts to release. And oh boy, has it been releasing for the past 3 days.
Yeah, I mean, we had such a huge move up there on Jackson Hole. Remember, it's only Tuesday. Right now, Jackson Hole was Friday. So yeah, so far so good here as we look to see what's up with this market. Welcome, everybody. Welcome back one more time. We just, again, we could get excited again, but I don't want to offend anybody. But there it is. There's the face slapper right there with SoFi one more time. I mean, we just bought the dip down there at 26. So, yeah, we're still pretty big on that one. Patience, man, everybody. I see that in the chat. Make sure you do get into the chat. I want everybody to hit the like and the subscribe. I don't know where you guys have been the last couple days on this. I'm sure we look to get a little higher than where we are right now, guys. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We have 9,000 watching, 911 right there. We've got to get off that number. Hit the like now. There it is, 924. Let's see if we can get to 1,500. That'd be nice. We'll double check that. And what I'm going to load up right now is for everybody else. You got to get into the chat if you want to be there. I like looking on there. Here he is. You're my Wonderwall. Thank you so much, Charlie Taft. That was an awesome. When they sang Wonderwall and everything, I mean, whatever. I'm like not the hugest fanboy, but it was a great time there at the Oasis concert. Thank you. And anybody who went that's in the Toronto area or anybody else, let me know what you thought. But there it goes there. No, they came out. It was great, man. They were together, Liam and Noel. It was great. It was fantastic. Awesome concert. One of the best I've been to, I would think. Nice. But anyways, here we go. You got to get into the chat. You got to hit $, whatever symbol you want, and then that will populate in here. And then Uber, then Uber over here. Myself will have a quick look. I'm gonna hit pause just to have a quick look at this right now to see what's here. So as you guys keep inserting this will move around. But right now, OPAD. I don't know. We haven't looked at that. That's 18% upside right now. Open Door, nice move there for Open Door. Congratulations, right there. Stop it again. Open Door, congratulations, up 7% there today as well. Uber going, everything's starting to move now. MP, Rocket Labs as well, a nice little 4% move there as we continue to climb. So yeah, go get that going, man. We'll update this. We'll check that out. It's called the leaderboard. We'll check that out in a couple minutes. Thanks, Fabian, for building that. There it is, man, 1.2K. Thank you to everybody for hitting the like button. Let's get that going just a bit more. More SoFi out, man, at 2630s, 2640s would be where VWAP is. If we can get something out up there, that would be great. But right now, this is what we're working with. And it is SoFi long, it is Tilray long, and that is it. Other than that, nothing. And you've still got your I'm still up on AMD, Obi, but it looks like we did hold that 165, so maybe you should have looked over there. Tesla, as you've already talked about a little bit, leading the way in the voting and leading the way upside right now is TSLA. It seems like the traders are liking this stock, trying to get through the 349 area, then we'll see 350 after that. SoFi starting to work, and so is Tesla. So congratulations on that, and I hope yours starts to go as well.
Yeah, I'm watching this. We're almost at VWAP. Didn't quite get to VWAP yet, but oh boy.
Oh boy, not another oh boy.
Have you seen this before? Look at the bottom. Look, the Nasdaq just went red to green. That's crazy, dude. With only about 5 minutes left, the Nasdaq is pushing aggressively back into that 23.5. So a strong wipe to the downside, and then about to close the candle a little bit green here. Same thing with the ES as well. Talk about buyers kind of showing themselves after a bout of selling. That's absolutely wild here. That's kind of what I wanted to see. I wanted to see that little bit of a push up. And guess what? That Tesla now is going to be poised for that 350. So let's pull up that Tesla and start watching that book and see how it's holding up here into that 350. Hold on. Right now at 348 halves and still kind of bidding up. You can see the chart here. Held VWAP really well, pushing up against that opening range high as of right now. Let's see if there's going to be follow through. Only about $1.50 away, and that 350 has been anticipated by a lot of participants. Let's see if that final follow through is going to come in. And again, 350 is just a little bit of a pit stop.
Yep.
That range high is in the 360s. If we really start to push, which we have been, and we're starting to see some of that buying pressure over the past couple of days, I want to see that aggressive continuation and maybe a little bit of a squeezing action as well. That's kind of what we've been seeing over the past couple of days in the opening session on Tesla with the aggressive bids that it's been holding.
Yeah, I haven't.
With the market pulling back like that and Tesla holding up, it's showing us that, yeah, buyers are very much in charge as of right now.
I mean, I know I don't like the car business. We talked about that a little bit, so I'm not going to look at a Rivian or anything like that. I think Tesla has its own, obviously its own tailwinds behind it, including the robotics angle and everything like that. So we're really happy of all that. Hey, what's up there, Havana? What's up, Havana? When are we going to get a display of the ticker tally in the leaderboard? Yeah, that's actually a pretty good idea. Maybe we can do that faster than you would think there, Havana Woody. We can get that somewhere on the screen. I mean, I think that's why I'm going to, I don't know, I guess you and Neil were using that a lot yesterday, or that ticker showing it on the screen.
Yeah, we use it every now and then.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that's important. We keep on showing that. So thank you, Havana Woody. We'll continue to do that. I do hear Randy in the background, so I'm going to have to go get my own coffee coming up very, very soon. But with that being said, I do have another offer. We're waiting at VWAP. I was waiting a little bit higher. I'm waiting at 45 now for SoFi. So let's see if that can get going here today. SOFI. All right, Tilray, IBM, SoFi, AMD. Those are the ones that I want to look at. So let's just go have a quick little check on Uber, because we like that name as well. This is a name that I own in the long-term account, and it's been pretty good. I feel like we need to get something out. I've been talking about this and haven't done it yet. Uber right now, again, I really like the business. I do want to buy some dips. But again, you're kind of near these highs in and around $97. Let's see what winds up happening with Uber moving forward. oh boy, we're getting close to getting out of some of that SoFi right there. IBKR, the newest addition into your S&P 500 right there. So this is why I actually like the S&P 500, Obi, because they're doing the work for us right now. They're adding, they're removing, they're doing all this. Whether or not you agree or not, IBKR has found its new home sitting there in the S&P 500. So I'm not sure what the add or delete date is on IBKR, but
it's as of this Thursday, the changes will be effective. So as of the open on Thursday, WBA is out, IBKR is in.
There we go. So thank you, Adara, on top of that one. So there we go on Thursday. So key news there, because those are the days that we're going to wait to see what winds up happening with IBKR. Possibly, as we talked about adds and deletes, we'll look at the imbalance locator and we will figure that all out. We just got SoFi there, didn't we? This is SoFi, of course. That is SoFi. Yes, it is. There it is. So we get that 35 print. Nothing to write home about. Obviously, anybody that was sitting there would have got it. So nice trading there as we get out some more SoFi. We don't have a losing trade on yet. We're still waiting for Tilray to come through, and hopefully that will. I see that AMD is climbing, so that was some good patience by you to wait for that.
You know, I guess we got an economic number in about a minute here.
I'll go after that.
Just going to watch that. But yeah, coming into the candle close on here, the NASDAQ, we almost finished, I guess, a little red to green. That bid came in pretty aggressively. So just looking to see if that has some sort of potential continuation going on to the next candle here. But yeah, with that number coming up, I do want to stay a little bit wary. Tesla still holding a little bit of that uptrend as of right now, holding above VWAP, but still trading within that opening range kind of candles here. That range is from 344 halves all the way up to 348. So a nice $4 range that we've just been chopping up since the open here on Tesla. So no real extension just yet. But let's head over to ADRs. Those numbers are coming out in about 20 seconds. So let's see what's up.
Yeah, let's see what's up.
We already got a number as well. The Richmond Fed Composite Index usually comes out for some reason a couple seconds early. So that came in here at -7. That's a little bit better than the expected print of -11. But we're waiting here for CB Consumer Confidence. Forecast 96.7, previous 97.2. Coming in at 97.4. So CB Consumer Confidence better than expected and better than the previous print. 97.4. So higher than expected consumer confidence here. Market pushing a little bit higher. That is the NASDAQ. Let's take a look at the S&P 500. Same kind of look, bouncing nicely here for both of them off the lows, but struggling to break new intraday highs. Now let's take a look at some of these other tickers on the move. AMD, of course, this one's been heavily watched and hotly traded. In case you guys don't know what the story is on this, they did get an upgrade here to a buy rating from Truist Securities, but they also announced a quantum-related partnership with IBM. Then we have Boeing, BA, actually pushing in today's highs here. It was reported yesterday and then confirmed later yesterday, but Korean Air has announced their airline has announced an order of 103 Boeing jets. So good look here for BA. Eli Lilly's another ticker on watch there with positive obesity drug results. And of course, some of these more small cap and or closely watched stocks by retail traders like Open Door, Tilray, SoFi. Lots on the deck today, guys. Back to you.
All right, yeah, lots on deck. So, I think that Eli Lilly news there, they're working on the oral of the drug. So I think that that's getting better there. I know Neil's been in Viking for a long time. He talks about that stock. So they got crushed on their last earnings call there, as they had actually good results, but I don't think it was as expected right there. But you have to, Neil's in that stock or was in it and now is out of it. So I don't know. I just always hear him talking about it. But right there here for Eli Lilly, this is the name that I bought downside there. And I'm trying to buy the best companies on dips. We recently bought some Palo Alto as well. I think that's been obviously a pretty decent stock as we continue to look for some Pan W here today. But pretty much unprecedented dismissal of Lisa Cook today. I don't know. That's not really affecting the markets here at all. And I don't really know what to look at. I was looking at Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. That has nothing to do with anything. But this is just another stock that's not moving there. But you can watch out for Fannie and Freddie. They've had a nice move there as the government potentially talking about unleashing these back in so the U.S. government can regain some value. Again, from Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. So we'll have to find out if there's anything going on there. SATS, of course, EchoStar. SATS, there it is right there. EchoStar starting to go upside today on a $23 billion spectrum sale to AT&T. So this name's starting to go higher right now. Hybrid mobile agreement trying to get through regulatory hurdles right now, SATS. And then we talked about IBKR earlier today, getting added into the S&P 500, was up 4%, now turns actually red, IBKR, replacing Walgreens Boots Alliance. So as you see, you don't necessarily need to stay in the right sector to be added or removed. So they go from Walgreens to Interactive Brokers right there. And then, oh, wow, here we go, man. Bang, 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 bang. Let's go SoFi. It's a big trade for me on SoFi. So I don't know. We're going to wait to see if that can continue to work out. And then Boeing today. Look at Boeing going. We should have bought this one. That we discussed this sort of off the open again. They get $50 billion purchase right there from Korea and their Korea's Air right now. So adding to some of their deals with Japan, with China. But there it goes. That's a nice little move there for Boeing. So just a couple coverage there on some names that you guys may or may not be in. We did not. Sorry, my bad. I thought we were going to get some out there. Offer some 20. There we go. Offer some 38s, and we get those there on SoFi. So a little bit of an out there. I thought we were going to get some 39s, but we do not. So right there, SoFi trying to go. Those are some notable moves movers right there that we've had in the space so far today. And then some of the ones that Havana Woody obviously wants us to talk about and are the ones that are leading the way. And you're obviously in AMD, so that's great. Yep. That was a trade of mine, both of ours from the beginning. We really liked that trade. You stuck with it. I had to punch myself out. Well, I didn't punch it out. The system did. But it's Open Door right now, taking out $5. I mean, we like that name breaking through 4. I wasn't here when that happened on Friday, but you could still see, man, it's a great trade there. Oklo also, as I talked about that earlier when we had Mitch on, and he was talking about SMR, and I was like, yeah, SMR hit some pretty key levels. If there's anything that any of these stocks that are up today, they're probably half-decent names that are just bouncing off of key levels, and I think that that's something that we have to always remember, right? I mean, they're not all going to move like an Oscar or anything like that. That starts to go potentially after earnings or maybe a little bit of a later play. But again, look where Oscar came into, right? They came right into this 1350 area. We're able to buy it, then you get some love back there to the upside. And before I throw it back to you, I'm going to go get another coffee. Do you need one, my friend?
I think I'll be okay for now.
You will be okay. Yeah. DraftKings up 1.13% as the sports predicting market remains pretty hot there. OB. All right, I'm going to get long 165 and change if AMD comes in. Until then, I pass it off to my good friend on the right, and I'm going to go get either a water or a coffee, undecided.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Look at that Tesla coming in aggressively. So a little bit of a fail to follow through maybe with that aggressive selling coming in. So we attempted to push those range highs, 48 halves, couldn't really quite make it, and pulling right back into 345s as of right now. AMD also pulling back a little bit. We attempted to push a little bit higher than VWAP there, but holding that VWAP as a bit of resistance in and around that 166, just shy of that 167 as of right now. So just churning that 166 right now, and the futures, we got that little bit of a bid on those numbers there, but pulling right back in. So maybe some trouble here with this 23.5. Look at that in the pre-market session as well. Maybe showing up as a bit of resistance and pulling back in the open session, and more of the same potentially happening as of right now. Now, sure, that is subject to change going forward, but as of right now, that's the information that's being kind of printed in and along some of these names. But let me know in the chat what you guys are trading. I'm curious to know what everyone's participating in on today. Again, talking about some of these Mag 7s, distinctly different is Apple and Alphabet when compared to something like an Amazon, which is pretty flat. Microsoft is pretty flat. And then Nvidia is also pretty flat. Google and Apple are the ones that are selling off pretty, I guess, relatively aggressive compared to the other ones there as well. So let's take a look at the tech basket as well. So ARM pushing up to its highs, so that's distinctly different. TSM, nothing too crazy. We know that some of those ADRs were moving around in the past couple of weeks. Intel with a continuation and selling even lower here, so that 25 didn't quite make it through on Intel. We're trading back below and coming into $24 here. So still a lot of anticipation, I guess, coming in to these Nvidia earnings, Sean. So those are tomorrow afternoon after the market close, and it should be an interesting week here, especially going into tomorrow and then coming out of tomorrow as well. Nvidia has been in a bit of a run-up coming into it, but relative strength, that's what we were talking about. And Nvidia still holding its opening range with the craziness that's been happening this morning here in these markets. Oh boy, 65 halves holding on AMD now. So where will the bid come in? I have no idea. It seems like it's still kind of selling. That VWAP hold was quite nice. VWAP sellers kind of showing themselves once again on AMD. That consolidation high coming in at 166.70s. So trading about $1 away from that as of right now. Tesla didn't quite make it, man. I'm looking for that 345 hold if we can distinctly hold this. But maybe today's not the day. Maybe we just do some more consolidation. That 350, like I said before, could be it is very anticipated by a lot of people. So might not be as clean as everyone's looking for either. I see that DraftKings is going.
Yeah, DraftKings is.
That's one for the, that's a little bit for the swings.
I really like DraftKings, and we've talked about that a couple times here on the show for good reason. I mean, I like the first mover advantages. Once this sector gets boosted up, I mean, people are going to run to DraftKings, so it continues to go a little bit higher up right there. So, Obi, we went and we got some hydration nation.
Nice.
Cheers.
Yeah,
We have a couple waters there, I noticed. Or is that Neil's water over there?
that one is. I think
It's not my rule, my guy over there. Yeah.
What's going on?
He said that. I think it was you one day said we don't cheers water. Well, we just did. Okay, so right into here. Here we go. Let's go and see who's making all the money. This is probably Neil and Obi at the top side here. So let's just go over here, compare to see how much money you guys made yesterday. Right there. Yeah. So unless you only traded Canada, Obi, that wouldn't be you. But there it is. 12,500 right there. Nasdaq in New York, 10,000. This is who's making money at real trading yesterday. These are yesterday's top traders. Not huge yesterday. Amex. So someone trading something SPIs or gold or something there on .am, so NYC American right there as well. And then Chicago, this is could be someone that trades similar to what I do. The futures, New York and NASDAQ right there as well. Canada, New York, and rounding it out there was 5,000 to the bottom side. And we get questions about where's the bottom end of those numbers. We don't get those. We just get the top end. So I don't know how much people lost, but I do know that, real trading makes money. I don't want to talk about how much they make. I have no idea. But, a prop firm has losing trades, has winning days. So that goes up and down. And, if we ever change and it starts posting some of those negative numbers, we will for sure take a look over there. Go ahead.
No, it's interesting how you know about the Pareto distribution,
right?
Like the 80-20,
right?
And even a lot of prop firms. Wow, look at the market bid up. A lot of prop firms, the distribution is just like that. Most of the money that the prop firm makes from trading comes from their top 10 to top 20 best traders. That's usually the distribution.
No, that's exactly what take here, for example. There's lots of situations here where all of us will make different money, and it's just like that's what winds up happening, right? Hopefully the cream will wind up rising to the top. And I think that's true of many businesses, right? Where you'll have one or two products, like Birkenstock will sell the out of their main line of sandal and then they'll release second or third models or whatever, but everyone goes back to that original Croc. Like Crocs, and this actually, I think this is a good discussion. Crocs actually has many different models of these Crocs out there, but I only see the standard. By the way, Crocs in sports right now,
sports mode?
Everybody, well, you can do, my kids do sports mode. My son does. I'm like sports mode, come on. But no, in sports, every single player on every team pretty much is rocking Crocs. It's crazy how popular they are. The girls,
they're pretty comfy,
boys,
too.
everything. Yeah, it's that easy shoe.
Yeah.
Baseball, the same thing, man. Everybody loaded up with Crocs at the baseball game. But then you look at the stock price, CROX, right here. I don't think it's been doing that well. I don't want to overspeak, which I probably am doing. Yeah, there it is. A nice move to the downside there on Crocs. I think they had a warning on inventory control, to be honest with you, Obi. So I think we'll have to look to see what exactly is happening there with Crocs. But nice move in. And this actually made me think about, because that's a great level right there. Actually, maybe we have to zoom this back out a little bit. If I am thinking this positively about Crocs, okay, so there is some more downside there. That level right there is just back. That's November of 23, actually. So that is actually not a horrible spot there. I thought maybe we were a little earlier than that. But yeah, Crocs right there, a decent level for sure to get involved with CROX right into those levels. But someone asked me in the chat about Costco, and I think this is a name that you really need to buy. Make sure that you do get into the chat right now so that Obi and I can see what you're talking about and address it. And I missed the name, but someone's been asking, all the teens and kids wear Crocs. Yes, exactly, PMAC. I think there is a trade there. I think there's a trade here too. We didn't get, normally on a day off, we'll try to go to Costco or do something like that, but to get into, and I've been buying Costco, honestly. I'm going to say I probably have shares in here from 20 years ago at least. I like Costco as one of the names that my father used to trade in and out of a bunch of times, and so that brings back a little bit of memories there. But yeah, Costco right into these levels, 900 to 920. I think this looks like some great support. Even if you lose this 870, which I don't think you're going to do. Why would you do that? But you're underneath the 200, you're underneath the 50-period moving average. Maybe there's something broken about Costco and we need to do a little bit more work, but there's not many names where you get underneath the 200 and underneath the 50. And if we actually pull this back out and do like a daily, which this is, and we sort of zoom it out, you're not going to see the 200-period moving average violated pretty much ever on Costco. So, I mean, we're all the way back here. This is 2023. I mean, we know what happened in 2022 and 2021, so we are going to get some down distributions down in there. But other than that, like breaking through and trying to edge lower here, Costco, I think this is a buy at these levels, and it might be worth doing it even right now. And you're getting some of this love because Walmart didn't put up a good quarter. They had a miss last week as well. So there goes Walmart back into some of these levels. And like I said, if you're buying good companies at good levels, Costco is below the 200. Walmart is almost there. 94 would be that level. But then if our charts don't split adjust. But if you come back in, this would be a good level here, 90 to 91, I'm thinking, for Walmart as well. So, yeah, good questions there. Thanks for asking them about all those names. And I think that there's a lot of opportunity to buy here. So, yeah, there it is right there. Thank you, B-Towns 918 there, Sean, with the good due diligence out in the field. So, yeah, look, I just think that when you're out there and you're looking for things, like when I go to Costco and I see no lineups, then maybe I'd be concerned. They're still lined up, man. My wife still talks to me about them. They get some good mobile deals. And I like Costco. I think they're there for the long term. So
they're not going anywhere.
No, I mean, they're opening up huge warehouses around here as well. So.
But, I mean, did people not say that about Sam's Club at one time? They were kind of like
that's Walmart, I think.
Are they?
I believe Sam's Club is Walmart, but they could be.
So they kind of like just consolidated, maybe?
I thought Walmart just released Sam's Club in like a response. We don't really have it here. Yeah. I think we did have one in Brampton for a while there. Shout out to Brampton. Never to go back. No, I like Brampton, but just to visit. So anyways, $98 here for Walmart. Sorry, $96. I still like Walmart. I like Target as well. Down here in some of these spaces, Target still does give that dividend out, but they had a horrible miss the other week as well. So some of the retail names not doing too good.
I don't know what it is with Target.
Yeah.
I almost never do well trading it on earnings day one. It's so like.
I'm not true of most earnings plays. Not for you, but for everybody. It's tough on earnings day one.
Oh no, earnings day one. We have even some of the guys in the back. We have playbooks that work pretty well on earnings day one.
Which is not Target.
I don't know what it is about Target and me. It gets some of that price action is so coercive, and it gets me doing things that I usually don't do. That's usually sometimes the case there.
Coercive.
It is pretty tricky there. Market. A little bit of a chop up here.
Trying to go.
We got some red candles, red to greens, and that bid is stepping back in. So that prior wick here that we had holding up is maybe following through now. Sure, it was a bit choppy. It was a bit noisy there. We did have turbulence on the way, but we're reclaiming that 23.5 pretty well as of right now. So I'm noticing that. Let's see if we can actually continue the bid. I'm looking for maybe a push and a sustain above VWAP here on AMD, but you know what? I can't ask for too much here. Sellers have already shown a little bit of dominance there on AMD after that gap up. We pulled into that 165, and I really like the hold of 165. I don't know how strongly you weight some psychological numbers, but I like the halves, I like the fives, I like the quarters as well. But a 165 hold like that, I like that pretty decently as well. Open door back at $5. Have you seen this one over the past few days? This thing's been going absolutely crazy here. And I wrote down in my notes that we got some aggressive selling yesterday, and those bids were just getting wiped into back to back for some reason. No news, just strong selling price. Maybe some large players being like, all right, well, this is where we longed from sub dollars, and we like that push above $5. It went to like 580s yesterday. Let's see what that high is specifically, 587. And it went all the way from 580s all the way down to 459s. Don't forget, this is a $5 stock. And that's a pretty decent move for something like that. But reclaiming that 5 as of right now, $5 being a very interesting and important level when it comes to stocks in the market. And it seems like we're doing more of the same, which was over the past couple of days, churning a lot of volume in and around that $5 area. Here comes the market with another little bit of a bid here. 11 minutes for this 15-minute candle to close. Oh boy, Dr. Pepper was the one.
Keurig Dr. Pepper.
We saw it sell off yesterday on that acquisition news. Yep. And then I had it on watch for being like, all right, well, if it's going to do that, keeping it simple, Sean, just looking for more of the same. Bro. So Dr. Pepper is KDP.
Yep.
So KDP right here, look, that's more of the same. Look at that aggressive selling in the pre-market, off of the open into the close, flat, 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 no volume. As soon as that volume comes in, continuation right there, 31 open all the way down to 30 31s as of right now. So beautiful move on Dr. Pepper. Hopefully you guys had a piece of that one. You know what? I gotta start releasing a sticky note as well, because I gotta get people.
Yo, slow down on that one, my guy over there. No, do it. I think that's a great idea.
I'm not that great at execution, but sometimes the ideas work a lot better than I expect. Oh boy, I gotta.
Yeah, take a drink there. I think that's like most traders over there. Obi is that they talk a big game, but then you two do perform. But it is easy. Oh. It's a lot harder to. What I'm trying to say is that once you're in the trade, and you know this, when you're in a trade, the management of that trade is a lot different. And I say it to myself all the time. It's like, oh wow, look, like this stock is really ripping, but we don't have it. That happened to me the other day. I think it was Nvidia 176. We posted up there on Thursday, and I was like, I really, really love this level. And then it broke it, and I got out, only to look back and be like, wow, there it is. Like we wrote it down, but actually executing and holding, and that's why I'm saying like you to hold on to that AMD, show some sort of conviction, there, right? And so that's what it's all about. I mean, getting in and again, everyone will trade different style. I'll sit here and I'll trade 3 or 4 names. Neil will trade 10 or 15. He gets in and out if it makes or loses a couple pennies, right? And I think that's to everybody.
We were talking about this in the chat yesterday.
Yeah.
People are like, oh, Obi only took 2 trades yesterday. Well, I was like, yeah, those were the only trades that I set up. I had planned for them, and they worked. Neil worked exactly like I planned. Yeah. So do I really need anything else? I don't really think so. And I was just like, yeah, there's no reason to be forcing trades that are not part of the plan or part of the playbook.
I think that's the key word, they're forcing, because the minute that you feel like you're forcing something,
you're already
that's when it's no good. And that's why it's like everybody, trade your own book, trade your own risk and everything like that, because, it's one thing, in my opinion, to push some size. It's another thing to find the right trades. I think that's finding the right trades is what's important. Then you can add the size on top of that afterwards. So there it is, man. I always think of playing strong, and all the trades that I take, I take to win. So that's what I'm here for. No loser mentality of like, if this breaks, this is my stop. Like, I'm in it to win it. We obviously do have stops. We don't raw dog these trades, but we do have stops where we're trying to get some nice opportunities in, and I think we do have that. Hey, look, I'm in the longest trade here. We got into SoFi straight off the jump today, so this has been the longest trade for me here today. We've been in this name almost an hour watching out for SoFi. We did get stopped out of our AMD, which was right there. We should have been rebuying it at these levels, but we were waiting for 165, which seems to have been a mistake. IBIT right now, we'll talk about crypto when we get back from Midday, but right now 110.2, not doing a whole heck of a lot. You know, the XRP army, I see you guys out there. We definitely like that. And I was in Tilray pre-market. Good look, guys, as well. Unfortunately, this one is definitely a puff pass. I don't know what kind of strain this stock is potentially having right now, but it is sleeping and just having some munchies. And once it wakes up, then we'll see if Tilray can get going right now, but it needs a shot of something a little stronger than the cannabis. All right, let's go back over to Adara at the desk.
IWM certainly getting a shot of something to the upside here, Sean and Obi. Nice push here, pre-market, and continuing that 234.50 area, which was a little bit of resistance yesterday, is still a bit of an issue here for the Russell 2000. Now, to be clear, this was the high of day yesterday, more or less, and it's also looking to be the high of day today. So this could become a continued form of resistance should the IWM continue to struggle to surpass it. Let's take a look here at LWLG, Lightwave Logic. Last week here, they announced they appointed a new member of their technical advisory board. Didn't find any other news on this today, but potential, week-long continuation play for LWLG. No direct catalyst here for KOPN, Copen Corp, but a bit of an interesting comment here made by Howard Lutnick, who is, of course, the Secretary of Commerce this morning. Now, Copen they do lots of different sectors, but they do work in the defense space. And we did have Lutnick saying this morning that apparently the Pentagon is considering equity stakes in defense contractors like Lockheed. Again, Copen could potentially benefit from that interest in defense. Then we have HKPD. This is a Hong Kong related stock. The name of the company is Hong Kong Pharma Digital. And we know that these stocks in China have been very strong lately. They pulled back a little bit overnight, but even some of them still gapping up today. So HKPT could be a beneficiary of that move. Before we send you back to the guys, we want to take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool. You've seen Trade the Pool here with us for a while now, but now Trade the Pool has created something special for you. A free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trade strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside, you will see exactly how they approach the markets, how they manage risk, and what setups they rely on so you can learn and grow from what actually works. You can download it now by scanning the QR code on screen or hitting the link in the description. Back to you.
Right.
Thank you very much, Adara.
Yeah, so I got into AMD, and I'm also getting some more out on SoFi right now, literally at VWAP. I mean, this is going to be, hopefully this thing moons. We're out of half now of what we have, so we are in this to win this, like I said, man, and we'll see. I'm going to put another offer in and around this area, 37s, and I'm not going to feel that bad about it. I'm going to take out 10% of what we have, and then we'll go upside from there, and we'll see if we can somehow get these 50s one more time, and if we're able to do that, then we'll get out of another 10%, and then we'll see, man. Hopefully we can come back from our workout, and SoFi will be where it needs to be, up near some of the highs. I did join the oh boy party here because this was one thing that, you know, I had it written down, and I said to Obi, you know,
let's go.
It broke our 166 level, and my problem was getting involved too early. So we wrote down 166, and we were in on it. But once it broke, I was like, nah, broke my level, we're out. But good hold there as it gets into 160. I couldn't hold this $1 anyways with the share size, but 165 and change, here it goes. So we're going to now take it off of VWAP, Obi. So I do like that. I'm joining you with this trade on AMD. I liked it. And if the market's going to do this, man, and go upside, why not take one of the strongest names in the business right now? Up 2.5% goes AMD, but I'm sure you want to talk about it.
Yeah, no, this thing, I liked the hold of that 165, the reclaim of that 166. Now we're reclaiming that VWAP. We're getting that market tailwind continuation to the upside here. And this is what I was talking about this candle. I was like, this could be a little bit telling. The aggressiveness. I was like, since when have we seen something like this? It's so rare for a NASDAQ candle to drop almost 100 points and then rip right back up before the candle closes, creating such a bottom wick on the second 15-minute candle of the day. And not only that, we talk about psychological levels. That's a 2-3.5. That's a 23,500 as well. That already showed us in the pre-market that it might be acting as a bit of resistance. So coming in, it's just like, all right, how can we perceive what the price action is doing in and around here? And what is the market telling us? The market basically told us, oh boy, selling until it didn't anymore. And then it was like, oh boy, buying back into this level, a little bit of a chop consolidation. Now we're getting that follow through. So leg down, leg back up, consolidation, and maybe looking like it's doing a bit of a measured move back up through some of those highs relative to the relative to the wick that we had to the downside. So yeah, good stuff happening there on the futures. AMD catching a little bit of a bid here as well, pulling back into some of those prior levels this morning. Consolidation highs in and around 167.5s. We were looking for that 170, Sean. I don't know if we're going to get it right away today, but so far the structure that's been building, I really like it. 65 hold, reclaim VWAP on 67s. Can we hold the quarter at 7/2 and then go to print the whole at 170s? That's the next question that I'm asking here. Don't know what the rest of the chip sector is doing necessarily, but I'm going to take an assumption and say that most of these stocks are catching a bid, and that is correct. AMD is pushing back up a little bit higher, but Nvidia almost back at its day highs. 181.22 is the day high. We're currently trading at 180.90s, so almost a 100% reversion on that one. So that's looking absolutely beautiful here. I do want to piece out a little bit of my AMD here. I want to see a healthy consolidation on top of VWAP for us to take it even longer all the way back up. And yeah, you're right. I definitely I held that almost I guess just over in and around $1 against me, but the sizing definitely wasn't there. But you can see when that bid started to come right back in, you can see just how aggressive I was, kind of getting the size that I wanted on the trade right back in and kind of just, massaging my way into the stock here as well. So here we go, a little bit of a pullback coming in on the candle close, about a minute left for this 15-minute candle here, and we're pulling back into VWAP, and that's kind of what I want to see. Let's see if we consolidate. Healthy consolidations is what I'm looking for, along with market strength. But oh boy, I'm looking at this 1-minute chart here on Apple. What a beautiful reversion this one's having as well. Man, I don't like it when I miss that backside, but, sometimes it's just nice to look at.
I like that one too. Nice. It's always nice to look at, that's for sure. Okay, so, yeah, look, we got out as well on that AMD, so we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening. Today's news stories kind of are all over the place a little bit. The market, I heard you say the market's been this crazy market, you said. It's been pretty easy. It's 0.16. It's the shorts had their day early. Then we broke that high. That could have been a good futures trade. But I just think that right now it's doing what I sort of was thinking we could be in right now, and that is just a consolidation, maybe in order to get higher into some of these plays. We did get a good out there. Obviously, we talked about that play right there, 38s on SoFi. So we did get that. We were waiting for 40s or 50s and see if we can get that. And we took another break of 26 down there to the bottom. So if we can do that. President Trump today citing mortgage allegations, apparently getting rid of Lisa Cook. We'll see if that actually holds out. IBM and AMD, to take the other side of this trade, today developed quantum-centric supercomputing, aiming for a hybrid quantum model. And we're going to wait to see what IBM has in touch for all of us. But for right now, it's a nice downside play there for international business machines, Obi. That's going down. Trump also threatened 200% tariffs on China today. So if we go over to FXI right here for rare earth magnets, and also new tariffs about chip export restrictions there on China today. So, not really moving around too much. China's been a great trade since the tariff lows as well. $30 up to 40, looking to break out. I really like this trade as it looks technically. I'm only in Alibaba. That's the only Chinese name that I have, and I've been buying that for a very long time. And Baba, I think my average price is still in the 110 teens, something like that. Like, I don't know, I'm not sure. So yeah, so it's probably just in the money now, Alibaba. We actually, I was buying this name during COVID as well. So this has been a name that, was well loved and then well hated. Alibaba down there near $80 in change. Whether or not this puff pass piece is going to work, I'm not sure. I'm at 49s. I thought I was at 49s on Tilray. I'm at 50s. So if we can get through 50, we'll take a fill there as we wait to see if this wants to do anything. That's right. We're at VWAP looking for a break there. I think Tilray will eventually work. We just got to wait for it. You have to have patience in this game. That is for sure. We had it in AMD, and now that's back to 40. So I'm going to take another piece out there at 38, as we've got some decent size available to trade here on AMD. So we'll take that out as it's coming back up there, Obi. So that's going to be a good trade, hopefully, for us as well. Eli Lilly, Boeing actually today had a good move higher as well on the $50 billion deal with Korea. So watch out for those guys coming through. Sorry, $20 billion order, from Korean Air, adding to its $50 billion backlog. So there goes Boeing right now to the upside. Let's go, man. We're almost, for me, net-wise, we're at the highest spot we've been at all day because we did re-enter this AMD trade. Whatever, we don't talk about share size, but you and I here, we'll wait to see where we can go on this. I'm getting some more out, Obi, so I only have, we'll talk percentages now, I only have 75% left. I've only got out of a quarter here on AMD. Price target, high of day. So I don't plan on getting anything out of that anymore. Thank you to Artemis. Thank you to everybody in the chat as we keep on having a great time. And it's all because of you guys and girls and theys and all that. Whoever's in the chat, thank you so much for being here every single day. Hit your like, hit the subscribe, and get part of our team, man. We have 1.3K right now, 8,000 watching, 1.3K likes. Hit those like buttons and get going. I'm still in SoFi, Tilray, and AMD. 3 trades, all the long side here. Obi, and you're still in your AMD as well.
Yeah. I'm looking. So I've pieced off of more than 70% here on top of VWAP. But like I said, I'm looking for that healthy consolidation to take the next trade to take us potentially back up towards day highs. So that's what I'm looking for. Don't know if we're going to get it just yet, but we are getting that consolidation. Market taking a little bit of a breather here with the open of this 15-minute candle, about 11 minutes left. Oh boy, there's some selling coming in. But yeah, can't forget the bigger picture sentiment that we saw coming in off of the open. The buyers kind of definitely a little bit, or showing themselves a little bit after sellers showed themselves. So it's just like, you know, I don't know what it's going to do, but we can talk about what's been happening and what's happening right now, and how that compares with what's been happening, like the story that's being told on the day, right? So we got that flush down in the 165s. It has a little bit of news. We kind of bid right back up. That was an aggressive bid along with the rest of the market as well. And some of the other stocks in the sector are catching a little bit of a bid as well. Nvidia, it hasn't really broken its high a day just yet, but it's attempting to kind of push a little bit higher here. Market tailwind definitely dependent on this. There it goes. Let's see if we can catch a little bit of a bid. VWAP on AMD, if you're asking where that is, I have that at 166.86s. So just about 20, 30 pennies away from there. But let me know in the chat. AMD is not the only thing moving around. I am 100% sure people are involved in a lot of other names that are going absolutely ballistic. And one of them is ARM. That's one I usually don't kind of actively trade, but oh boy, that one's holding up pretty well. Aggressive strength on that.
Oh boy, yes.
Let's show the chart here on ARM at the same time. Wow, there goes KDP.
Palantir is just boss level
here. As well. So we were going to look at, what were we going to look at? Apple? No, we were going to
I mean, if you want to look at one, you can look at Palantir.
NEO.
Yeah, look at NIO, my guy.
NEO, yeah, with a little bit of a pullback. We'll go to Palantir right away after this one here. But yeah, nice push on that. NEO was aggressively strong. We got all the way up to 680. So that was prior day's highs. We broke those pretty well. I was honestly looking for a potential backside move continuation after what we got yesterday, but not really the trade to have, or that was on hand off of the open today. Aggressive strength coming in. So have to respect that. Didn't really participate on any of that one there. Palantir, let's see how our friend Palantir is doing.
Oh, it's doing boy. Friendly actions, my guy.
Oh boy, that bid is back on. The longs are definitely very, very strong on this one. We were talking about this on Wednesday. That was a little bit of a capitulatory move. We got that leg consolidation leg, and that initial leg was actually 100% reversion of the morning sell-off. That was a continuation of the multi-day selling. So we finally got that last little bit of, you know, quadunk, and a lot of selling coming out of the stock, and then finally buying, kind of stepping right back up. But this consolidation high, or whatever you want to call it, prior day high from last week, Friday, is sitting at 163.19, only a couple dollars away from that as of right now, straight to the upside. So looking distinctly different from that of the market shake and bake that we had off of the open here. This thing just held its VWAP, I can tell already, held its VWAP, and then started to hold structure above opening range highs, and then broke that as well for a break of prior day highs, and then that acceleration, look at that, with volume coming in through some of those day high breaks. So absolutely solid push on PLTR. All right, we got a little bit of a super chat here from Mr. Tendies. What's up, Mr. Tendies? Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on MSFT? The daily seems to show a bull flag, possible break along the next few days. Oh boy. I have my thoughts on Microsoft, Sean, but we can take a quick look at that, and let's see what Sean has to say about that as well right after this. But yeah, bit of a downtrend, man. That's what I'm looking at. You're looking at the flag. I'm looking at a bit of a downtrend. This aggressive selling, that earnings reaction almost really exhaustive, right? If you were looking at the higher time frame bid on Microsoft, we've been bidding, especially since the gap up since last earnings. Strong bid, multiple months worth of a bid. Another strong bid off of this earnings, and then flush right all the way back down. And then continuation for a break in higher time frame trend. And we've been seeing some seller dominance since that's happened, since the earnings as well. So do we see a bull flag? Maybe, but I'd like to see some of this downtrend start to break and show us that, yes, this is the chart and the price action showing us that buyers are back in control. So that's kind of what I want to see on Microsoft. I do have it on watch for a bigger picture, but I did really, really like that short through this 520 shelf just a couple weeks ago there. So what's your look on that softy?
Yeah, so I'll talk about that in a second. We do have a add here. We're adding to our AMD position down here. We didn't get picked up our full load there at 166.50, but that's what we are looking for. So I'm looking for that kind of a play right now on advanced micro devices to see if we can get some dip buys. And then if we can break through 50 to the downside, then we're going to get out. So temporarily in this name right now. And again, I don't mind it on AMD. We're going to wait to see where it goes from here. But again, a little bit of a dip down opportunity to pick, okay, here it goes, to pick something up. We're now long in the 70s. It's too bad because we didn't get the full amount of shares, as I just had mentioned there, that we were looking for in the space, but we'll take what we get right now on AMD. And then my stop on breaking this level is 164.29s. So that's what we're going to look for there on the break lower right now. Before we go over Microsoft, we do have to remind everybody that empowered women can change the world, and you can also help make it happen. The Woman Boss trains and mentors women and girls across Africa to lead, innovate, and thrive. Since 2018, we've reached over 10,000 women and girls, and your donation today can launch the next great entrepreneur. Please use that QR code right in front of you, scan it on your screen to join a brighter future. That is womenboss.org, and we want to thank them for sponsoring, of course, our show. So thank you so much, Women Boss, and as we look to give back as well. So, all right, so there it is. AMD, nice move there. Yeah, so, okay, Microsoft. Look, I think Microsoft, and we talked about this, it's a holding of mine. I think a lot of traders enjoy Microsoft as a holding. As far as the day trade, though, yeah, today it's pretty choppy, and I don't know what kind of information everybody's looking for here, but on a pullback in for Softy, again, it is at the 50-period moving average right now and looking to hold 500. I'm nervous about this name. Has nothing, okay, shoot, man, we got to get back over to this. We are starting to go now, boys and girls, on AMD. It's a big trade alert right now. We bought that dip, and it's a big trade alert right now on advanced micro devices. So here we go, man. We're bringing the excitement back. And I mean, and I hope that it's not gone anywhere, Obi, but there was that dip buy opportunity there on advanced micro devices. We're able to buy that, and now we'll wait to see where it goes. But I'm pretty happy right now with AMD and what's been going on. So there it is, a nice pop through. 167 is what we're looking to see if we can hold. It's a good trade. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now. We've got SoFi trying to go. We've got Tilray, as I said, chilling on the couch right now. And SoFi, Tilray, AMD, the three trades for your boy. But this is a big one. Let's see if we can get it to go, Obi. It's AMD, and it's Adara at the desk.
Take a look here at our sector board right now. Electronic technology certainly leading the way. Nvidia, Broadcom, GE, and of course AMD all strong this morning. Boeing as well here with the catalyst announcing with that Korean Air announcement. They're getting 103 Boeing planes in a deal they made with the company. GEV was also a beneficiary of that deal. So, or sorry, not GEV, GE Aerospace. Either way here, producer manufacturing strong with the exception of Caterpillar. Eli Lilly leading health technology here. We know that they had some well-received results for their oral obesity pill. Consumer non-durables a little bit weaker here, though. Communications weak, transportation a little bit more mixed, retail trade a bit more mixed. And let's talk about tech services, because unlike electronic technology, there's not a lot of strength to be found here. Palantir, nice push up into it on day 3 earnings, looking nice, and IBM with that AMD quantum related partnership, a pretty good look as well. But there's Google to the downside, a lot of these other names chopping around here. So mixed performance across the market and within a lot of these indices, or within these sectors, guys. Back to you.
Here we go again right now. Obi and I both on this AMD tip as there it goes. AMD to the moon right now. So that's going to be a good trade here as we go for advanced micro devices. But as you guys know, there's many more things happening in this market. We sort of talked about Eli Lilly today. That's starting to move around a little bit. We got consumer confidence, of course, at 10 o'clock, which was a little bit better than expected, which I think has helped this market. But we were just talking about how choppy it's been. And right now you're back into the 50-period moving average down here on the futures one more time. So I don't, did you guys look at the Fed rate tool yesterday at all? You probably did, right?
Like 80 something?
I was going to say, because I haven't looked at it today, so let's have a look at it for the first time together right now. Yeah, wow, okay, so right back up. When we left on Thursday, and then after Jackson Hole, I guess a big difference, 88% rate. Okay, I'm gonna get out some more AMD. And look, I apologize, like people that are like, hey man, this is only a 50-cent winner for AMD. Exactly, that's a big one for me there. So anyways, 88 to 11 right now, looking more and more likely to get that interest rate cut come September the 17th. We are now moments away from Nvidia earnings. That should spark something in this market for sure. But yeah, we're doing pretty good right now, man. We've got SoFi on the watch. We just tapped out at some more SoFi. I don't know if this is going to go or not. I'm not buying any more dips. I'm not going to turn a winning trade into a losing trade on SoFi, that's for sure. So we're going to wait to see what happens there. And then Nvidia, I just kind of want to hold Nvidia the rest of the day, Obi. So, sorry, AMD the rest of the day as it continues to work out for us right now. And I just think we might have caught, I don't think we caught the bottom. I mean, the bottom would have been down there, but we definitely, I don't think, have seen the top today. I mean, if this market actually bounces, I feel like it's going to get led. I mean, SMH continues to go higher as well. Over the next couple days, we'll see hopefully new highs as Nvidia comes through. So yeah, right now I'm at the highest spot I've been at all day. I hope you guys are as well, and we're waiting for Tilray to do something. It's doing nothing. We were at 50. We should have been at 49. I'll stay there and see what winds up going down. But yeah, so far so good here, as we don't have a losing idea on yet. You know, we were able to get back into AMD, put this upside for ourselves, and we'll get another piece out right there at 10s, and now we'll see if it can go higher. I have no more offers, Obi. That's a lie. I have one at 167.20s, and then after that we get a lot higher and we see where we can go. But here it goes right now.
Hey, yo, yeah.
Hey, yo.
Look at this shaking big. This is what I'm talking about. We were just talking about, the market is ripping to the downside. I just showed you that red candle on the NASDAQ. It just went red to green once again. How many times does this happen over and over again? Closing the candle green now. That's some aggressive. So it's like, once again, buyers are showing, giving us some poise and showing us like, okay, fine. Like maybe we do sell, but we're buying up every single dip. I'm just speaking about the NASDAQ. I was like, all right, for AMD to kind of start to push and give us that through that next structure, we did pull back and hold that 166.5s really, really well. If we want to push the next structure, the next target, then we might want to see a little bit of that market tailwind coming in as well. And those buyers coming in really nicely. I like that. I don't know why I'm looking at a 1 minute here on Apple. Okay, so back to the 3 minute. We are pushing up against opening range highs here, 227s on Apple. What a nice grind back up. So a beautiful recovery of that. Aggressive sellers coming in off of the open. Okay, that's fine, that's cool. But buying kind of stepping right back up. Again, on top of a psychological level here, 225s. 225s, strong consolidation for almost, I would say half an hour. Yeah, pretty much half an hour here. We dropped down there right 10 minutes going into the open session there, and we don't really catch a bid until about 10 as well for a push back up to day highs there. So beautiful action happening on Apple, and oh boy, Dr. Pepper still kind of selling off there. So that one, it went flat yesterday, and it's doing more of the same today. So yeah, let's see if that one continues. I'm missing out on that one, so shout out to anybody who had that coming into the day today. Let's see if this 15-minute red candle now on the NASDAQ also gets bought up going into the close. We only have about, I guess, 10 minutes roughly, 11 minutes roughly to close this 15-minute candle here. Actually 13 minutes, so. You know, it is what it is. Let's see if those buyers come in. I like the way that AMD has been holding structure, looking across the board in terms of Mag 7s. Nvidia finally broke past its day high. Prior day high is sitting at 181.90s. We're currently trading in the 20s, 181s. So gonna be a little bit patient and watch that potentially come in. AMD short saying Lewis in the chat. I don't know, maybe. I have no idea. But I'm waiting, I'm watching, letting the market speak to me, give me that confluence to take this a little bit higher. I do want to get back into full size on this one, but hasn't really given me aggressive kind of an aggressive sign. That add on 66.5s, that was the place, and I did definitely not add enough. So it is what it is. I have what I have. Where is the next trade? That's what I'm asking. ARM continues to bid up, so oh boy on that one. And you guys are not really telling me what stocks you guys are trading in the chat. I see, okay, there's one there. I see Uber. Let's see how our friend Uber is doing. And you know what? Uber's been pretty decent as of late in terms of their service. I remember there was I think it was a few months ago, I had to wait like 5 to 10 minutes at least for an Uber, and now it's just
we took one to the concert the other day, and it was fine. It wasn't a great experience. The guy, you couldn't get anywhere near the concert, so we got dropped off probably a little too far. It was we walked like. It was a nice walk, 25 minutes. The thing is, because the concert's in an airfield, they built that new stadium. Yeah, so it's a walk no matter what. The least amount you could walk is probably like 10 or 15 minutes. So we wound up walking a little bit more, but it was nice. We took an Uber there, pretty cheap too. Yeah. Like I'm still an Uber One member, and I get like 20% off rides.
Nice.
On Uber right now.
I'm not an Uber One member, but I think I use it so much they keep giving me the.
That's the thing, yeah.
Well.
You know what it was?
So I was as well, yeah.
So I was an Uber member, and then if you cancel your membership, and then almost, I don't know if this happens all the time, but then within like an hour, they sent me like, I think it was something like 65% off, something like that for the next 3 months. So I just quickly grabbed that, and I think I saved. And
customer retention, they call it.
Yes, exactly. And the Uber ride was only maybe $25 or something anyways. Yeah. But I think I saved the $5. It was like 20% off Uber rides, plus you get the 5% discount or whatever.
And Lyft getting pretty competitive as well. Which
that's what I was gonna ask you.
I use both, but what happened yesterday was I was already in in an Uber, kind of headed to my destination, and then I was like, well, this was a little pricey going there, so coming back, let's see what Lyft says. Automatically, I have the Uber app open. Yeah. And then I open the Lyft, and I get a pop-up being like, oh, you have a 60% off for your next 2 rides. I wonder if they know.
In Uber or Lyft?
On Lyft. I wonder if they know I'm already using. I don't know.
Maybe they do, but the thing is, also, you never open your Lyft app, or do you? Like, when was the last time you opened it? I'm just wondering if that would have popped up regardless.
Like, so no, I didn't open it for a while.
60% off rides. I mean, they give you these little things, and I'm not
up to $10.
Right, of course, yeah, that's what they have too. Same thing with like Uber Eats. It's like 30% off your next order, maximum $5 off, or something like that. It's like $5 off. Like, what am I even ordering? The chart on Uber is great. They're good talk there. I'm not driver or company specific. I'm like a whore for the price. Like whatever is the best price, because a lot of Uber drivers will also drive Lyft.
Yeah, they have both. And you know what I'm noticing? A lot of Polestars. So we know Tesla's a lot of Polestars now as well. So I like Polestars. Polestars are, I think, a cool.
I've actually never been in a Polestar.
They're comfy. They're nothing too crazy. It's nothing fancy, but
yeah, but that's what it
comfy,
is. It's like,
and it's smooth. It's a quiet ride. I like it.
It's like the Model 3 is same thing. It's just basic. It's like cookie cutter.
Yeah.
The seats, like there's nothing. Like moving from Mercedes and BMW, which I've had, over to a Tesla, it's definitely my model anyways, the base model, is just a toy. It's not, no luxury there.
You can't compare it.
You had the Model S would be something to get.
Have you ever driven one?
Not a Model S, no. I've never even driven a Model Y.
If you like driving fast cars,
sort of,
it will ruin you. Because nothing else is.
My friend has the Taycan Porsche, that's also electric, and he's like, man, oh man, that is a spicy vehicle.
One of my best friends, he has a P90D Tesla Model S, so that thing is fast.
Oh man, I love that car. Yeah, if I had Neil's kind of money, man, I'd be buying those Tesla Model S's. Okay, I believe she's been waiting. We have Money Talks or something coming up right now. It's 10:50. Let's go find out what those USDs, etc., are up to today.
The USD continues to be like super choppy and range bound. I mean, we are still very much off this low of the year that we made on July 1st, around that, just above that 96 level. But we've been chopping for the last couple weeks, base of around 97.70. Peak here of around 98.70, so in a roughly 1 point range. Currently trading here at 98.1, so quite smack dab in the middle of that range. Of course, we had that drop pretty significantly, gapping up and dropping down on Friday with Jackson Hole, but yesterday we didn't really break any new ground when it comes to the U.S. dollars movement. I want to talk here about Lisa Cook. So Fed's Cook, as you can see here in the corner of this infographic, you can check this out on X at TTV Research. This is significant here because Donald Trump just announced that he will be firing Fed Reserve Governor Lisa Cook. Now, you can only fire a Fed governor if you are the president, which of course Trump is, and if you have cause. It has to be for cause. Well, apparently, for cause is not specified in the Fed Reserve documents in terms of what actually counts as cause. A lot of these economists are saying that Trump likely does not have cause to fire Lisa Cook because the allegations of mortgage fraud, A, they're a little bit tenuous, and B, they actually are not related to her duties at the Federal Reserve. C, this alleged fraud happened before she was appointed. So for these reasons, there's actually been some speculation as to whether or not cause is applicable. We'll have to wait and see how this all unfolds. But either way, Lisa Cook and the Fed on watch under more hot water. Right now, it looks like Trump is turning away from too late Jerome Powell. Back to you.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Everybody's favorite segment. They've been asking for it for a while. It's what's for lunch. So let's go figure out exactly what is for lunch right now. And I got to actually go find it. It's actually a Thai dish today. So I actually got the picture up for it here. Pad Gras Prao. Is what people are excited for right here. So this is kind of what it looks like right into here. I guess it's like a minced meat kind of thing on white rice. We're gonna go find out exactly what this says here. Thai beef and basil type stir fry is what's being said here on our system. Steamed jasmine rice, stir fried vegetables, and cabbage salad. That sounds pretty good. That is what is, of course,
For lunch.
what is for lunch? Right there, SoFi paying for lunch today, that's for sure, as it's getting up to 26.33 right now, starting to go. And we will battle, of course, with Advanced Micro Devices and AMD. But today's daily hot topic, of course, we're going to bring in the men to our left. And there it is. It is your 4-box. And it is all about what's coming tomorrow, gentlemen. Tomorrow we have Nvidia, Sharif and Joe. It's going to be a big earnings report. We're expecting a 6% move. We see AMD kind of hovering around here today. What's the plan? What are we looking at for Nvidia, guys?
Joey, you want to cover the options angle? Because I'm going to cover the China angle.
Yeah, absolutely. So as Sean just mentioned, guys, we're looking at a 6% move. So that's going to put us roughly around that 190 and a low of around 170. But one thing to note, and we've been talking about this quite often, is that the size through those strike prices haven't increased just yet. Leading in tomorrow, I'm going to suspect the open interest is going to start to pick up and accelerate. But right now, we're not even in the triple digit streak. We're looking at about 96,000 contracts at that 190 strike price, and through 185 we have about roughly 85,000 contracts. So I'm looking for those specific strike prices to grow in size.
Once 20% of Nvidia's annual revenue, it's down to 13%. I'm talking about the revenue that comes from China, and there's a reason for that. Regulatory restrictions, especially around these advanced AI chips. So how does that fare into the earnings? Well, number one, I want to hear more about the demand for the H20, or to be more clear, the lack thereof. We know that Beijing has been dissuading some of its more advanced tech companies from buying the H20. So why, oh why, would they want to buy a more advanced B30A? And that's what Nvidia is touting now as the next gen China-specific AI chip. My question is, Jensen, baby, if they ain't buying the H20, what do you think they're going to buy the B30A for? I want to hear more commentary and color on that, boys.
I mean, the thing is, 95% of investing in AI firms have not made money yet. So I think it's, as Sharif's point here, I think it's going to be very important to see what the flow through looks like here. What about China? What is that next area to look at? What are the competition saying? We've seen AMD with a nice number. They started to pop up right here. We get that new recent buy. What do you guys think about what's been happening with Intel? I mean, do we think that there's going to be some government money put into Nvidia? You guys think that's possible? I don't, but maybe.
Sharif said this before. With Intel, the government can hand the money hand over fist, but that doesn't mean they're going to gain any customers. And I think that's Intel's biggest problem. They need to run into that M&A phase and start grabbing some acquisitions, in my opinion.
Yeah, to build on your point, Katina, man, you bring up a good point. They've got this 14A node. They've got this 18A node. But guess what, Katina, man? They got no dang customers for that. And NVIDIA's viewed it. AMD's viewed it, Katina, man. They just said it's not good enough, and they go with Taiwan Semi every single time, so I need to hear more.
I mean, the main question is right now, boys, Nvidia is 8% of the S&P 500. Do we go to 10 or do we go back down to 6? Just a couple of days, we'll be able to find that out. And you can find it out live here at Trader TV Live. Wednesday night, we're doing a watch party. Make sure you watch us. It's Nvidia earnings. This is the place to be. There's nowhere else.
I think it's bigger than a Love Island watch party.
Guys, so Microsoft just reported it is another market leader, right? Sure, maybe not as aggressively related to semiconductors or chips relative to Nvidia, but you can see that it had that exhaustive action. We're selling off, even though the AI bubble, if you want to call it, is still long and strong. We were seeing every single dip get bought up. So the question becomes, even if we have a nasty earnings report, right? Something not as expected. The question becomes, do we still buy up some of those dips? Are we still in that AI euphoria?
Get it over.
Does the market not care? At the end of the day, we can be like, all right, they're not selling these chips, they're not making this money, but at the end of the day, they've been on that aggressive run-up, and the market has been telling us that buyers are long and strong on this market. Stocks only go up. I don't think this AI story is anywhere near from being over. We are just getting started. This is the infancy of AI. Sure, we might not be seeing the returns. We might be having some troubles with China in terms of which chips we can sell, which chips we can't. But regardless, after all of that kind of passes, that's when I'm curious to know, what will the price action kind of tell us? What will the market tell us? Because at the end of the day, we're trying to make money. We're trying to make, as regardless of what we think of how things are going, do we still buy up the dips? Are these good places to buy things up? If it sells off, that's another discount, if that's going to be the case, right? So I think I think it's going to be very important to watch out. But in terms of market leaders, Microsoft has been selling off after its earnings pretty aggressively after a really long run-up. So that has me slightly concerned in terms of Mag 7 stocks. Do we see some selling, some profit taking after an aggressive run-up? We know how much Nvidia has run up just year over year, right? So if we get another back-to-back earnings report that hits it out of the park,
the stock's not going to move at all on earnings. It's going to move on some of these future talks, right? So I think that we've got all of that covered. It's the Brady Bunch, except for maybe more handsome. Story about the guy in the top right. Let's go over to Adara. We'll talk soon.
I don't know about that, Katina, man.
We have a post from Donald Trump on Truth Social. This one's about Cracker Barrel, and it's sending the stock initially to the upside. This came out about 20 minutes ago, but I guess the move here and the post is circulating right now on social media. And I'll show you guys the post. Cracker Barrel should go back to the old logo. So for context here, Cracker Barrel changed its logo. It was not well received. Trump is saying they should go back to the old logo, quote, admit a mistake based on customer response, the ultimate poll, and manage the company better than ever before. They got $1 billion worth of free publicity if they play their cards right. Very tricky to do, but a great opportunity. Have a major news conference today. Make Cracker Barrel a winner again. Remember, in just a short period of time, I made the United States of America the hottest country anywhere in the world. 1 year ago, it was dead. Good luck. So it's unclear if there is actually a major news conference today with regards to Cracker Barrel, or if he's telling the company to have a major news conference today. But either way, CBRL on watch, guys. Back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Obi. It's been an absolutely fantastic day. I know you'll be joining me once again at 2 p.m. I'm going to go see about doing some laps. It's always tough. Like, I don't do anything over the weekend, and then I get right back at it. So today we'll be sucking a little bit of wind, and then we'll get back at it over the next little while. But, hey, what a great day. Well, hopefully Obi and I can celebrate an AMD push-up, and then we'll see if that can hold out. But thank you so much to everybody for watching. Make sure you do hit the like and subscribe. It's our Midday Madness show with these two gentlemen beside us. Back now, Sharif. So we're really happy to have him back. I know he was off there yesterday. So Joe, Sharif, your Midday crew is back, joined by Adara, of course, and all of us are back at 2 p.m. So until then, ciao for now.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That very calm individual is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And where are all my people at in the chat? Let's go. Sharif Slip, what up, fam? We got Juan Padilla, we got Ryan O'Day, we got Gen AI Apps. Shout out to B-Town 918. Are you from Brampton? Because I know that to be B-Town. We got Gotham House, why not, why not? Ben Efrick, what? Who is this? Can't say your name. FME, Dangerous. We got Wake, something or another. Yummy, Thai Foods. Shout out to Mark Zemes, as well as Thomas D. Risk. We got Jay Haas, ATX, and Brandon. Oh, man, you guys are making it hard for me today. Shout out to 420 Blood Monster, Kenya Flowers. We got Evan Superhero, Alton 1830. Shout out to Nobody 2310. Now we're seeing some new names, baby. Trendline Tycoon, bravo there, love the name. We got Lifty Bands 76.19. I would have liked it if it was 69.19 better. Big Sky 69. Shout out to my man Fat Figure. We all know him. Wyatt something or another. Sorry, brother, I butchered your name there. Christopher Pond. One more, Joey. We got Grand Opera. Shout out to everybody and good morning on this very interesting Tuesday morning. Joseph, the market's a little bit up, it's a little bit down. Now it's kind of looking a little flat here.
Yeah, it is, man. It is. There's no questioning that. And let's kind of just break down real quick what's going on. I was talking with my guy Jag in the chat. Yeah, we don't gotta. Oops, what did I just do there now?
What happened?
Oh my days!
Embarrassing.
It's so embarrassing. I didn't even know you could do that, my friend. All right, let's put that back where it belongs there, and bang, and there. Yeah.
Do that.
Did you know you could do that?
Hold on, we need to figure this out. Oh yeah, there I see.
Yeah, there you go. I don't know whatever that one's for.
Okay.
All right, so Tesla. We had a monster trade on that one yesterday, and then we're just looking for the continuation in strength today, and we're not getting any of it. So we start here, nice curl over pattern, looking for the break of the high of the day, and you get somewhat of a move higher, and then boom, as soon as it comes south of the volume weighted average price, we hop out, and then I start relatively small right there, and then I'm not even adding it in it until it starts to work, and then sure enough, lower end of the range, I'm like, all right, that's enough of that one. So 0 for deuce on that TSLA trade, looking for the continuation from yesterday, and then my guy Ethereum, we were just ready to go gung-ho right here, but unfortunately it did not work either, so that's unfortunate. 0 for 5 on the day, but hey, we got plenty of risk throughout the session, and I think we have the ability to bounce back, but we just got to find ourselves that right ticker and get in that right trade. Other than that, guys, 0 for on the session.
All right, man, here's the deal. Here's what we're looking at. Small cap gap or world, HKPD. We'll get to that one in a second. 0 for 1 on that. We took a quick beak wetter, but it did lose the volume weighted average price, and it's also below that $2 area. So even though this is the baddest looking one right now, and by bad I mean like Michael Jackson bad, in the market right now, it's kind of off the highs. So HKPD will be in focus, but there are others, and you see this one here, UP, it's up. And I don't really want to be dropping lame puns, but this one is up and up higher than $3. In fact, $3.09 is the high of the day, having traded about 25% above yesterday's close, which is $2.39. So it's not exactly the biggest mover on the day, but as you can see, very much holding higher highs and higher lows. So strong is up that it even hasn't glanced at the 10 EMA since that 10-10 candle on the 5-minute. I'm talking about UP. We're going to keep tabs on that. There's also LWLG. This one did dip below the volume weighted average price momentarily. I don't really feel like I have a right read on this other than to say it's holding prior area low. If we were to use this 10.05 5-minute candle as the area low into about 290, then we're looking at another high of 304 after that. So not really holding technical areas or psychological areas being the $3 area, but maybe we'll have a different trade on that one. KOPN, not a big percentage mover, 12 1/3, but also got a great chart pattern. It does get spurts of volume, so you can see these outline candles here have about 300,000-400,000 shares each, but it's not exactly the biggest volume mover on the day, but the spread is reasonable, about a penny right now. I'm talking about KOPN. You have another one, ALLR. I misspoke when I said that HKPD was the most high on the day. These ones are trading blows. ALLR was just above 100%, but as you can see, it is losing VWAP. Now, what I want to keep my eye on, does it hold prior area low? I'm talking about that area trough that we printed around 10.05, 10.10. The area low there is in fact the day low, the technical day low at $1.75, because all this price action over here, that's all pre-market, baby. This outlying candle, the volume candle on the bottom, that's where we opened. So this candle right here, so everything after this price action is officially traded or official prices. So I want to see if this one holds VWAP. If it doesn't hold VWAP, then I'm looking for it to hold prior trough low. If it doesn't do that, it likely ends up in a double top, and it's probably going back to the depths of hell from which it came. AEVA, another one. This one's not even up double digits, 7 2/3, but very respectful is AEVA of the 10 EMA on the 5, with having trouble though holding above 15. It's above it right now at 15.10. Let's see how this one trades. And then one that Mitch has been mentioning, I think for months, if not weeks now, Quadruple U. This is not a small cap gapper, but trading like one today. I'm going to see if this one catches a bid off that 12 2/3 area. That is VWAP, but it also happens to be the top end of the prior bull flag range. So that 1260 area was the breakout area from this initial bull flag that we started manifesting right at the open at 9:30. So Quadruple U in focus, but by no means do I want to dismiss HKPD because it lost the volume weighted average price momentarily, right? It can easily regain above that, and therefore will be back in play. Last but not least here, Joseph, is OPEN. This won't surprise anybody. This one was going yesterday, then all hell broke loose at around midday, at around 1 o'clock there. This thing sold off so aggressively from the top to the bottom. We lost 25% of our market cap, well, the price yesterday, and we're kind of an inside day today. We've held yesterday's lows. We're above that 4 1/3, but we're certainly below, well below that 5 high mid 80s quadruple top, triple top that we put in yesterday on open. So those are the 8 that I'm watching. If there are any others, I'd love to hear about them, as it's hard for me to always keep my eye on the scanner. I see SATS, but this one is below the pre-market high at 57. It's also quite expensive at around $53, so I'm much less inclined to want to trade that. Let's keep it with the reasonably priced stocks that we can size into there, Joey Options.
Absolutely. Jamie, está aquí. Yeah, he's here, está aquí. Tesla, Ethereum, and AMD is starting to pull back in. Those were my 3 top list this morning. So yeah, it's unfortunate that they actually, I don't even really care. I told Adam to lose. Yeah, so what? It's like it's one red day. We don't cry over spilled milk, regardless. What is the thing when you spill the salt? You got to throw it over your shoulder. I don't know why I brought that up, but anyways, there it is. Ethereum starting to climb higher. What is this all-time high on this one? We're not too far off it at $37, we'll call it. It's about $36.80. But we have multiple inside days, guys, that you can see that we're starting to experience. So I want to know if we can break through these specific levels. And if we do, it's off to the races. All right, so Joey Ops, what's up? I like that one, Joey Ops. What's up, brother? I'm holding on to ETHA, 35 calls at 58 cost basis, up big today. Looking to see your thoughts on holding another day versus taking the profits today. Well, my friend, Party P, I need to know when it expires, because if you bought further duration, then hold on to it, because I personally love this trade. Again, you got to manage your own account. I know a couple people in this room who really like this trade. I'm not going to mention any names, but I'm one of them. So yeah, I just need to know that expiration. And if you bought multiple months out, why not just hold it on? Why not hold on to it? And I like what you got going on the 35 strike price. But the thing is, though, did the IV pick up throughout this candle right here? Maybe not, because it was considering it was an upside move, which volatility usually tends to cool down. But I mean, with Jackson Hole on Friday, boom, and I didn't see that across the board, so congratulations to that. Tesla finally breaking the downtrend. Do we get involved in this name one more time? I think so. And I was saying to my guy in there, I'm like, yeah, you gotta, Rivian Millionaire, I'm like, yeah, I just gotta take the swings, regardless of what's cooking or what's not. It's either it's gonna work or it's not, and I just looking to put probability in my favor, obviously, and if I see something, I have to take it, because I'd rather sit there. It's like what Sharif and I say, I'd rather go to the gym than sit at home and feel like, oh, I wish I went to the gym. It's the exact same thing here. I'd rather take the trade than being like, oh, why didn't I take that trade? Dang. So yeah, Tesla, I'm glad that it's speaking for me currently, because it's breaking down, not holding that trend. So maybe we'll just avoid that. Considering I'm going to blame Obi on this one. He's like, this morning, yeah, it's all Obi's fault. At the end of the day, he's like, this morning it's holding up relatively strong. The market was selling. Tesla wasn't doing too much. And then it started ripping. And Tesla wasn't doing anything. So I'm like, Obi, bro, what do you, come on, Epa. As my Portuguese used to say, Epa, Joe, Epa. No, I'm obviously being sarcastic. He has no control over anything. But I was just laughing at that, because I thought that once the market started to participate, that Tesla would as well too. Yeah. Wait, I know when you got this face. I know.
You know me so well, eh?
I know.
Damn, bro, I can't even. I gotta get some new tricks now. Like I'm like an open book. She. All right. No, I was gonna tell you couldn't speak Spanish and Mandarin, but you know, it's kind of past the point now.
I couldn't speak Spanish and
You
Mandarin.
can't speak Spanish. I was gonna tell you, Joseph, you can't speak Spanish. I was gonna say that in Mandarin.
To say it then. Come on.
Ni bu shou, si ben yayu.
All right.
Ni bu shou, si ben yayu. Yo, boy, you try saying that, man. You have any idea how hard
saying
it
in
is to pronounce
Spanish?
that?
Spanish?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yo no hablo español.
Oh, but you can't. Can you say I can't speak Mandarin?
No. Well, yeah, I can say. Well, actually, I don't know how to say Mandarin.
That's fair.
I said I can't speak Spanish.
Bro, let me
It's
tell
two.
you.
It's two.
Siben Yahoo took me forever. It took forever to lock in. I don't know why. I learned a bunch of different names for languages in Mandarin, but Siben Yahoo was just it was a tough one there. So anyway, Mandarin is difficult. Yes, it is. Ni bu shou zhongwen. Someone just told me I can't speak Spain. What's it called? Chinese. Ni bu. I don't think that says show, but the last part there is zhongwen. I know that for a fact. So, thank you. I keep trying my best. I will continue to get a little bit better, guys. We're doing it live on up. We punched in at the day's highs. We've scalped up all the way into 15. We've got one beak wetter here at 16 that still has not printed. I've got an order here, a resting order to DCA and defend that $3 area. What I liked about this entry into the highs was it kept holding prior bar low. So even though it was an explosion to the high side, you kept seeing, little inklings here and there that the buyers were overwhelming sellers at each successive 5-minute candle. So that's what I'm looking at right now. It's a 315 high. We're going to see if we can get some more on this one, Joey Options. We're going to Adara.
Hey guys, keep an eye on, this isn't really going to be market moving, but it is worth noting here. Reuters reporting that Klarna, the Swedish fintech company, is apparently restarting its plans for a U.S. IPO. They previously shelved them, but they're planning on doing this IPO next month. They're going to be valued between $13 billion and $14 billion. So keep an eye here on Klarna. Reuters reporting again that the company is going to be likely doing its IPO next month. So September IPO on watch here for Klarna. Back to you.
Yeah, guys, I can read too. I can read, I can write, and I can obviously speak.
How hard is it to write that stuff?
It's wicked. It's called Hunzi, right? Hunzi, or however you want to say it. And there's a method to the madness of it. So once you know what a particular symbol generally means, you can kind of try to get the gist of the word. So each symbol appears in different places depending on what you want to say. Like guo, for example, G-U-O. You'll almost always see that at the end of the name of a country. Like Hangguo, which is Korea, or America, Megguo, right? Or China, which is Zhongguo, right? So you're always going to see that particular word, that symbol there. So you can get an idea of what it's trying to say, right? I'm just giving you a very basic example, but love it.
Hangshu, you can't say that, man.
What happened?
You just said something. You can't say that.
I mean, I don't care.
No, you didn't say anything about you. You didn't say anything about you.
Jana Da. Yes, someone just wrote Jana Da in the chat there. There we go. Jamie's Pennies. Get it, man. Love it. I love it. I love seeing it, man. You guys are really good with that. What's the beak wetter in Chinese? I got no idea, man. Don't put me on the spot, but I'll find out for you. And you can't have these literal translations. You can't wet your beak in another language. It probably means something sexual. And we're going to get in trouble there, Joey Options.
We don't want to get
you never want to do that. Yes, guys, so just still holding on. We got the ad, quick as you like, on my friend up. So let's go ahead and set up some beak wetters now north of 6, and I'm going to throw them into the mid-teens. So we did get that 3 defend, but it by no means we're out of the clear, right? Because we're punching in at highs. We've got clearly some topping tail candles that we have to contend with here, with the sellers getting very frisky in and around that $3 area. So this, we've talked about this before, where we have that specific area of support usually can lead to a flat bottom break. Usually, though, the flat bottom break is preceded by lower highs. So be on the lookout for aggressively lower highs or pattern of lower highs. And then typically, what we get after that is a bit of a sell before it corrects, maybe back to the high side. Who knows? I also want to mention VERI. I'm so sorry, guys. I didn't have eyes on that. Where the hell is it? Okay, I don't have it up. That's quadruple U. We'll take off HKPD. We'll put VERI because this one's looking good as well. So 291 high. It's in and around the day's high as we speak right now. It doesn't have too much in the way of volume, guys. A $3-ish name. It's only printed 3.6 million shares on the day, but That's the bad news. The good news is it's still putting in higher highs and higher lows, and it's had one measly touch of the 10 EMA and the 5, and that was at 10:40 a.m. Prior to that, it had been all gas, absolute no break. So maybe putting something at the 10 EMA just won't cut it with this one because it seems to be dodging that, Jody. So that's my look right now, keeping my eye on up, quadruple U, and VERI.
VERI, yeah, he was just talking about that there, but let's pull up our good friend Palantir. I think that this name is prone for a bounce, considering that it was down 25% off of this peak, and then obviously to this current trough right here. But now it's starting to bounce. But this is what I was referring to earlier. This is such a beautiful setup for a swing trade. Isolated volume signature, and then you have this island pivot as well too. So absolutely fantastic stuff. I don't know if it's going to double top and sell. It's completely moving against the market right now. So I would just suspect that the continuation strength is going to be there. So for me personally, this is what I was looking for in swings, and that's an A+ swing, but instead I decided to grab a couple Nvidia shares for tomorrow's earnings report. If that works out well, I'll just sell it for a pop and then look to get involved in some Palantir for a potential bounce, because I really like this name from a swing standpoint. Tesla breaking downtrend. Do we get into it? Do we get involved one more time? One more time. Well, considering us preaching to Rivian, I essentially almost have to, because it has broke this downtrend, but it keeps getting defended. Actually, let me also point this out as well too, because we were talking about this yesterday, and it's at that 350 strike price. We have some substantial open interest there, and you can see that we ran right into about 349.13 and then rejected that. So maybe that's coming into play. I don't want to say hopefully, because I want to go long this name. So let's pull this up here and then we'll just take a look to see if that size has grown. And that's when I was like, I got to start really small with this underlying, because if that call wall is going to come into effect, it's not going to break through. But you had that slim chance. So you're telling me there's a chance, a 1 in a million chance. You're telling me there's a chance that it can break and then we squeeze. That would be absolutely beautiful. But here it goes, taking a word from Obi there, absolutely beautiful. But 350, 37,700 contracts at that specific strike price. That is substantially larger than anything else that we are seeing here. And then that is why we cannot break through that 350 level. So maybe this consolidation phase is going to be long enough, because we know usually the longer the consolidation, the larger the move. So maybe we're just absorbing a bunch of liquidity in order to break through that specific level with vigor. If not, we just might reject, and then it might be a sell-off day for Tesla shoes.
The Ribe Show. We don't actually listen to Daft Punk. I don't think I've ever sat down beside Joseph and listened to music before the show. We're just insane, and we have these songs in our head that we have to kind of just release there midday on the show. Otherwise, we go nuts, Joey Options. So that's, I'm kidding. Obviously, we're digressing here. I'm looking at UP, guys. Got a quick beak wetter there on up as it works its way back into 3. It's currently got a higher low, but it's not exactly rocketing up. So, yeah, we'll just set up another one here for 6 and see if we can get it. But I want to keep my eye on AIFF as well. Shout out to my other pair of eyes, Bovin. Bovin bringing this one to my attention. I think Adara brought this one to us earlier in the day, but, you know, I don't really trade until I sit down, so I didn't really make note of that. But here's what I'm waiting for AIFF, if you're wondering what the hell I'm waiting for. Well, look at that. Double top at 370 in the pre-market at 8 o'clock and 7:50. Those are when the double tops manifested on the 5-minute chart. And then look at that implied balance high right at 950, goes all the way to 363. That is the technical high of the day. But that displeases me greatly, because I will not trade these until and if they have cleared the pre-market high. So Bovin, I'm putting my alert there for 360 to kind of front run the price at 370. I'll be keeping my eye on it, obviously, regardless. But that's what I'm looking at right now. I also want to bring to your attention KOPN at the high of the day, up 13 in the 5th. And AEVA, this one continues to give you an opportunity. Again, it's more expensive of a name, 15 and change, 15.20, but it's got a hell of a bull flag here that it's putting on. And the bottom end of the bull flag, number 1, has higher lows. Area trough. In addition, it's holding generally the 10 EMA on the 5. So you kind of get the feeling, even though the volume, a little sus on this one, I'm talking about AEVA, the chart pattern speaking some volumes right now, no pun intended there. So we're going to keep tabs on that. As I just saw, up broke down momentarily below $3. So we did get our DCA there that we had at 95s. Anything below 88s, which is below the 10 EMA, it's all over for this trade. So we'll scalp out some here, but we're still holding some, having averaged into this one. So let's see what this one has to offer, and we'll try to trade it accordingly. It's still above the 10 EMA on the 5. That's what I'm looking for it to hold that level. But it's the VERI show. Every time I look at this thing, it's a little bit higher, a couple of shekels higher every time. 292 high a day right now, Joey. Good look right now for VERI.
Absolutely, yeah. And there we go. We broke downtrend here on Tesla. You can see the volume on the lower time frame was starting to pick up. So we need to see this accelerate even more and be substantially larger. Yes, let's go.
Get it, Joey.
Okay, I got to make this as big as possible, to be honest with you. And I'm going to be adding at some bad times. So I got to wait for these down ticks. Let's follow the tape here, guys. Stick with me. Follow the tape, and then if we can get a flush of red, I'm going to add that right on those, right below the bid here, and then maybe we can get a move. So there's a little bit, we're continuously selling. Any flush at the bid, I'm going to add so I can potentially get in on the uptick higher. If it wants to roll without me, that's fine. Then we'll just add into that momentum. But one thing that we need to know, we need this move to be sustained and the volume to support it. And if we don't get it, so yeah, there it goes, another flush to the downside. I mean, to the top side there. We're not getting those downside flushes that we're looking for, and we're going to break it here momentarily. If it continues to hit this, the ask continues to continue. Oh, there it is. Oh my days, right at the top. Horrible ad on your boys' part. Three bar play, but that is a sign of strength, and we like this. So if the volume continues to accelerate, I'll add a little bit more in between, considering my average is now at 32s. So that will give me some time to rock and roll. But we have broken the downtrend. We're adding to this position. Still not large enough as how I would like it to be, considering the consolidation phase was long, and I want to go for a move towards that high of the day. So boom, boom, boom. There we go. Thank you. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. So that's some pretty good stuff. That's actually a bad on my behalf, considering I should have thought that, hey, we're going to 3-bar this and get in on this lower end. Instead, I'm buying at the top of the range, but that's okay. I think I like our chances for the continuation and strength here, especially if the Qs want to participate. Maybe this consolidation phase was long enough for us to break that 350, Sharif.
All right. Bovin telling me about Nuke. NUKK, Nucleus Incorporated, halted to the upside. Let's take a gander at our friend Nucleus. Oh, baby. Oh, yeah. This is the daily. Look at this, Bovin. This is a former convict for sure. Look at these outsized days with huge topping tails and almost no bodies. I have a sick joke I could say right now. I'm absolutely not going to say it, though.
About
Joey,
bodies?
you got me in a lot.
About bodies?
Yeah, no bodies.
Yeah.
No, play it. 521 halt level right now, guys. Keep your eye on NUKK. I haven't really looked at it a little bit more. I'm just looking to see what the reason we're halted is. Here it is. Press release, Nucleus launches defense subsidiary and secures exclusive U.S. distribution agreement with Blade Ranger to capitalize on booming drone payload market. Tell me more, Adira.
Nucleus is certainly one that's rallied in the past. I think it's actually been traded on this midday. But I have some news here about the Fed situation, just to let you guys know. Apparently now, Fed's Lisa Cook's lawyer is saying that they actually plan to submit a lawsuit against the dismissal. So they're basically trying to challenge Trump's decision to fire Fed's Cook. Again, the issue of for cause is a bit difficult because the Federal Reserve does not specify in their rules what cause entails. I also want to let you guys know, on a similar path here, Donald Trump is set to host a cabinet meeting at the White House. That was initially set to start at 11. Now I'm seeing 11:30. So when I get any coverage on that, or once the feed starts, I'll certainly let you guys know, and I will be watching that. Back to you.
Yeah, that should work out for her real good there.
Yeah, it's not going to work out at all.
I'm anticipating she's going to win that lawsuit hands down.
Yeah.
Girl.
So way to just throw some money away. I remember. Sorry, it's kind of like digressing here, but my accounting professor at Humber, he gave us an example. Anyways, he asked one of the students. He's like, "Yeah, give me a $20 bill." Okay. So the student handed him the $20 bill, and he goes like this.
Ripped it?
And throws it in the garbage. And he goes, that's what's paying interest. That's what's like paying interest on credit cards. Don't ever do that. He obviously gave him a $20 bill back. But I'm like, that was a pretty expensive example right there. But yeah, ever since then, that just stuck in my head.
Can I ask you a personal question that you can choose to answer?
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you get into credit card debt in your 20s?
Never. I did. Oh, did you?
Oh,
wow,
yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I've never.
I spent like years paying that back.
Really?
Yeah,
wow, yeah.
20s, bro.
I never ever got into any credit card debt. I actually run a negative balance on my credit card.
Smart.
Yeah.
Why? Do they pay you interest for extra money?
Just for me, because it's always like everything. I pay everything with my credit card to see. That's the thing what people don't understand, right? Is see that's the thing.
Points.
It's like I tell everybody, pay everything with your credit card to have the points.
But pay that off at the end of the month.
Exactly. But make sure you're paying it, and it's just not the minimum balance. So what I try to do is I try to run a negative balance on my credit card so that I never have to actually worry about putting on it. That's not always the case, but as much as I can.
Yeah, but you're not getting any money. They're holding on to that money interest free, bro. They're not giving you any money when you pay extra.
No. But it's essentially just me looking ahead for my bills,
That's
right?
fair.
So
then
I know, right? It's like, hey, if I'm gonna go and buy something at the grocery store, whatever it may be, I have some oil. I have to do an oil change like that. Boom, it's like that. We got it on the card.
Respect that.
It's now I credit my credit card, and then sure enough, we just ride the points. And hey, Air Canada. Where are you? I want my 20,000 points back.
Bro, get in line.
Yeah, I am in line. I paced my claim. So if you're listening,
Can I make a joke?
Yeah.
So the Transportation Safety Authority is supposed to be the governing body for people that are making the claims.
Yeah.
They have an 85,000 person backlog. Air Canada's backlogged for everyone getting paid back. The regulator that you make complaints to is backlogged to 85,000 people. Good for no. Obviously, I know you're going to get your money back, but you're going to have to wait a hot minute, Joseph Options. You know what I mean? Like,
brother, they owe me $400. I want my flight from Chicago to Detroit back. I want my train ride back because that was hectic. I was on the most chaotic cart you could have been on that Via Rail chart. And then also I want my points back. And then I'm going to look for some more points, actually. Because
all right, hold on. Let me just tell these people.
Man.
Nuke is halted up again. Buvin, I think you may have found something here, Buvin. 521 halt. We were halted for 10 minutes. That was a 10-minute deep halt, okay? Which usually means a bit more selling coming in. Not so. Look where we gap up. From 520, we open at 604. All hell is breaking loose to the high side here on NUKK. It's up now 34%. Shout out to you, Buvin. I just don't want this one to be the one that just keeps halting to no end and ends up being really hard to get into and get out of, obviously, and then ends up almost having no volume because it can't stay open. I don't know if it ends up doing that, but I've seen it before. NUKK, here's the deal. We're going to load it up on a trading screen now so we can get a gander of when this bad boy, I don't want to change open because I'm going to get into open, when this bad boy halted so we can expect the opening. 11:27:09. You will add 5 minutes onto that, so earliest it can open 11:32:09. But as we saw with the last halt, it was 10 minutes deep. It wasn't 5. They come in waves of 5. If you're a newer trader and you haven't been or seen a volatility halt before, it's when the stock moves more than 10% in a couple of minutes, up or down, it's halted for volatility. They typically halt it for 5 minutes. That's not a hard and fast rule. As I said, it can be in waves of 5, so 5, 10, 15, 20, etc. Okay? So let's keep an eye here on that, and we'll pack our patience and see what we get there. VERI's coming into the 10 EMA on the 5, and that's going to get me in. We're going to get below par bar low. I'm going to give it to 77s, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. Adara, what do you got for us?
I have a crypto segment, so we're going to talk here about crypto and a catalyst here in the crypto space involving DJT, or Trump Media and Technology Group. So this company announcing this morning that alongside Yorkville Acquisition Corp and Crypto.com, they've entered into a definitive agreement here to establish Trump Media Group CRO strategy. That's going to be a digital asset treasury company, and they're going to be focusing on acquiring Kronos native cryptocurrency, which is CRO. Apparently, their goal here is to get 19% of the total Crow market cap. That'll be $1 billion in Crow tokens. That's just from funding. They're also looking here for $200 million in cash funding and $220 million in mandatory exercise warrants, plus a $5 billion equity line of credit from Yorkville's affiliates. So lots here to look at with regards to this DJT crypto deal. Now let's actually talk about Bitcoin. Bitcoin, a little bit of a bottoming tail candle right now, but we are, if we close right here today, we're going to be on a 4-day losing streak for BTC. That being said, we're not too far removed from all-time highs. Ethereum, though, looking maybe a bit better than Bitcoin here. We're still in that uptrend from these recent lows, especially with that bottoming tail candle we formed in June of 2025. And we're even seeing a higher low from this pullback from all-time highs. So Ethereum may be poised to go a little bit higher. Let's take a look at XRP, one that we haven't looked at in a while. XRP consolidating a little bit, slightly higher lows, but more noticeable lower highs. And let's take a look at Solana as well. Solana, again, looking pretty similar to here to Ethereum, not near all-time highs, mind you, but continued higher highs and maybe even a bit of a flat, or sorry, higher lows and maybe even a bit of a flat top here for Solana. So lots of crypto to look at. As always, a lot of these crypto-related tickers also very much on watch with that recent push to the upside we just got. Back to you.
Let's look at Sunrun for the individual in the chat that wanted me to look at Sunrun. And solely, I think it's top VOIP. I'm sorry if I'm forgetting who asked, but this is Sunrun. And as we've seen, solar stocks have been quite volatile lately. It really depends on what day of the week we are. Anyway, Sunrun up 2.5% today, and most of my solar stock watch list is green, for the exception of FSLR, which is down 1/3%, so essentially flat. Here's what I see on Sunrun, 1690 top. The last time we tried to get into that 1690, we double topped at 86. So that means, to me, sellers are a bit more aggressive than they were on the last time, selling at or shorting or taking profits or whatever on at a lower basis. But that's a 5-minute chart. Let's go to the 15 or the 30, just to get a gander of what trend we've been doing. So we were consolidating in and around $10. That all ended in early August when we got a couple headlines, squeezed up to 12, sold back off, held 10, and then there's the huge explosion there on the 15th, the middle of the month, where we got from 10 to essentially the price we're at right now, 16 and change. So Sunrun up 2 2/3. It's not an explosive mover, but it's another day continuation of higher highs and higher lows on Sunrun. So not a bad look. I'd be looking for that seller to get taken off on 1686, but I don't know if Sunrun is as much a day trading stock as it is a swing trading stock lately anyway, given how this one's been acting. Here's the 4-hour. So you can kind of get an idea. Basically from June onwards, it's been a symphony of higher highs and higher lows. Since those June lows, I'm talking about mid-June to now, we're up 200 and some odd %. So that's not a bad look there for Sunrun. That's a good move. But be on the lookout here for retracements on the day, because we'll see. I can get involved in this, but I want to take out that seller there. Joey, what do you got, my man?
I got nothing good, brother. Oh, I got to get out of this. Yeah. We're on the brink of ending our day here real quick as the live trading. Don't have a winner on for today's session. Just gotta chill. It happens. Chill. We're calm and cool, collective. You gotta take the swings. There it goes. Adios, Tesla. You hot piece of garbage. I will tell him how I feel. There it is. Boom. That's why you gotta get out when you're supposed to.
Crazy.
Get a winner. Hey man, you can't have him all the day. There it is. AC Slater. Man, what a move down. Good thing you get out. That's why you gotta get out when you're supposed to. Oh. If I held on to what I just did, considering it's like add one more time, I would have been done for the day. There's no questioning that. Instead, I got a chip in a chair, guys. And with me, a chip in a chair, it's dangerous. It's like a cornered lion or a cornered bear or something along those lines, right, Sharif? So so that's what we got going on. Other than that, man, I'm just gonna be posting up, chilling. And waiting for something prime to show. It may not be my day, and it's looking like it so far. I don't love what the market is doing, so I could care less if I take another trade throughout the session. But if something I say that all the time, but if something kind of catches my eye, then I'll obviously hop in, and then we'll try to make it as big as we possibly can.
All right, man. TR, I'm being told to look at here. Tootsie Roll. I love this. MJGX911. Love this. Sharif, can you please look at TR coming into October, Halloween months, please? And in my head, I'm like, what? What? Like, are we selling turkeys? I'm thinking Thanksgiving. That's why. But I forgot the other holiday, man. It's not really a holiday. It is Halloween. Do you say Halloween or Halloween?
I think I say Halloween.
Halloween. Same with me, but that's not how everybody says it. It's Halloween. Yeah. Especially my sister now. She likes to pretend she's American. Right? And that she's got, the California accent.
Stop.
Oh, bro, it's so funny. And I just call her out on everyone.
Do they kind of like slur the longer end end of the word. It's
look, my niece and my nephew, all right, you're going to school.
Yeah,
my
yeah,
sister's lived a ton of years in Canada. Stop pretending you have.
yeah,
right?
stop
I gotta let her know every time I FaceTime her,
Yeah,
right?
all right, eh?
But here it is, TR guys, higher highs and higher lows. This is a nice little breakout. We're obviously still below the November 2022, January 2023 highs, but we're not far away, man. I mean like $3 away. Let's just do a little TA here. Let's go to the weekly and see what kind of levels we're looking at. So historically high levels back in early 23, late 22, but we're getting close to that. This looks like one hell of a rounded bottom there. Shout out to MJ GX911, because I didn't have eyes on this, and this is a good support level here too in the mid-20s, and you incrementally put in higher lows. Look, it's not rocketing up, but this weekly chart looks quite good for the exception of this outlying week over here back in late July. Subsequent to that, each week has had higher lows and higher highs. I don't dislike this at all, and seeing that you're almost like a few bucks off that all-time high, it looks like that is the all-time high. This goes back to 2009, but yeah, not an area I know too much about, obviously. Candies is definitely, you guys can sympathize with that. I don't eat too many candies. So I don't know too much about it, nor do I dive into the stocks fundamentals to know too much about that. But we're going to continue to look here at UP. I just wet the beak there at 3. There's good support at the 10 EMA, but I'm concerned that this one might be losing the bid incrementally. So I'm on the lookout here. I won't be dollar cost averaging into VWAP. If it loses 88s, that's the end of the trade. I've also got VERI. We're a couple of pennies out of the money on this one with no beak wetters, but we do have a resting order to DCA, to dollar cost average, ahead of what I perceive to be the top end of the bull flag at 275. I put my order a little bit higher than that level to see kind of what comes of it. So that's all I've got on. I see AEVA doing its thing, 25, and I also see, what's this one called? OPEN dropping right back down into the volume weighted average price after reclaiming it, but it does put in a lower high. And what is notable to me here on open is that it can't seem to hold above that $5 area, and it couldn't do it either. It got to 528, dropped back down into 4 and change, tried to get above 5. Look at these topping tail candles above 5, no closing prints above 5, drops more, drops down to 4 3/4, gets back above 5 again. Only one measly closing print above that $5 area. That's not what you want to see. I want to see a clean hold above $5, and then we can have a conversation. Otherwise, we're just still dealing with those short sellers or profit takers around that area, Joey.
Ooh, all right, guys, let's take a look at the top performing sectors. Am I reading? Oh, okay. I thought that was saying something else. I thought that was saying 20% in the week. No, that's not the case. All right, that was on a year. So in the year, the Qs are up. So, guys, first place, up 0.5%. Industrial, second place. We have the healthcare sector. XLV is going to be that one. Up about a third there, and then we have the technology sector up 0.25%. Now the bottom three, the communications down about 0.6, and then we have the consumer staples closer to 0.7, and then the energy sector down almost a point, guys, 9.96%. So there it is. And man, yeah, Ether was going on a nice run, guys, but then continuously just sold off. So that's not too good of a look here. Ran into this resistance zone, boom, flushed right back into the volume weighted average price. And my guy Rusty, I forget the other half of your name, anyways, but he's like, yeah,
get it, Rusty.
Yeah, get it, Rusty. Ethereum's going to have a hard time moving higher if Bitcoin doesn't want to participate, and I agree with that. I mean, there's obviously somewhat of a correlation. Havana Woody was talking to me about it. It's starting to diverge, in my opinion, as you can see that Ethereum is continuously trading higher for most sessions and stronger rebounds. But we've broke through some key support levels here on Bitcoin, that's IBIT, and now heading towards this neck of the woods, which is not good. And I'm going to be honest with you, I'm kind of scared that we might break this 56 level, and that would put us like the sub triple digits, so in the 90s, which I don't necessarily want to see. But by all means, I think that'd be a great opportunity to grab more. But I'm also curious to think, do you guys believe that some traders are rotating out of Bitcoin and into some of these names like Ethereum? Because considering now with what's going on with Wall Street, Project Crypto, all the acts being passed, and most definitely JPM, Sri brought this up as well, JPM putting their stablecoin on the Ethereum blockchain, and a lot of these stablecoins, tokens, whatever you want to call them, are going onto the Ethereum network. So would individual traders want to rotate out of Bitcoin where there's no specific yield and run into an asset like Ethereum where there could be some positive price appreciation, but yet you can stake your tokens and make somewhat of some passive income as well too? Here's to what you guys think.
Yeah, man. And your friend Tom Lee there was on the compound, so you know I gave that a thorough listen.
Yeah.
And he's got a bit of a bias, and this is Tom Lee's bias. It's not mine, but I respect the hell out of the man. He thinks a lot of these, you know, larger financial institutions, we're talking about the Goldmans, the Schwabs, the JP Morgans, Cities. He's like, these could actually be growth stocks if they successfully move their operations onto the blockchain, because the cost of operating drops substantially. So if your margins, I'm just throwing any numbers out there, let's just say on a product was 7% as a result of the operating costs, you're looking at 15, 20% margins now. So we may see fundamental disruption in financial services, but not to the exclusive benefit of the decentralized finance, which has been the argument so far. You may actually see it in traditional finance. Go and have a listen to his little statement there, or better yet, do more research on what he said. But here's Nuke. Nuke is open. Nuke is nuking to the high side, baby. There we go. This is up 67% in a matter of minutes, guys. It's got an 8.25 seller with a $9 high. Shout out to my man Bovin. But we know how these ones act. Here we go, Bovin. We are going to hold down 743. Shout out to my man there in the chat who's got this at 6, and he wanted some insight. You're still $1.43 in the money, my man, and we're going to hold down if we trade at this level for a few more seconds, waiting for that grail to come in, and there is the grail. Alas, though, let's look at this level, okay? We're still, even though we're halted down on Nuke, we're still above the prior bar low, believe it or not. So this green candle has a low of 734. We're halted at 743. So you never really want to be caught in a down halt, obviously, especially one with a topping tail looking like that. But the point is, you're still holding trend. I'm going to be interested to see, do we fill this gap? The gap I'm talking about here, essentially from prior bar low at 7 1/3 to the prior halt area at 6 2/3. So let's wait here. NUKK has been a 5-minute halt the last couple of times. It was the first time that ended up being that 10-minute banger, right? Which I really hate. Anyway, let's look right now to see where we halted out. Where, as I mentioned, 743. The theoretical auction price, the top just moved up from 18s. Wow, look at that jettison up. Now up to 877, 850. It's moving crazy. It's doing crazy things right down to 750 again, Joey. So keep your eye. If you have the data, and I'm talking about that theoretical auction price, which basically pairs buy and sell orders during the halt, and then if there's an imbalance one way or another, a buy imbalance or a sell imbalance, you'll see that reflected on the top. So for example, if you're halted at 743 and you're seeing a top below that, that means there's an imbalance of sell orders. The exact same is true to the opposite side. If you're seeing a price above 743, that means there's an imbalance to the buy side. Let's see what this one does. Adara.
Yeah, just keep an eye here on BA. We're getting some comments here in an interview from an administrator with the FAA, or the Federal Aviation Authority. This individual apparently saying that Boeing has not requested to increase their 737 MAX production rate. Now, initially, it looks like traders responded negatively to this. It bounced pretty quickly, but either way, BA on watch. According to an FAA administrator in an interview, Boeing actually has not requested to increase that 737 MAX production rate. Back to you.
Yeah, so let's go over a couple of things. Let's take a look at some names on the options trade. We're going to pull up actually Ethereum and Bitcoin, because I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat being, hey, Joe, yeah, I like Ethereum, but make sure you want to do your own you want to make your own decisions. I have both of them via the ETFs, obviously. So yeah, I wouldn't say rotate completely out of Bitcoin and then put it all in Ethereum. That's just not sound advice whatsoever, nor am I giving you it. You got to obviously manage something that is your own account, and you got to press your own buttons, do your own due diligence, etc. All right, $36. This is ETHA, guys, $36. That's going to put us at that previous all-time high, roughly, right around that neck of the woods. 32,300 contracts at that specific strike. And then now, if we climb a little bit higher, 38, at that 38 strike, we got 34,100 contracts. Let's take a look at something. Yeah, for real, yeah. Yeah.
WTA Pro, bro.
Yeah?
Yeah, can you believe that?
No way.
WTA Pro.
It's not it's not weak yet. She looks like needs to cut down a little bit.
Cut down?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
You think?
That's crazy.
Huh.
You got to take another look.
All right. Yeah, send it. Let me see it one more time. All right. 40 strike price, 28,900. Excuse me. We need this to be lifted, and then I think we'll have the opportunity to climb into that next level, and that's going to be $38, and that most definitely put Ether at a new all-time high, probably around $5,200, $5,300. As for the put, we got nothing substantial. Someone asked me earlier, why are the puts always expensive? Puts are always more expensive than calls. Just keep that in mind. At the money, IV is through the roof right now, 84.6%, which is slightly hefty. Then let's take a look at IBIT now, considering this has massive influence on the overall market. What was our high of the day? $63. But then you can note that we have a concentration north of 63. So at 65, 66, and 67, we have about 96,000 current open contracts. And if we want to go a couple strikes higher, we're starting to build up some more size. So there is some brick walls on that one there on Bitcoin. We need those to lift. Keep an eye out for next week's expiration cycle. Maybe some of those will cool off.
All right, Joey. We show the good and the bad. We got stopped out, sadly, of UPP. We did take some out there into the highs, but full disclosure, we're going to be negatory on this name. Up, loses a 10 EMA. It is on the way down. Likely, probably going to find some support there at the high 70s, low 80s, where the volume weighted average price is. I don't know if I'm going to be a buyer quick as you like at around that level. It's not what it used to be with VWAP with these ones, especially when you lose the 10 EMA. That's what I'm going to be watching intently if up finds some support at VWAP. Is it using the 10 EMA now as resistance after having used it as support to no end? So that's going to be my look up. We're going to go 0 for 1 on upstairs, but maybe we'll do a little bit better. And going to be gunning for that. So, new position, we weaseled into open. Where'd I get? I got 98, scalped up into 5, looking for that next 502 area. It seems to be holding generally that 10 EMA on the 5 look. It's got it selling at 505. Let's see if the higher lows are operative here and what it ends up being. So, OPEN not big on the day, up 9.8%. I'm going to give this one a try. VWAP is my line in the sand there. Shout out to John Del Segno. Smiley face on Regeneron. Looks really bullish. And on a catalyst. Say less, my man. Let's have a look at Regeneron. Oops. My mistake, REGN. There we go. So this, you're talking about a smiley face. Not one that I typically look at, obviously, but let's do a 15 here. Are you talking about this smiley face here, John? With that 572 hold, looks like they're certainly selling here in the high 70s, looking like it's destined for 580s. Maybe if it continues to squeeze, I'm thinking 585 to take out Friday's, to retest Friday's low. That's what I'm thinking. Otherwise, you know, John, I don't really look at these anymore all that much unless I'm doing TA for myself in the personal. But yeah, I see what you're saying. There's that incremental sell-off yesterday from basically the open, and here we are kind of putting in higher lows for a possible smiley face. I can get behind that. If it does end up breaking through 580, John, I'm looking at 585 as Friday's area low, as possible first area of resistance. But let me know how it goes, brother. Hope you print up multiple storms on there on your side. Yeah, smiley face on the day. Oh, he says smiley face on the day. All right, we're going to go back into the daily. Let's have a look. Yeah. I mean, you're still kind of putting in lower highs, though, John. I mean, like, I need to see stuff like above 750, and I know that's ways away, and we're also well below that 200 EMA, which is at 650. That's almost $100 away there. Wow, that's an ugly-looking chart on Regeneron. What the hell? This thing lost 60%, Joey, from the September highs to the June lows. Man, healthcare got shellacked.
Yeah,
shellacked.
Slacking.
Yeah, man, maybe this is a good entry on these.
Good
bro.
buy.
Like,
You're gonna
good
rotate
maneuvers.
into some.
Like your boy Nimble there with his zillion dollar.
Yeah.
You know,
Pull up
UNH.
there. What's that?
What is it doing, that piece of crap, UNH? Let's find out. All right, this is the daily, by the way, on UNH. All right, it's got some selling. Oh, it's hugging the 50.
Here? Can we
We're hugging the 50, Joey. Yeah, what do you want?
Yeah. What are we at? 307.
307, yeah. Well, it looks like we're hugging the 50 there. How many days are we just gonna trend sideways? Is that bull flag?
Yeah.
You calling that a bull flag?
Yeah, I think so. I think it breaks. There's a gap too. This doesn't show gaps, does it?
Of course it does. I just got to remove pre-market action. Say less, my guy.
Yeah, because then if
there you go.
Yeah, see, there it is, right? Like
there
bang, bang.
Yeah.
I remember looking at this chart. No, even up here. Yeah,
Where?
see, there's
Right
a gap.
there.
Yeah. No, this one right here. So we might enter this gap right here. I think on that next break. So that's something I would be looking into. There's no question.
I totally agree with that. The gap fill, but I think if we get that gap fill, Joey, we're probably gonna have a magnetic pull into that 200 EMA, which is the blue line.
For sure.
It has a way of weaseling into the 200 EMA for whatever reason. Yeah, look, healthcare has been shellacked this year for obvious reasons. Baby boomers are old AF, and they're costing the system a lot of money. Obviously, inflation doesn't help with that at all, as things cost a lot more. And then in addition to that, you've got very, very aggressive government spending cut initiative, which doesn't help the healthcare industry as well, Medicaid, Medicare. So yeah, I can definitely see the headwinds and the explanation, but at what point is all that priced in, and at what point do we start trending back up again? Because you got to believe it, we're all going to need healthcare and spades too, Joey. So that's what we're looking at there.
Absolutely, man.
What do you got?
So I'm having a conversation in the chat here with Cryptod. Cryptod, all right, yeah, we like this one. So he bought some calls, some CRM calls on August 18th, the 260 strike price. So again, if we go to today's, the at the money IV relatively low, so you're not paying out the wazoo for that. That's positive. You did buy a little bit of time, 52 days. We caught a downgrade on Salesforce today, so just keep that in mind. But let's head back to this week's expiration cycle just to see where the at the money's at. So it's roughly around, I wish it told me that with the actual. Okay, so 243.50. That's the thing, right? So for me personally, it sounds like you know what you're doing, but there's certain times when you're buying something so out of the money, I think that's when you want to buy more time, in my opinion, because considering you're buying something so far out of the money, we've done this experiment with Sharif's CoreWeave puts. So essentially what has to happen now is that those have no... Yeah, it sucks, man. We messed it. Yeah, we messed that one up. But anyways, it's all fun and games at the end of the day. So essentially what needs to happen is the only value of those contracts is extrinsic. So essentially it's only time value. And as you get closer to expiration, I mean, you're almost a couple weeks into owning these contracts and you've seen very little price appreciation and you got about 15 points to go until you're even at the money. So even so, if you're just at the money, you're only holding time value within those contracts, you need it to exceed. So if say it takes another 2 weeks in order for it to get to 260, now you only have about a month until those contracts expire. And we know as you're getting closer to the expiration, guess what starts to kick up and ramp up? That's going to be theta. And then day by day that you are only extrinsically valuable is when the decay of those contracts will start to accelerate, and then you're going to have a really bad time. So instead of your underlying asset needing to move to, say, 265 for you to become extrinsically and intrinsically valuable, you need it to trade up to around 270, 275, etc. So obviously I wish nothing but the best for you, but just understand, and I'm sure you do, it sounds like you know what you're talking about, it's just always buy more time when you're going further out the money. For me personally, that's the leap territory, and I'm curious to Pug Life, Havana Woody, and all my other fellow options traders, if you're doing something like that, are you going 6 months? Are you going leaps, or are you going shorter duration? For me, it's always longer duration.
All right, man, nonsense. No nonsense. Why? You didn't have to send two, man. I was literally just going to get to the first one right now because you tagged me and said you missed my super chat. I'm so sorry about that. You know how it is on the floor here. Everything's up and crazy. So he dropped two super chats, one for 5 and then the other one for 10, my man. Shout out to you. Thank you so much. Reads as follows. Sharif, thank you for Nuke. I had 2,000 shares, just over 6. Was able to get out after the second halt for just over $3,500 in profit. Thank you so much. No, thank you, my man, for the super chat and for joining us today. I'm very pleased that you're printing, obviously, because, well, if you guys don't do well, you're likely not to watch the show. So I'm always super pleased as punch, that all our viewers do well on the trade. So very happy for you, and I hope we print up multiple more storms there, and just keep it keep it super tight on these small cap gappers. Because God, if I've said it once, I've said it 100 times. They're around for a good time, not a long time, and you see what they do over here with this nuclear thing going absolutely buck wild. Here it is, NUKK. This is the one that our friend No Nonsense made 35 hundos on. Ooh. Where's that cash right there? There we go.
Cash, man.
Here we got, Joey. We're halted at 817, but true to form, the theoretical auction price already showing you 865. So the buyers are buying up a storm here in NUKK. So let's figure out what we're going to do here. Now, there's a number of different ways that I can approach this. I can put something called a limit on open order or a market on open order. It just basically tells the exchange, as soon as this thing starts trading, a limit on open will be like, pay up to this amount. Market will be like, pay up to whatever, just get me in. Neither of which I find to be very good for risk management. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to gauge when this one opens. So this one will be at least a 10-minute halt. How do I know that? Because we halted at 11:48.40. It is 11:57 right now and change. Let me give you the exact time, 11:57, 18, 19. So we've got another minute or so, minute 20 seconds until this one is the earliest it can open. So I'm going to be involved now likely with Nuke, but I don't want to catch this one offside. Now, here's the deal. We've got basically a bit of a consolidation area on Nuke as I see it. 8.25 to the upside and about 7.5 to the low side. It's not exact generally, so we have a bit of a 75 penny range, and we've held that 75 penny range for the last 3 5-minute candles, as you can see there on the chart, with outlying areas both above and below. The outlying areas go to 901. That is the high of the day. That is that red candle that goes up there. And then the low there just breaches that 7.5 by a couple of shekels, about 30 pennies, goes to 720. So I'm going to be keeping my eye here, man. I'm very interested in weaseling in. Let's see what time it is right now, how much time we have left. We have about 25 seconds or so if it is to be a 10-minute halt. So we're going to stay with you and see if we can see this one open together right now, and then how it all trades. So the theoretical auction price, show me 888s, 889 now. So no, there's a buy-in balance, at least for the moment. It's not operative. There could be a buy-in balance, and this thing can all sorts of sell right at the open. There it is. We are now open to the high side. Let's see if we can continue to hold this area. I'm punching long at around 9s. I will DCA into about 8 and change. But here we go, popping in. What do we get? We got 914. There's the 20s. There's 30s now. Big moves up right now on NUKK. Sending it to you, Joey.
Great question. Great question, Mr. Japa 388. Yeah, Mr. Lover. Whoa. No, great question. So he asked me if I used to trade. Yes, it's lunchtime. All right. He asked me if I used to trade verticals. So yeah, essentially what I would do, and I think this is such a fantastic way. And I learned one day the light bulb just clicked for me, and I'm like. Right? I was just having a great time. So essentially what I used to do is I would always, not necessarily for puts, but with calls. So essentially what I would do is I buy my contract and I would buy the protective short call about 10 to 15 points higher, whatever strikes, correlate that with the delta. 1 second, we're going to send to Adara in a second. But what I would do is that once my thesis started to work out, I would remove my hedge. So I would remove the short call and then allow that free running call to appreciate. So I'm all about writing those, doing those vertical spreads and even calendar spreads for the short strike, that is. So you write a shorter dated and you have a longer dated call, shorter dated short call. So I'll just repeat what I said. I would start the vertical, I would start that spread, and then once the thesis really started to work out, I would remove my hedge, and then that would allow it to appreciate, and then that's when you can gain that full momentum of that specific contract, because we know when we short those calls, that's going to cap our profits as well as our losses. Obviously, it mitigates some of the losses a little bit more, but then it caps those profits. So when it works out, you remove that short call, and then sure enough, you have the ability to gain as much possibly. But guys, it's happening now with Adara. And no Neil's lesson of the day. Jeez. Wow.
One thing that should be happening soon, though not right now, is the cabinet meeting with Donald Trump's cabinet. I'll be covering that for you guys once it starts. I have multiple streams just ready for that to get started. Let's talk here about the NASDAQ. Here is the NASDAQ, a little bit of a push up on the day. Initially, we kind of struggled right off the open and then again a little bit later, but right now trying to find its footing. Let's talk about some of these catalysts today. Eli Lilly trying to break out yet again here after making a nice push right off the open. Their obesity pill, which initially was not too well received when they announced earlier data around their earnings report earlier this month. Now, apparently, I guess people liking to stab that a little bit better for their obesity pill. Nice push to the upside. IBKR, unfortunately, not pushing to the upside. Despite a positive catalyst, they're going to be joining the S&P 500 effective as of the open on August 28th. So that would be Thursday. They will be replacing Walgreen Boots Alliance, which is getting taken private. They'll be leaving the index. I want to mention here, too, I haven't posted this yet. This is, I guess, a preview post here. X at TTV Research. Looking here at all of these, I guess, merger and acquisition related S&P rebalances, we're on our fifth right now. That would be IBKR replacing WBA. So let's see how many more we get this year. Since we've had that change of regime at the FTC, there's been quite a lot. Make sure to like and subscribe. I'll be giving you guys updates at this desk every single day as we send you back to the guys.
Nuke is just going
I'm just in NVDA.
absolutely buck wild. Here is 10. There's a prohibitively large seller at $10. We're out at 86s or so. We did DCA a few times, initially in at 12s, and I caught 9s. Sorry, in 37s, 12s, 9s, and scalped out all the way into 10. This thing is going really aggressive. Be careful with this one, guys, okay? It is awfully volatile. There's that 10 again, and there's the seller at 10. There's barely any size actually posted on the gateway, but you have an idea of how strong that seller is because we've been weaseling up there with a ton of shares and we haven't been able to shake them. So, and it barely spends any time there. Like it gets into then, wow, there it goes. 1031 high. Now this thing is up triple digits, 101%. It's all gas, no brakes. Here we go. We're about to take out the high. It's a 1031 high. It's a 1040 high. And here comes the halt parameter. 1040 halt parameter right now. 1203. Nope. False halt. Down into 30s we go. Showing 41s again. So now we have 10 seconds at this level before we gray out. Let's see if we do it now. It was a false halt last time. This one looks a bit more reasonable, like we are going to get a gray out momentarily. 1041 right now. We're out at like a little bit before 10. Great move up on Nuke. Shout out to my other pair of eyes, Bovin. He's always bringing the goods. And this one is very, very good. Go ahead, Adara.
Apple getting a nice pop here. They've confirmed the date and time of their Apple iPhone launch event. They're calling this Awe Dropping. It's actually the same day as Robinhood's upcoming event, September 9th. Apple's event will be at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific time. So either way, AAPL trying to make new day's highs here, announcing that event time or confirming it. I think it was widely speculated to be September 9th anyway, but now we know for sure. Back to you.
Crazy.
Crazy, man.
That's crazy. Nuke is crazy. It's halted again, Joey.
Oh, no.
It's up a zillion and 2%. No, I mean, I'm kidding, of course, exaggerating for effect as always, but 110.5%. And here, let's just get the data out. The halt time, 12:03:25. So you're going to right away add 5 minutes. On top of that, that's your first halt open time. And then the tap, we got to keep an eye on that. If you don't have that data point, well, you can always ask us, tag myself or Joseph in the chat. We're showing 11:08. It changes. So we are slated to open up nicely, about 50, 60 pennies, depending on the second that you look here at the top. We're halted at 1040 on the dot. We're showing a top of 11.12 right now, so not much bad to say about this one. Let's pack our patience and see if we can take more out of that. I paper-handed Nuke so bad. I don't know about that, Bree94. It really depends on what your goals were, my friend. If your goal was to extract 10 pennies out of that, then you didn't paper-hand anything. You executed your plan. It's what your goal going into it was. So let me know what you were thinking there, and then maybe we can talk up some plans, etc. Now, I've got a couple of other trades going on. Open Door, not doing so well. Very, a lot better. We got a couple of beak wetters on Very. The only thing on VERI that I'm displeased about is not having added at that key area of technical support, formerly resistance. I'm talking about that 75 penny area. It didn't breach 78. So, you know, didn't really give me an opportunity to there, but there was clearly a trough that was testing that previous area of support. So that's all I'm looking at right now. Open Door is a bit of a tougher trade for me. It is coming back down into that area trough. My line in the sand is awfully close. It loses 82s. That's going to be in the trade, and we'll go negatory on Open, despite the fact that we had some good beak wetters. But the trend here feels like it is setting up for a flat bottom break with a lower high in that same area of technical support. I'm talking about that 485 to 480. Seems to find support there, but the kind of the trick here is to notice what the higher lows are doing with respect or relative to that same area flat bottom. And to me, it's lower highs, which is just the recipe for a flat bottom break. If I get another bump up, I'm going to flatten out at a better price. Otherwise, I don't have too much ambitions into this stock.
Ambitions. Isn't that a Jay-Z song, I think, or something like that? Maybe. I don't know. Probably.
I like it.
30,600 at 160 for the individual who asked, can Palantir break and hold the 160 level and head into 161? I mean, it's not out of the picture. We're north of it right now, and it looks like it wants to take another leg up. 161.32. This thing is absolutely going bonkers, guys, to an additional leg higher, and that's some phenomenal stuff. Our friend Nvidia continuing to climb, heading into that 181.64 level. That's going to put us right around that previous high of the day anytime. So let's take a look. And this is what I was talking about when we did our segment here. You can see the concentration through 185 and 190. That's so small. So I'm curious as to what it is. That could just be like, hey, we're going to allow this thing to rock and roll come tomorrow evening and it just skyrocket up into 200. That would be absolutely phenomenal considering I'm holding some for a swing. Why not, right? Because I think it's, and I said this to Shreve, it's either make a couple hundred or lose a couple hundred. It is what it is. It's nothing substantial at all, really, to be honest with you. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to that. And there's nothing higher. I mean, we can head up into 230 with 22,700, but that's nothing compared to what we're seeing at 200, 56,900. Ooh, my days, that might be a key level that we might run into, 84.5 at 185. And then now we're currently trading at 181.59. I just don't think this is large enough considering the volatility spike. If we do head to the north side on that print, then I think that we can absolutely blow through this because before previous quarters, we were seeing 250,000 at that level, 250,000, 150,000, and through multiple strike prices, which is very, very intriguing. So good stuff there, 88,600.
Ram. Did you buy any ETH? Did you buy any ETH? That's crazy. You know it sold off a little bit, right?
What are you waiting for?
I know, just love her.
What are you waiting for?
I like asking her all the time.
Yeah. I mean, we got to see if she get in. I know she's in a couple of things, so I said, hey.
She's in a couple of things, eh?
Yeah.
What is she in, Joey?
I don't know if I can disclose that. We have to ask Ram if we can disclose.
Ram, are we allowed to talk about your very coveted portfolio?
She said, all right, she said, sure. I think she's in some NVDA, that's for sure. And she's in at the low, so I said, hey, Ram, at least I could get is a chocolate bar or something.
No, she ain't gonna give you that.
I think she'd give it to me, man. She would, because she gave me Reese's Pieces Smarties before, and we just have that type of relationship where she gives me stuff, and then I just say thank you.
Yeah, and it's all good there, right?
That's where it ends. That's where it ends, my friend.
I like it.
Yeah. I got nothing. I got nothing going on,
I'm
brother.
in a trade right now.
Yeah.
So cover for a little.
Yeah. Of course, I got nothing going on. We'll rock and roll. You can see that we rejected this level.
Oh boy.
On NVDA here, that previous high of the day, key pivot, and then also this was yesterday's run up to 182, and then we rejected that trading south of that. So we might run into double top S territory right here on actually Jensen and Company. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. Also, let's go through some of the top volume names to see if there's anything that stands out. I tried looking at AMDL. That's a 2X. That's Direxon, I believe. Oh no, it's Granite Shares. 2X long, and for some reason I can't even pull it up. So I'm curious if you guys have ever traded AMDL. That's very, very interesting. And then we have Soldier Boy over here with you. Yeah. Of course, it doesn't want to pull up here, but that's okay. SoundHound. Oh, that looks really good. Wow. Okay, I'm surprising by this energy fuels, and I thought the energy sector was on the lower end of the spectrum this morning. As for top performing sectors, could I be eating those words relatively quick? Let's take a double look. Yeah, it's in dead last, and here he goes. Energy fuels, a nice bull flag up, and then we have this indecision print higher, but this consolidation phase for about 20 minutes or so, and then you take that second leg towards that peak. That's some nice movement in you, and these are just top volume name guys, so relatively cool because we've gone through this around this time of the day, and we've seen NVDA with 100 million shares, et cetera, and we only got 73.6, and Tesla, we get TSLA 52.5, and then Palantir with 42.8. So yeah, curious to see what's up with that. And then what do we got Ford up to? Obviously doing, as Sharif would like to say, bubkiss. You got to stay away from that one. And then we got some Bitcoin miners as well too going on the run. Wow, I'm surprised this allowed me to pull it up because it usually doesn't there, Sharif. So Riot platform's moving relatively well right there. And I didn't want to type in that one. I wanted to type in Mara. What is Mara Holdings up to on the day? And that's the one it doesn't like to pull up. So yeah, super embarrassing. Good times and good times only.
Yeah, Mara's that on my platform as well.
It does. So you can't pull it up. Yeah, you can't pull it up.
Clearly something with our.
Yeah. It's like, why can't I pull up that one?
Can I say that? Can I say something?
Yeah.
It's been that way since the pandemic.
Really, eh?
Yes.
So it's like no one's inquired about it and be like,
I don't know. When I tell them very obvious problems, because I'm on the IBKR group on Facebook, right, where everybody complains and trades like ideas and whatever. So everybody's been mentioning this. So I have to assume,
that's crazy.
That they've known about this for a long time. But when you talk to them, they look at you like you're reinventing the wheel. You know, it's like, what are you talking about?
It
really?
Yeah,
I'm not the only one having this
We're
problem.
only perfect around
And these got added to the S&P 500.
Yeah.
But can I say something else though?
That's crazy.
I don't think the technology is the end all and be all for the success of the company. Meta's technology is hot garbage.
Yeah.
Hot garbage. Okay, don't get me started on how bad Facebook Marketplace is. It's constantly glitching. It won't let me click on something. Then I got to reset the whole thing. Then I lose everything that I searched for. It's constant.
Yeah.
What else? There's glitches all the time on Instagram as well. So to me, it's just not execution. And the quality of the execution is just how many people they have and whether they can
No, I think to be honest with you, I think the quality with the actual transactions on IBKR is second to none in my opinion.
They're okay.
I think they're phenomenal, brother. I'm gonna stand by that.
Can I say one thing? What I really like about them is that you can literally get every gateway under the sun if you get the permissions.
Everything.
Right? So you can have a full picture of the market. You can't really say that with too many of the brokerages in Canada. Well, I know you guys.
To be honest with you, I've never had an issue ever catching a fill. It doesn't.
No?
Not
but
once.
You pay
ever.
$1 for stuff that you pay on, for the fills. You're gonna pay $1.
50 cents.
50?
A transaction.
Maybe I'm set up a little bit differently.
Yeah. I said maybe a tier system, right? So it was 50 cents a ticket. Okay, beautiful. Adair, what do you got for us?
Yeah, just to let you guys know, we're getting a little push up here in the market. We do have Donald Trump's cabinet meeting. It's begun. He's speaking right now. I'll let you guys know if anything market moving is happening, but right now he's just, praising the U.S.'s efforts. Back to you.
So many different it'll hit so many different gateways. So when you go and look at the order, it's just like
splitting the orders.
Yeah, if it has to, right?
If you can put, there's so many different trading algos too that you can put.
Yeah.
You can put like a price algo. You can put a fill algo for the best fills. A price algo for the best price. Yeah. You got to play around with all that stuff.
It was smart routing. It's smart routing. Yeah, it's smart routing. It's smart routing. It's crazy. But yeah, I got nothing, brother. What do you got?
Yeah, we need to get sponsored here, bro. You're sitting here doing a segment for IB. Come on now, what's going on? All right, guys, we're doing it freaking live right now. So NUKK on the way down. We scalped up a little bit, gave back a little bit, made some back, scalped out again. So this one's all over the map. It is coming into the volume-weighted average price. In fact, the volume-weighted average price on my chart at around 915. So it does touch that level and now rocketing back up. But I will tell you there is a prohibitively large seller at 1025, in and around, I should say, that 1020 area, because it was initially at 25s, and when we worked our way back up there, it looked to be in the mid to low 20s. So let's see, number one, can we get back above 10? And if we do, are we still looking at that same staunchy seller at that 10 and a quarter? Watching Nuke here as it drops below 100% on the day. But Bovin was telling me about a different one, VSME. Let's have a look at that. Take a gander at VSME. I'm going to put it like this so I can keep my eye on the level 2 on Nuke in case this one really gets going. Let's put the 5-minute here on VSME. Okay, Bovin, not too bad, but a little bit light on volume. What are we at? On the day, 1.46 million shares on a dollar name. We got a topping tail candle into $1.70. We're losing VWAP, which is okay. I'd like to see this Bovin hold above that $1.40, $1.39. That's a 10 EMA on the 5. I'm all right with it losing VWAP on an initial price spike up because VWAP tracks the price quicker when there's aggressive movement, price movements to the high side than does the 10 EMA. So I will be okay with this one being below the 10 EMA for a long, but it's got to hold above that green line right there. That green line is at around $1.39. Still keeping my eye, though, on NUKK for a hold, generally of that $9 area, which I mentioned is the volume-weighted average price, and or a break above 10.25. So I'll be watching both to see what the situation is with both. Let's have a look over here at my other trade. It's doing all right, VERI. We got no beak wetters. Let's wet the beak and see what comes of that. Back to NUKK. We're back above 10. Oh boy, are we gonna break above that 10.25? Watching intently here, right back down we go, below 10 into 9.75 on NUKK, still up 100%. Joey, we're still above that volume weighted average price though. So I am watching to see whether we hold it or not, what the situation is going to be with this one. Open door is all sorts of losing it, so we did get stopped out. We'll go basically, let me see here. I'm just going to be full disclosure with you guys. 1, 2, 3. So we are on the day. Oh boy, it's exactly the opposite of how my day was on Friday. Friday. We were 5 for 6 on Friday. We are 1 for 5 today. Oh no. With my biggest loser being, open doors. So we'll look to do a little bit better, keeping my eye on this one. It could be a quick fix, though. We're not all down by that much. We'll see if we can get above that 10.25. 10.25 gets me back into nuke. Adair.
Just keep an eye here in META, getting a little push here off of VWAP, though it's already giving back up a little bit of that. Donald Trump right now talking about Mark Zuckerberg, CEO, and Meta's AI build-out plans, praising, I guess, this idea of back to you.
And they just drop back down like it doesn't even matter. Oh my goodness. Yeah, nuke. So nuke is going to be a VWAP trade here because clearly that seller at 10.25 got decimated as it went all the way up to 10 2/3. Right back down into that 10 whole dollar it goes. So there's not the bid there that you expect below that 10.25 to act as an area of support, Joey. This one's all sorts of crazy, but it really hasn't given up the ghost yet, and we could easily see 12 or 13. Bovin was telling me to go back on the daily and look at this one. Apparently it had a day in January, kind of showing its true colors or what its potential is, so to speak, as a momentum trade, Joey. So that's what I'll be looking at.
All right, guys, exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs offering 3x bull and 3x bear exposure to the S&P and TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. Ever been? They're offering a special free rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x daily to learn more about it. So good stuff there. You're cooking up on nuclear, my friend. Also, what was I going to? Okay, so yeah, we want to talk about Qualcomm. There's something else that I had on my mind, so hopefully it comes back. But here it is. We got the upgrade today on QCOM, but you can see that we're in this consolidation. So the next step is to break 164. Let's zoom in and head to towards that 5-minute time frame. Man, what a monstrous day it's been putting in. An opening price of around 157, and we're trading around 159.82, heading in towards that 160. So some phenomenal stuff right there on Qualcomm for my guy Seth. Havana Woody, yeah, you're cooking up over there on XRP. Let's pull up UXRP to see what my guy's up to. Oh, that's what I wanted to talk about. So we were Beta Pro saying they're lowering their management fees. Who remembers Grayscale's Bitcoin ETF, GBTC? Garbage. Where'd it go? Why? Because they messed up on their management fees. You had everyone else charging essentially nothing, and then we had Grayscale over to our left who was like, no, we want to get greedy and start collecting some more management fees. Well, guess what? Well, nobody's trading you anymore. So UXRP, some good stuff there. See, that's the thing here, Havana, as well, too. We're running into liquidity issues. Big time. Bigly. All right? So we got to keep that in mind. I like that it's pro shares, obviously big fan of pro shares, but once this starts to gain some ground, then we're going to start to see that liquidity start to ramp up. Now let's pull up GBTC. Grayscale. Look at it. Look at this. The fact that it even has some of this barcode type price actions knows that you dropped the ball. That's insane. And then I'm pretty sure they outstood that guy. He was like, see you. They're like, see you later. You messed this up. One of the most successful ETF launches ever is going to be IBIT. And then Grayscale was, I think, in the door before them. And then look at this. We run into zero liquidity issues here on IBIT. And then with Grayscale, that's what happens when you get greedy. People just start to flock to another direction. But yeah, Havana Woody, UXRP one more time. Once we start getting more liquid on this name, I think we might start trading it from an intraday. No, I never said that, Scott Hunter. I never said I don't like it. I just don't own any. I owned a bit. I didn't own anything substantial. I had 100 of them of actual XRP, and I sold those at some pops. And I'm like, all right, let me rotate and grab some other things. So yeah, I just don't know enough about Ripple. I'm pretty sure it's centralized as well too, which I'm not a big fan of. We want to go with the decentral, right? So the DeFi. So at the end of the day, because XRP and Ripple are essentially the same thing, are they not? Please inform me if I stand corrected. So yeah, that's what we got going on. The Q's still grinding higher. I can't believe this. I haven't even looked at the SPY today, so we'll take a gander on that one. Breaking through some key resistance zones. You can see that this was the post-market level. This is a nice head and shoulder level right here as well too. Maybe see if we can rock and roll up into that specific thing.
Yeah, I'm listening to your friend Donald there.
What's he saying
He's crapping
there?
All over wind and solar.
He's not about that life. That's well established. Yeah,
I read a little interesting article there. Pierre Poilievre put it. He's the leader of the opposition.
Around, eh?
Yeah, he's back in Parliament now. He put it as on his Instagram, 125 billion apparently of net outflows from Canadian markets into American markets since your friend Carbon Tax took over there, eh?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. That's an ugly look.
That is.
But you know how money is, bro. Money's super transient. It's super transitory.
Yeah.
Use that word, right? Yeah. No, but what I mean is it's in America tomorrow. It can be in Canada in a few days.
Absolutely.
If the right economic and business environment takes place. What we're talking about here is a fun...
we start selling energy to the Americans.
And minerals, critical minerals, bro. We saw Donald all up in arms about the magnets from China. Well, guess who else has magnets, Joey Options?
Who? Bang.
Not just Canada, Ontario, baby. The ring of frickin' fire.
Yeah,
we all know about that anyway.
And also our good friend Kevin O'Leary also mentioned as well, too, our previous individual there. I'm not going to repeat what he called them, the previous.
Yeah, your boy
I'm not even going to give, I don't even like speaking his name. At the end of the day, he put on that additional capital gains tax, which just made again, it's just people are like, why would I ever put $1 into this country if I'm going to have to walk away paying an additional 30% of my 50% that I get to keep? So there it is. Hopefully we can start to throw those out of the window. And
I'm not a fan of that at all, obviously. But what I really want to focus on is more capital inflows into Canada, into some of these Canadian mining companies, Canadian energy companies. I think that we've got a lot of what the world wants. It's just about having the political and the business will to get it and
to extract it.
Yeah, and to commodify it, right? And to have it and to have different markets for it as a destination, not just one specific market that you have all your eggs in one basket. Not saying we can't rely heavily on the United States. In fact, I would suggest that we do because they're a pretty consistent buyer. However, I don't think putting all your eggs in one basket as a strategy sound. Guys, before we go to Adara, sorry, Joseph, I just got to tell everybody, criminals breaking out. CRML is on the rampage to the high side. This one had a zig and zag right at 11 o'clock when we started. It dropped back down below 6. It was no longer of interest to me, but as you see, we are at the day's high, 7:30. People are piling into this one. Be careful. Criminals burned me before, and it'll burn you again unless you trade it carefully. CRML, go ahead, Adara.
Just keep an eye here. Wayfair dropping. Donald Trump here criticizing, I guess, how the furniture industry has moved out of the U.S. and once again promising furniture tariffs. Other names you could look at here include Williams-Sonoma, WSM. They report earnings tomorrow as well. And there's also RH that you could watch. All of these names dropping as Donald Trump once again mentions the need for furniture tariffs to bring furniture manufacturing back to the U.S. Back to you.
Also, our good friend, well, actually, I'm not even going to say that. The previous guy who was our prime minister decided not to sell a bunch of liquid natural gas to Germany, who's like, we need this stuff. And they're like, nah, we're not going to do that. We're not about that life. Okay, guys, you've seen Trade the Pool here with us for a while now. And now Trade the Pool has created something special just for you. A free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside, you'll see exactly how they approach the markets, how they manage risk, and what setups they rely on, so you can learn and grow from what actually works. Download it now by scanning the QR code on screen or hitting the link in the description. All right, so there it is. Here's to what you guys are trading here today, because I'm personally just sitting on my hands, looking at the TQs. Have we double top? Do I want to short this market? Is NVDA going ahead? And it's just a constant wheel and thought process that you're just trying to navigate from a day-to-day basis. Considering, yeah, full disclosure, it's been a hot garbage session for me. Yesterday started out hot garbage, and then we were fortunate enough to catch a nice Tesla trade. But I don't see those opportunities arising just yet in today's market. So yeah, we'll be patient, and it's just a one-off day. So that's why we don't. Get too frustrated. I mean, obviously you're gonna have those days where you do, and personally, it's just like, hey, there's going to be another day, so don't forget that. Okay, Adam, my friend. Adam. Do you guys know what this is? This is the TSX Composite Index right here, guys. So this is Canadian Toronto Stock Exchange market. This is absolutely phenomenal. And how are you going to say it goes to die? If you just invest in this index, look how phenomenal it's been trading. Off of those lows, you're up 30%. The April, right? Liberation Day lows, boom. Don't call it a comeback. Yeah, we're not calling it just yet.
Sorry, bro, they're out.
You're lying.
Yeah.
So why'd you bring the empty container?
Because I was giving it out. Randy got one, Rob got one, Ram got one, and Assassino.
No way.
There will be more for you tomorrow.
That is insane.
There will be more for you tomorrow. Hold on, you got a couple of times. Nobody, those guys never got it.
But I'm over here starving, and I specifically asked him, like, hey, man,
I'll go get you.
No, it's all right.
Sorry, bro.
All right. Sorry. And then he's like, no, you know what? This reminds me of that story. So I get horribly car sick, and I'm coming back from Dominican, and my grandma's like, here, it's my friend. Here's a gravel. My grandma takes the gravel. And I'm like, where's my gravel? I'm the only one that gets sick here. And I had no gravel. So guess who's puking in the back of the coach bus the whole ride? So that is insane. I'll never forget. People don't forget. I will never forget that.
What do you mean, dude? I give you every time. Don't poop on me.
No, I don't want yours, Ram. You can eat it.
Oh. Did the mic pick that up, Assassino?
Man.
Did the mic pick that up?
That's what good friends do. I told you, we have a...
Jeez,
that's insane.
Ram, what do you think of the new kind? It's great, eh? All right. Okay. Man, if we ever do like one of those Trader TV meet and greets, these have to be served there. You know what I mean? Because like we've talked about them so much, right? So, all right, guys, nothing doing on my side other than this VERI trade. We've been through into 88s. I'm looking for a flat top break essentially into about 3. Let's keep an eye out on this one, but it's really the criminal show right now. Off the high, 736, dropping back down into 7. It's got a double bottom at a key technical area. I'm talking about the 680 area, 6 mid-80s. I'm talking about this area right here. Drops back down on a 2-candle basis on the 5. It holds the closing print. Back above 7 we go. I think the money fills might be in between this kind of 680 to 7 area, but I'm going to give this one the old community college try. We're going to give this one a long at this level. We've got 9s on. Let's see if we can take out some here. and then a little bit higher. Here we go. We're breaking out again. Let's see if we can put some into the 20s and then possibly into the high 20s as well. I do want to be able to get some more if it does lose my area, because I do see a good area between 680 to 7. So let's go ahead and wait a little bit south of that 7 area. I'm going to wait mid 90s. Let's go ahead and wait 95s. But this one does seem like it might have some strength to the high side right now. Criminal, CRML, keeping my eye on that one. How's my Very trade doing? Still at 88s. It's been at 88s for many different times. Can't seem to clear it as it doesn't cross on, excuse me, the ask. So we'll pack our patience there. But there goes Criminal, taking out all but one of my orders. 24s, excuse me. I've got the next beak wetter at 28. So let's see if we can get that continuity at least into the high of the day. The high of the day is 36. We have a couple of bottoming tail candles, as I mentioned, into the 680s, which I do like as an area support. So even if it goes against me, I'm going to allow this trade to fill over here. As you can see, a resting order sitting in the 6 mid 90s. So we've wet the beak here a few times, looking for a little bit more. Let's set up another one. Oh, what do you got there, Katina, man? Is that ground beef?
It's that Thai basil.
It looks pretty good, actually. Not bad at all. I like those. What is that?
Orzo?
Orzo, eh? It looks like long basmati rice a little bit.
Man.
I like it. Neil's meal is there if you want it. Joey? Neil's meal is there. He didn't cancel his meal, so if you want to have it.
Yeah. We're going to have 2 meal deals today.
Oh.
Considering my guy is just handing out candies to everyone else but his boy.
Guy, bro. I gave this guy the first out of everybody the treats, and then I handed it to the people who didn't take, and I haven't stopped hearing about it since. Your boy, bro. Unbelievable, this guy. Unbelievable.
And then Katina Man brings his food over here. I'm sitting over here starving Marvin, and I'm just like, man.
Marvin.
Hold on.
Get it, Joey.
Yes, I got it.
All right, guys, so we're keeping an eye here on Criminal into the 7 and change, still below the high of the day, looking at punching some out below the high because it does currently have a lower high. This current candle has a lower high than the prior candle, which is the high of the day candle. That's the bad side of the equation. The good side is it has a higher low, a substantially higher low. The previous candle got down into the mid 80s. This candle actually defends 7. I'm talking about the 5-minute candle on CRML. Did we get the fill on VERI? No, we didn't. Holy, that's all sorts of staunchy, that seller at 88s there. Let's keep an eye out on that. I've been waiting a hot minute. Nice, complaining you'll get it. We got the fill. Now we're waiting at 90 here on VERI. Let's see if we can test that high of the day. The high of the day on VERI, guys, 93s.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, so I mean, that's the thing here, healing pain, right? Like, you can't really argue this too much. The charts speak for itself on the TSX. This is phenomenal stuff. We haven't even experienced a hefty pullback since April. This is kind of giving me Microsoft vibes. Watch out, just in case the Canadian economy wants to crash. You don't want to be involved in this. But I mean, this is some phenomenal stuff, right, guys? This is just continuous appreciation. Let's hop out to the weekly and see what we got going on. And from March of 2020, after COVID, look at this beautiful stuff. So yeah, this is really, really good. Maybe I start to dabble in some of this, considering I own 0 Canadian equities. So get involved in the overall market. Do you own anything Canadian or just
I have Enbridge in the long term. I've had that for years and years and years because it's a good dividend payer.
Yeah, I was going to say dividend.
What the hell else did I have of Canada? I had, what's it called? The I don't have any banks, Katina, man. Just the FX, not the FXI. The ETF. What's it called?
The internet.
No, it's the bank ETF that I've held for a couple of years. What the hell is FX?
Something like that.
Whatever it's called.
Yeah, whatever it's called. I used to own TD, but that.
I had the energy company. I'm forgetting the name of it right. Synovus. I had that for a hot minute, but I'm not in that.
I think what Neil says as well too. A lot of Canadians own Enbridge. Enbridge is obviously fantastic stuff here. Let's pull up EMB.
It's a good dividend payer, but they're carrying a lot of debt.
Are they carrying? A lot of it?
Which makes me worried about their ability to continue to pay the coupon. So that's I've always been cognizant of that, but they've been paying.
Weren't we in talks with selling it to Japan or China as well too, which kind of got thrown out of the window?
Enbridge?
Yeah,
I didn't know.
Or no, it was Aecon. I think it was Aecon that they were looking to sell.
Convict.
Yeah, so that's one of the large. Aecon is a good company to own as well too. So there's that. There's the Enbridge, guys. Not too bad. A lot of ebbs and flows within this specific name. Tesla.
XLF, Katina, man. Jeez, remember, I didn't hear you.
XLF?
You know my ears messed up, right? It is? Yeah, that's why I wasn't here yesterday. It's I scratched it with the Q-tip, and then I went wakeboarding at the cousin's cottage on Saturday, and then it re-aggravated the whole thing, Katina.
There you go.
So it's no good there.
So it's no good. So there's Tesla here, guys, punching through the volume-weighted average price, but you can see that this downtrend is still fully intact right now. So we're going to be patient. If anything, what's attracting my eyes is a potential short in this market. Again, you don't want to go too crazy, just in case that we got to go through the Mag 7, see what they're up to, what's Meta doing, heading towards the lower end of the range. Softy still on the south side of that downtrend, putting in another red session there, guys. $500 and change on that one. Google, what's Goggles up to? Above the volume weighted average price, AAPL. That one is above VWAP now as well, too, guys, on that news that Adair brought us. And then Amazon, we'll take a look at what Amazon's up to. So that's the thing about trading the TQs. You've got to look and see if these other names are going to break down. But that's the thing that's most attractive to me right now.
All right, guys, we've got another 10 minutes or so, and then we're going to start the news. There's a whole bunch to talk about today. Macro sense, micro sense, your boy Donald's threatening a lot of people with new tariffs, and there's a lot to get to from the bigger picture, both for your swings, your investments, as well as, obviously, these intraday trades. So make sure to hang out with us for a few more minutes, and then we go into a deep dive. We literally do line by line. You'll hear what Adara has to say. You'll hear what Joey Options has to say. You'll hear what I think as well. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, hang out with us. We're going to be starting that very, very soon. But as we continue to watch that, we're continuing to watch Criminal, Zig and Zag. We've gotten a bunch out of here on Criminal. We don't have too many winners on the day, but this one, at least for the moment, will be one. I don't mind, again, as I've mentioned, allowing this to dip momentarily below $7 to defend what I perceive to be that key area of technical resistance between 7 to 680, right? So if it continues down, fantastic, but not too much down there, Mr. Criminal. Let's put another beak wetter here in the mid-30s to see if we can get something up there if this one does get a nice little move up. Now, how's my other trade doing? VERI, true to form. You know, you get into that level, as we've seen before, that key price level that you're waiting at. You don't get to fill as a result of really how slow this is. It has nothing to do with the exchanges that we're using, but the volume here not really rocketing up. It's done 5 million shares on the day for a $3-ish name, so it's not exactly the biggest mover on the day. Tipio, is he saying Mr. Trump? What do you mean? What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean. Explain. Anyway, back to CRML. Here we go. 25, 22s, 23s. This looks like a nice breakout. 25 seller here. Can we shake that 25 seller? Not too much posted on the gateway. Dipped down into 24, but it does look like this one might be catching a bid. We've got 3 higher lows in a row. So if you're looking at that 5-minute candle at 1225, the 1230 candle, higher low, and this current candle, the 1235 candle, another higher low. Alas, we have a seller here at 24 and 25. They just got removed 26 now on the ask, but it's not getting up. So the profit taking or the short selling literally at every penny. Where does that stop? Well, it could stop at 736 or higher. There we go. We just popped up nicely into the 30s there. Get a nice price spike up. We get the fill because we had a resting order. Let's do that again. We got 35s on now. Let's set something up in the low 40s in case this one gets really aggressive and moves up to the high side. I think now I'm going to set up maybe a stop below 7 and remove that DCA. I'll keep my eye on that. We got the fill simultaneously here on VERI at 90. Now we're waiting at 91s. I want to mention that the high of the day is 93. So we are 1 penny, 2 pennies off that high of the day right now on VERI. Good strength on this name. Not rocketing up, but stair-stepping up. Be careful for reversion, though. That does seem to be this one's modus operandi. At least I've seen that in the past. So 1238 right now. Joey, tell them what you're looking at.
I'm at the queue. I'm in the queues here, seeing if we can get a move to the downside, just risking the previous high of the day. So that's approximately 15 cents or so. Let's hop in and we'll take a look at the TQs. It's either it's going to work or it's not, right? As obvious as it may sound. So yeah, I like our chances of breaking through some of these key support levels. Start relatively small. Wait until we get some bounces at some of the support that could act, or sorry, prior resistance that can act as support. And as long as we curl over, then we can add into this position. But right now, we're only risking about 15 to 20 pennies on this one, roughly or so. You want to give it a little bit more room above that previous high just in case. But as I'm looking across the board, Tesla's still holding on there. I mean, we had that massive volatility spike step in, so a big volume candle right here, and then this engulfing print that just engulfed this whole range right here. So you can see that, yeah, well, the engulfing print tend to do that, the engulf things, I think. Last time I checked, right? So there it is. A pretty good look. And we're still within this, and so inside of this 5-minute print, I'm curious to see if we can sit on the backside of this trend here and then maybe sit on top of it. But if not, if the Qs want to break down, I'll be totally cool with that. Either way is fine. Still waiting on that one, Fabian. But that's okay. So TQs up about 0.5%. I'm going to be patient and wait and see. I mentioned before, we want to build into this, and the primary target is going to be the volume weighted average price, okay? So just keep that in mind. With that being said, I have to keep my eyes on, for some reason, I fear Meta, because it's just such a strong name, even though it is breaking down. So yeah, that's positive. Yes, let's go break down Meta. So now I'm just going to be switching all my charts from what I had. I have Ether up there, Palantir, IBIT. Now I got to go focus on what the Mag are up to. So we got, let's change that to Nvidia, AAPL. Yo, that's my.
Hold on. No. Keep going. Keep going. You can't even right now. That's mine. Don't even try, bro.
Brother.
Don't even try.
No. I'm not having this whatsoever. I can't do it. Brother. I'm like, yo, who is this guy?
That's the Arsenal striker. You're not claiming this guy, bro. Don't even try.
Sharif.
That's
brother,
an Arsenal striker,
brother,
my man.
Listen to me for so long. Listen to me for a second. I literally went up to you earlier, like at the beginning of the year. I'm like, who's the guy who does this? And you're like, I don't know.
Victor, I didn't understand what you meant, man. You asked me that today?
No, a long time ago.
Oh,
remember?
okay.
You don't remember this conversation? I'm like, yo, who's the guy who does this? And you're like, oh, I don't know his name.
It's Victor.
Yeah. How do you do this? Can you do the other one? You know that guy, that one?
Yeah, I see that guy. Yeah.
I don't know.
This is way better, though. He's like a masked assassin, bro.
I'm the one who said to this guy a long time ago. It's like 6 to 8 months ago. I'm like, yeah, what's the footballer that goes like this? He's like, I don't know, bro. And then sure enough, he's like, no, you can't steal it. That's crazy.
He's from Sweden. The girls are very nice. He dumped his girlfriend to play for red and white.
Is that how the
He
song
scores goals with a cannon on his chest. His name is Victor Goikaraj.
I love the chance that they have. I love the chance that they have.
It's next level, man.
Yeah, I got to go.
And everybody's got their own, right?
Yeah. That's pretty cool. But yeah, I think that's cool. Remember, like, yeah, the kids are even doing this these days.
Well, that's where it's coming from. That's that's one of the main celebrations, right, for strikers right now.
How do you do this?
One of the best signings, I would say, of the season so far.
I did it one time.
Do you know the story behind this guy?
No.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Anyway, good story. But the better story is the guy they just signed.
Yeah. Never mind that. I like, what's that Aviva you got up there? That looks pretty good. Enticing.
Where am I looking?
Over there. The far right, top right.
Far right?
Yeah,
AVA. I know, but it's
pretty good.
Kind of bull flagging a little bit there, right? So, anyway, Sharif rode the short bus as a Chile. I don't know what that means, but I know what this is doing right now. Into 93.
You don't know what that means?
Into Chile?
Oh, into Chile. Oh,
yeah. I don't even know what that means.
No.
Rode the bus? Oh, rode the bus like your bandwagon?
No,
I don't know what that means, bro.
The short bus, man.
Short bus? Oh, well, yeah, okay. Well, that's obviously very normal. I know, like, generally I am slow, right?
No, you're not. You're definitely not. But I thought you knew what that meant.
No. Anyway, guys, we're still holding criminal over here. We're waiting for a big boy break of that 7 1/3. I've been packing my patience, baby, because there's been a whole bunch of selling into that high threes. But here we go. Now we're showing 29s on a holding basis. This isn't just a quick wick into that level and then a drop, but we're still getting selling into that 730 area, 736 high a day. That's what I'm keeping my eye on, Joey. What do you got?
I'm still short TQs here. Yeah, let me kind of just get my stuff here. Yeah, exactly. We'll slap the fail on that one. But no, in all seriousness, so we failed to establish a new high right there. And then now we're starting to head towards these support levels at around $90.10.
What's so funny?
Bro, it's that, no, I can't stop laughing. It's the chat, man. These guys are too much. It's not that funny, but for some reason.
You seem to find it funny.
Yeah.
So share.
No, you got to read the comments. They're all laughing.
From dudes who got their hand in their crotch in their mom's basement.
Yeah, well, no,
I'd rather watch something else like these prints. Anyway, move on.
Yeah, all right. TQs. about to break the lows, and then potentially head towards the volume weighted average price. And that's when we're going to add into these trades. And yeah, that's what we got going on right now. So I'm going to be patient. As long as the big names continuously sell, then I think we're going to be sitting in a good position. I don't want to sell into support, so we want the retest of those levels, and then we'll be able to add into that position. So patience is the name of today's game. Meta continuously selling. AMD is back towards the volume weighted average price, so that's something that we're going to keep an eye on, even though it's not necessarily going to move the market. But here we go, breaking through. One thing to note is that we need the volume to pick up, and that's going to be to the downside.
All right, we're holding on to got another print into the high of the day yet again. So we're showing 93s now, but this story we've seen before. We've seen that 93 seller. That's exactly where we sold off last time. That's not where I got involved. I'm still holding a piece here. Actually, I'm holding multiple pieces. So let's take out another piece over here, and we'll wait for a $3 move. So I'm going to set up some into 97s as well, and then into 99s, knowing that they're likely, that there likely will be some selling into that $3 area. Let me just cancel this order right here. We're going to wait at 99s for this one, but it is now 12:45, excuse me. So we will start the news just in a second. I just want to throw a couple of stop orders on my VER trade. We're going to look for a trailing stop on this bad boy. Wow, there goes criminal to the high side again. Nice move into the high. Now up 17.33%. Look for that $8 touch. I'm adding 10s over here, man. Oh my goodness. $8 touch. This could squeeze quick as you like. Have a look at the daily on this one though. Very few candles actually close up at the high as previous. As of late, we've been doing okay. Not too bad. Let's look here at the daily on CRML. So we should be encountering some resistance at that $8 area. That's kind of my bias on that one. Wow, look at this rounded bottom, bro. Look, this is not bad at all, man. Look at that. It comes into that $1.50, $1.75, rockets up into that 7.5. This is not a bad look at all, man. I've been trading this as a small cap gapper, but it's clearly showing you something else. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. But criminal into that 7.5. We go. Good look there. Let's see if we can get a little bit more on this one. Let's bring in, though, the news of the day. Let's see what we got on this bad boy. All right, guys, just setting up for this one. Give me a moment. All right, let's start with this Cook news, because this one was moving the markets last night with Donald Trump coming out on True Social late yesterday, I think like 6, 7 o'clock, basically letting everyone know she either resigns or she's going to get fired. Then he comes out later and says basically she's fired. So Donald Trump announced Monday that he has fired Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook, citing allegations of mortgage fraud. Trump claims Cook made false statements on mortgage applications, both for her house in Michigan and in Georgia. The firing was announced on True Social and followed the Department of Justice's decision to open an investigation after it was referred to them by the FHFA Director Bill Pult. Cook said Trump has no authority, according to her, under the law to fire her, and vowed not to resign. She hired high-profile attorney Abe Lowell to fight the move, calling it an illegal action. The Federal Reserve Act of 1913 actually gives the president the power to remove governors only for cause. For cause is a legal term defined by the courts, not by statute, typically defined as serious misconduct. Legal experts expect that the matter may find its way into the courts. If not, the Supreme Court itself will have to wait and see how that ends up working out. 6-3. Well, depending on how you categorize them, the conservative judges hold a 6-3 power advantage there. If upheld, Trump would gain power to reshape the federal board with more appointees by him. Cook, who was appointed by Biden back in 2022, is obviously the focus of this latest spat. Trump has already nominated Stephen Moran to replace Adriana Kugler, who resigned earlier this month. And if Cook is removed and Moran is confirmed, Trump would hold a 4-3 majority on the Fed appointees. So much like he holds a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court, it would be a 4-3 majority here, with Jerome Powell's term also expected to expire in May. The majority could influence Joey Fed policy, including rates on reserves and regulatory oversight, even beyond the FOMC's decisions. Adara.
Be aware here, CoreWeave and Nvidia on watch announcing via a blog post that apparently CoreWeave's Nvidia GB300 production-ready instances for enterprise AI are being introduced here. They feature Nvidia Blackwell Ultra GPUs, and they apparently deliver more than 6 times the performance gain versus DeepSeek's R1. So CRWV announcing this positive performance with this Nvidia GB300. Interesting look there. Back to you.
What do you think about this?
I mean, there's not much I can really say about it, to be honest with you. At the end of the day, if you break the law, you break it. And if she's claiming that she has 2 primary residents, then unfortunately, with your positioning and where you sit on the FOMC, then I think that you're going to get in some big trouble. And that's clearly displayed here today. So.
Fair. Adira, is the silence more loud than the statements?
To know like a lot more details. Like Bill Pulte, as much as he loves, oh, I have evidence, oh, look at my proof, all he's posted are completely decontextualized signatures. He's like, oh, the signatures are the same. We don't see the documents that are being signed. Now, I understand you have to redact things. That's not my issue. My issue is even just release the redacted documents where you can see what she applied for, because right now, all we're seeing is ununcovered signatures floating in the wind. So that's my issue. You guys know I'm a very big fan of making sure we get the story straight, get all the ducks in the row. Right now, I just don't think we have, I guess, a ton of concrete evidence, at least that we've seen, to support this. Furthermore, there's the issue of the Fed's own very loose policies when it comes to cause that could lead to some issues for President Trump with this firing. Now, a lot of their government agencies specify what, I guess, constitutes being fired for cause. The Fed does not. So as far as we can tell here, generally what I'm seeing is economists are saying for cause would usually apply to work that's done in the Fed. So if people think that Lisa Cook is doing a bad job as a Fed governor, if she's done some misconduct during her time as a Fed governor, but these mortgage fraud applications, if true, they happened prior to her appointment. And point B, they're actually not related to her professional work. So people are saying that even if it did happen, which again, if it did happen, that's terrible. But if it even if it did, apparently that still might not constitute cause, which maybe, maybe the Fed should be more clear what cause is.
So
either way, interesting
if
stuff.
she was facing first-degree murder charges outside of her work, that wouldn't be for cause either, right?
Well, I'm just saying that's what the Fed's rule actually is. Like they don't specify. So that's why it gets a little bit more legal loophole.
Yeah, so what I read was for cause is actually a legal term actually defined by the courts. So you're not going to find that in the statute. It's actually going to come down to whether or not, she holds the veracity of her office. So if she has what they're calling basically allegations of dishonesty, as opposed to maybe allegations of violence, that puts into her question her ability to do her job. So if she's making false statements, and nobody's saying she is without seeing more, if she's making false statements in one context, what's to stop her from making false statements in the other?
Yeah. So what I'm just saying here, though, is from as far as I've seen, again, all I know is I've seen, economists look into this, because certain different governmental agencies, regardless of the overall statute, they have their own rules because the feds are not at all clear. That's why it gets a little bit more loophole.
Interesting.
But I fully agree with you. If someone broke the law, they should be punished for that. It should be addressed. But I still want to see more evidence here.
I agree. We need to definitely see more. I'm assuming we haven't seen as much because of some confidentiality stuff. We'll have to wait and see what they announce. Let's go on to the next story. IBM and AMD joining forces on a quantum-centric supercomputer. So IBM and AMD have announced a strategic collaboration to develop quantum-centric supercomputing. It's going to combine IBM's quantum technology with AMD's high-powered computing. We're talking about these advanced AI GPUs. The companies aim to build scalable, open source. That was kind of the outlying to me here. It's not going to be closed source. Open source platforms that could redefine the future of computing. An initial demonstration of other technologies expected later this year. Can't wait to see how it actually goes, though no specific date was given. So the collaboration is going to integrate, as we mentioned, AMD's high-performance chips with IBM's quantum computing. The goal is to create what they're calling a hybrid model that is faster and more powerful than the current supercomputers. Obviously, that's the goal. And it's going to leverage qubits, which is a quantum bits, which is how these quantum computers actually operate. They can be in multiple states simultaneously, whereas when you're using high-power computing, it's either a 0 or a 1. The idea is to allow more complex problem solving than classical computers. But there is going to be an advantage here, especially, doing things like climate modeling, drug discovery, advanced material science. That's where I think this computing space could really benefit from this combination, this hybrid system. And you have the IBM CEO saying the partnership will create powerful hybrid models that can push beyond the limits of traditional computing. And for her part, Lisa Su's also was bullish. She says this represents a tremendous opportunity to accelerate in innovation and discovery. I know you've been a bull on AMD for a while here, and you know how they can compete with Nvidia. This has got to be a good look for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we got the MI 400 coming out next year as well, too, Sharif. But one thing to note is that IBM has been a low-key absolute killer from those April lows. Obviously, we've been pulling back, but that's 40% roughly off of the April lows. And then you can see continuously we have this gap down roughly. This was going to be the earnings report, and we've been trading lower. But for me personally, quantum space, it's most definitely been leading by IBM. We can go into the names of IonQ and RGTI and everything along those lines, but IBM is already established, and that's why I really like this name, as well as Google's Willow as well. But they're not obviously correlated. But for AMD and IBM, I like that partnership, considering that we got new chips coming out from Lisa Su.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know those chips are going to get better and better. Exactly. Adira, what do you make of the story? Interesting here. First time I'm seeing HPC with quantum.
Yeah, no, I think it's certainly an interesting catalyst. It's not the first time we've seen some of these larger, companies get involved in that quantum space. We know we've got Microsoft and Google, and I believe also Amazon with some version of a chip here. But I think with as well, like the fact that we've got this semiconductor element too, with AMD have, they're in that chip space. They've also got the quantum side. We know Jensen Huang previously has been a little bit iffy on quantum, though he's walked back some of those comments. So the fact that one of his competitors, AMD, is actually getting involved in and embedded in the quantum space is, I think, a pretty interesting look. Now, in terms of like the market reaction, we know RGTI initially gapped down. I didn't find any catalyst. It could have just been, a little bit of, I don't know, I guess antipathy play with AMD, though they've since bounced. So yeah, I mean, we'll have to see how what this reaction comes through. I want to hear more from both AMD and IBM about this at their earnings reports. I think if they had some kind of event announcing it too, that would be ideal. AMD has their advancing AI events. Dr. Lisa Su, CEO of AMD, is a very compelling speaker. So yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't know a ton about the quantum space, but I think it'd be a good opportunity for them to kind of get out there and give us more information.
Yeah, and they did announce an initial demonstration of the technology for later this year. Not too much is left of this year, so hopefully we'll get it sooner rather than later. Thank you, Adira. Let's go on to the next story. Trump warns of 200% tariffs on China if they don't get their act together with these rare earth magnet exports, specifically, obviously, to the United States. So President Trump threatened, as I mentioned, 200% tariffs on China if Beijing restricts exports of rare earth magnets, which are critical, obviously, for the United States industries. We're talking about automotive, electronics, renewable energy, the gauntlet. The U.S. relies heavily on these imports, with China controlling about 90% of the global supply and refining capacity, both. They dominate both. That's crazy. Recent data shows China's exports have rebounded to the United States, we're talking about, with U.S.-bound shipments up 660% in June versus May, and another 76% increase in July. The reason the numbers are so big is because there was a pause on exports of rare earths from China to the United States as a result of the trade war, or trade discussions, let's call them that are happening between the two countries. But Boeing here increasingly being used as leverage by Donald Trump in his negotiations, specifically with China. Trump highlighted airplane parts as counter leverage to these magnets, noting 200 Chinese planes are grounded or were grounded when Boeing withheld parts over magnet disputes. Boeing is reportedly negotiating a potential 500 aircraft deal with China. It's really dependent, though, on how these negotiations go and the trade terms that are agreed to. Airplane sales are becoming a key bargaining chip in the ongoing trade truce. I guess that's what they're calling it now. Washington and Beijing, if you recall the trade truce, they struck a deal back in June, easing the restrictions of rare earths as well as U.S. tech shipments. The current truce expires in mid-November, Joey, and whether it upholds or it holds, it really depends on the continued diplomatic engagement. But you got this senior Chinese negotiator, Li Chenggang. He's scheduled to meet with U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer, another guy we've been seeing a lot of of the Treasury this week, which could set the stage, for higher level talks. We've been talking about a Xi-Trump meeting for a hot minute now.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like the Americans are trying to use a lot of tools to leverage, but I think that the Chinese have them as well too, in the likes of TikTok. So I think there's a lot from the negotiation standpoint. I'm curious to ask what that's going to do for our friend Jerome Powell's data prints that he's always so focused on. Those 200% tariffs can definitely give you a couple upticks. And then does he kind of change his plan on what he's doing? Because he has been data dependent for an extremely long time. But yeah, as for the tariffs, I don't think it's going to lead to that, considering that you've just mentioned that exports are up 666%. I think that's extremely important to note, but anything can happen. So anything can and will happen.
Yeah, and we definitely need to see some consistency here. If you're going to reshore the production process, no point in having these manufacturers and you can't get your hands on these rare earths.
And what is that going to do, obviously, when you implement these 200% tariffs? So what is that going to do for unemployment on both sides?
Oh, that's probably that.
Right?
You feel it's going to be highly temporary if that happens. So, but yeah, this is an interesting, development, Adara, in the back and forth, on again, off again, I should say, Trump, Xi bargaining thing. What's the look here?
Yeah, I think it's the fact that this is the first meeting on American soil. I think it'll be significant, whatever ends up happening there. I want to say, too, I like that you mentioned Boeing here being used as a bargaining chip, because we saw, again, the same thing with Korea, right? Korean Air with that Boeing deal. So I actually think, this could be, depending on how it plays out, a good or a bad thing for Boeing. I think if they continue to kind of try to strike these deals where countries end up buying more Boeing vehicles, then I think it's a really good look. I also think the other thing here is that Trump, regardless of his threat for that, as he said, quote, 200% tariffs or something, as for that threat, he said right after that he doesn't want to do that. So it sounds like they do want negotiations to go well. The tariff seems to be more of like a worst case scenario. So, I have highish hopes for these negotiations, and I think Trump does as well. We'll see if that actually comes to fruition, but I think this meeting in the U.S. is a great first step.
I got a feeling here, and I don't know if this feeling is justified or not, but I feel that the top negotiators strike a deal, but somewhere along, the chain of command, someone's not following instructions, because we keep hearing that, oh yeah, Chinese rare earths, they're back. You're going to be able to get your hands on them in the United States. And then we actually talk to the companies, and they're like, well, the regulator is still blocking it, even though it was agreed to at the highest levels. So this on again, off again thing, I feel is kind of being used by the Chinese as an ongoing chip in the negotiations, which leads me to my next point. Do you think if we continue to have these issues and Donald Trump actually slaps China with 200% tariffs because they're not actually exporting this, does that boost the local mineral extractors like your MP and others? Do they get a bit of a tailwind from that?
Yeah, I think it could potentially lead to a boost. But yeah, I think, like you said, it's hard even to tell because there's just so much back and forth. Like, it's hard to even predict what, the next step could be when we don't really even know what's happening, like, in the middle right now, right? And I honestly, sure, some of that might be China, but some of that also could be the U.S. because we know even what happened with Nvidia. Yeah. And Nvidia thought they were going to get those export licenses right away, and then there was some slowdown at the Commerce Compartment, right? Or Commerce Department, sorry. So I think, yeah, it could. I will say there are some things at home as well in the U.S. that could be contributing. But either way, yeah, I think it could be a bit of a boon for these U.S. companies for sure. With MP also, you already know the U.S. government's involved. That's a good look. They said they want to invest in more companies. So I honestly think those companies might win either way, given the fact that the U.S. government's already promised those investments.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Not alone just the U.S., not the U.S. Mineral companies as well, too.
Everybody else.
What about you mean your closest trading partner at the end of the day,
man.
Right? So if you're not striking a deal with China, or you're going to stop some 200% tariffs, well, why don't you just come a little bit north of the border, significantly easier to transport as well, too, and then start striking deals with Mr. Carney.
Yeah. We'll trade for food. Not going to happen, Sharif. And when that is even kind of resolved, chips will fly. All right. Sounds good, my man. Thank you for chiming in there. Always buy Sharif some pads. Sure. Thank you. Thank you for that as well. Let's go on to the next one here. Trump threatens tariffs and chip exports and threatening to ban exports over digital taxes. So let's get right to it. President Trump vowed to impose substantial new tariffs on exports from countries that enforce digital service tax. We were one of those companies, and you'll see that in a second, targeting specifically U.S. firms. In addition, Trump threatened to restrict U.S. chip exports to those countries, citing the need to protect highly protected technologies. We're talking about advanced AI chips as well, obviously. So here's the deal. The digital services tax basically is looking to take money from American companies who operate in other jurisdictions. So there are levies imposed by dozens of countries. We used to be one of them, designed to tax large multinational tech companies like your Metas, your Googles, your Amazon. Trump argues these rules discriminate against American technology by disproportionately attacking, yes, U.S.-based firms. Countries supporting the DSTs, they argue U.S. tech giants profit massively in their markets, but they pay little or no tax. So these digital services tax meant to capture some of that. And you'll see the Canadian case study here. In June, Trump threatened to cut off trade talks with Canada altogether over the upcoming digital service tax. Now, that wasn't actually put in by the current prime minister. It was the previous prime minister. And you can feel like the current prime minister just kind of let it go along as a bargaining chip, only to remove it later. The episode demonstrated Trump's willingness to use tariffs as a bargaining weapon in the trade disputes. But it's not all just, international. There is a domestic context here. Trump's stance aligns with bipartisan U.S. criticism for these digital services tax, with both Republicans and Democratic leaders kind of opposing these measures to tax these American companies. Trump, for his part, Joey, is leveraging this issue both for domestic political support and as a pressuring tool in the global trade negotiations. So kind of two birds with one stone.
Yeah, absolutely. So you mentioned that obviously Canada, we implemented the digital sales tax, but also in the EU too. I'm pretty sure Germany's slapping Meta with some 10%, even a little bit more of a digital sales tax. So, I mean, this is how I'm going to look at it, Sharif. So the government is like, hey, we're going to give Intel a bunch of money, but you're not going to get that money for free. We're going to have some stake within your company. And that's how I'm going to look at it. If you want to do business in a different country, I don't understand why there's such a big reason. I mean, I think it's right. So you're not just going to prance around and gain all this revenue and in this income within our country without paying some form of tax, considering the amount that the average person has to pay. So that's my opinion on that.
That's a good point,
I think it's justifiable.
So what do you think about it, Dara? Should they be paying some sort of, capital gains tax, something akin to what Canadian companies are paying rather than a sales tax specifically for these digital tech companies?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it depends. Truthfully, this is something I want to know. I guess I want to learn a little bit more about or understand better. But I think either way, regardless, in terms of how I think it's going to play out, because I think, here, all we can kind of do is look at, what's happening. How can we go further? We know how Canada responded to this, right?
Yep.
They had the pressure, they pulled out. I think if Trump names countries specifically, he is very likely to pressure them to, to lift or remove that tax. And whether that's for good or bad, again, I'm not 100% sure, but I think in terms of how this is going to play out, I suspect it'll be something similar to that. I do understand a little bit of the impulse, though, to have some type of tax. You know what I mean? I was trying to read some of the rationale behind it with regards to companies like Amazon, especially, and you kind of get it, right? They're having these large monopolistic practices. They're coming to other countries. To some extent, I understand. I wonder if there's some way to have one kind of universal reciprocal tax. Almost that might be a better way of doing it. But either way, I think if they go country by country, I suspect everyone's going to pull back. I don't know. We'll see how it plays out.
I hear what you're saying.
A story that super enthuses me.
I hear what you're saying. I think that there does need to be some sort of capture, because basically multi-billion-dollar companies, some $1 trillion, obviously, I don't want to say they should pay their fair share. That's kind of not my business, but there should be some sort of contribution if we're going to operate in a company, whether or not it ends up being a digital sales tax or some sort of, even playing field that applies to Canadian companies as well as American companies. I think that's where Donald is getting upset, is that you're targeting American tech companies specifically. I think if it was to target evenly, of wherever the destination of the company was from, I think that there shouldn't be a problem. I don't know how you feel about that,
Well,
Joey.
one thing I have to say is, do we have companies in other countries that are as widespread with regards to, I guess, their international birth and the people that they have, and B, that are worth that much, that are making that much, right? You could argue you've got Temu, Shein, they're maybe the closest, but you know what I'm trying to say? I think the reason that U.S. is getting targeted is not so much that U.S. is getting targeted, it's that the U.S. has companies that fall under that purview. So in that regard, I think viewing it as an anti-U.S. thing is not necessarily fair.
Yeah,
What do you think, Joey?
literally to what Adara said, just the fact that their consumer bases are so vast and they're everywhere across the globe essentially, with the exception of Meta being not allowed in China, et cetera. But I think just to operate within a country, because I know if that was the other way around, most definitely Don will be looking to implement something along those lines for a tax. So yeah, if you're going to come in here, come and step or kind of expand your consumer base, I think that considerably so, you should have to pay some form of a tax. That's just me personally, because I think that the Americans would do the exact same thing.
Oh,
they won't even allow Chinese vehicles in the country without a 100% tariff.
Neither will we.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But at the end of the day, how come you're not allowed? We're allowing you to operate. Now you're just asking for a small tax. And it's the exact same instance in what Donald's doing with the chips in China, the H20 and AMD. It's okay, fine. You can sell them to the Chinese, but guess what? We get 15-20%.
Easy.
So.
We got an ad?
Yeah, we do.
Let's do it. All right. I'm going to shout out Big Spout. A 200% tariff on my Supreme Super Buffet AAA lunch special will wreck my financial planning. Little Joey Smalls, what's your order? I'll let you answer that one
after the ad. Yeah. In Africa, a new generation of leaders is rising. The woman boss empowers them. We provide the training and mentorship with women, girls needed to start business, create change, and build sustainable futures. We've already impacted over 10,000 lives. Your contribution creates the next opportunity. Scan the QR code, empower the next woman leader today. Adara, what do you got for us?
I have a bit of an interesting story here for Signet Jewelers, SIG. Big push to the upside, by far the largest volume candle it's had all day. Though not a ton of volume traded on the day so far, about 330,000 shares. Pop Crave reporting that Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are engaged. That's right, this story sending SIG to the upside. What a world. Back to you.
Boy.
What is that? What is
Signet Jewelers? SIG, 87.82 high, back down to 87.54. Yeah, as Adara mentioned, not too much in volume. Did you want to respond to Big Spell, or should we go on to the
get some, obviously some chicken balls with the red sauce. What is it? Pepper steak beef. We want that, or onion pepper beef. We like that. Some lo mein, and that's probably it. That's all I really rock and roll when I'm there. And obviously a lot of red sauce. They got good red sauce.
The best sauce, bro. Let's go on and talk about Musk, XAI. They're suing Apple. They're suing OpenAI over what they're calling AI monopoly claims. So let's get to this. Elon Musk, vis-a-vis XAI, filed a federal lawsuit out in Texas against Apple and OpenAI. That will be the second lawsuit against OpenAI that they've got, accusing them of conspiring to block competition in the artificial intelligence market. The complaint alleges Apple and OpenAI have locked up markets to maintain monopolies and prevent competitors like XAI's Grok app from gaining traction. XAI is seeking billions in damages, billions, baby, framing the case as a major antitrust battle. We're just scratching the surface here, so we'll find out exactly what the courts think about this. Apple, we all know, has integrated ChatGPT directly into the iOS vis-a-vis Siri, as well as iPad OS and Mac OS, giving it prime placement across its devices. Oh boy. XAI, for their part, they argue that without this exclusive deal, Apple would have no reason to suppress the visibility of rival apps like X and Grok in the App Store, which is the allegation that they're making. They're saying, we can't make it up all the way like OpenAI, who's the only AI app on Apple's must-have list in the App Store. Musk previously warned that Apple's strategy makes it impossible for any AI company besides OpenAI to reach number one in the App Store. Again, we'll have to see what his evidence is for that. Now, legal experts, for their part, they say Apple's dominance in smartphones strengthens XAI's case, raising the issue of illegally tying between iPhone sales and ChatGPT integration. However, Apple's got its own argument. They say OpenAI deal happened in the normal course of business, and it's a competitive market, and we have no obligation to help the rivals of OpenAI. I mean, it's a free market. This could be a landmark test case for the U.S. courts in defining what the AI market actually means, as well as the antitrust process for the AI market. It could potentially set precedents for future disputes here, Joey. You got to like this because Musk never backs down from a battle, as we know.
Yeah.
And number two, though, I don't know if, have you used Grok?
No, I've never used it.
It's not bad. You're on X, so I figured that you'd be using it a lot more.
I've never used it.
It's not bad, but it's definitely not as refined in terms of product. I feel product, ChatGPT does the best. That doesn't mean it's the best LLM. I think that there's way better for other purposes. But in terms of like consumer-facing UI, definitely one of the best.
You know what I think this is?
What do you think?
This is just a little ego hunt. He's hurt. I think what Elon is, because considering that what Sam Altman is doing, for me personally, it's just like, okay, Elon, you have one of the best car companies, the most successful companies on the planet. You have Neuralink. You have everything. You have SpaceX and all this. Let other people have some things, in my opinion.
Big Spiles responding there to your
What do you
comment.
say?
He wants to make sure that you see it there.
Oh my God, this guy. But yeah, no, at the end of the day, he's just continuously, I think he's crying about what Sam Altman's doing. And I think that because ChatGPT has been so successful and they were obviously in partnership before, wants it open source, Sam wants to put it closed and head into the public markets. I just think that at the end of the day, Elon's, he's hurt. He's back hurt, man.
Who do you side more with here if you had to choose, Adara? Do you think Apple has a duty to help rivals, or is this a normal deal in the normal course of business?
Apple has a duty to help others. I do think their response to this does actually kind of make Elon's point. Unfortunately, though, they're like, "Oh well, we're invested. We don't need to help anybody else." Which I think, honestly, if they hadn't said that, I would have been fully on their side. Now I'm like, this is a little like you're trying to help out OpenAI, which makes sense, but I do understand the antitrust issues there. However, here I have a couple other reasons for why I think that Elon Musk doing this is a bit frivolous. For one, we do have the fact that DeepSeek was actually the #1 app on the App Store in January 2025. So Musk's claim is inherently incorrect. Right off, right there. Number two, if you just go to my chart, my screen for a second here, this fun little Musk v. Altman engagement. This all happened over basically 1 hour. But the reason I bring this up is because Elon Musk made an unsolicited bid for OpenAI. So how are you suing a company you also want to have an unsolicited bid? And all of this seems to be like, a long-winded way of Musk. As Joe said, partially, I do think it has to do with, he wants to, I guess, have his hand in every type of pie, but also he has this beef with Sam Altman. I think that might be clouding his judgment a little bit here too. That's my opinion. And I think, honestly, the fact that DeepSeek did reach the #1 spot, I think almost automatically negates his argument, and Apple probably only needed to see that and then just can the case right there. But I will say, it's worth noting, this came out intraday yesterday. I saw the story. I immediately went to check Apple stock. Apple stock did not care, so take that how you will.
So just to play devil's advocate, would DuckDuckGo have had a claim against Google? Would Bing have had a claim against Apple for preferring Google search over Microsoft's Bing? Would DuckDuckGo have had a claim? Would Yahoo have had a claim? And if they did, they waited, they still haven't filed a claim. So why does it change into search is one thing, but LLMs are another?
Yeah, I mean, I don't. That's actually a good point, and I actually think even the fact that they did not make this claim, or I guess or even if they have, that it hasn't been taken seriously, I think that gives even more credence to the fact that Elon Musk getting upset over an LLM is even more trivial, in my opinion, more frivolous. I don't know. I think it's a good question. I want to think more on it. But the fact that if you're comparing the magnitude, when you open your phone, what search comes up, right? It's Google. So I think that is such I think that's automatically of more magnitude than what's the #1 app on the App Store? What LLM are you using? You know what I mean? I think that automatically is the thing. I think also because Grok has embedded itself so heavily in the fabric of X, it makes a lot of sense. They're not going to have, it's honestly you're if you had an X app, that'd be one thing, or an X phone, sorry. If they have their own branded phone, I'm not trying to give Elon ideas, but then that makes sense that you've got your own Grok LLM built in. But it's so odd for an AI that is inherently part of, almost the child of another app.
Right.
It's just, I don't really get what he's trying to say here.
Yeah, I respect that. I was going to ask you.
What if the roles were reversed here? do you think that Elon would
give me a case scenario?
So say, what if Grok was actually on the top of the app list?
Right.
Do you think
OpenAI?
And OpenAI was. How do you think Elon would react to that? And we know that he does have his irrational spurts against Donald Trump, and when he sees red, it's hard to bring him back until someone's like, "Hey, you need to snap out of this." And I think this is one of the cases, the exact same. He's just mad because of what Sam Altman's doing, and that Apple has obviously GPT at the top of
and they've chosen GPT as the one that integrates here, despite the fact that there have been so many rumors. Have we not heard of them wanting to buy Perplexity, working with Claude? We've heard even them about dealing with Grok. There was a rumor at one point that Grok was going to be part of the new Siri. So it's like we've heard everything under the
at the end of the day, also too, to add to Adair's point, he pulls Mark Zuck aside and says, "Hey, let's kind of put up let's build this thesis that we can kind of overtake ChatGPT." But then now a week later, he's like, "No, we're going to start suing Apple and GPT."
To be fair, and to be fair, I get why he's annoyed, because just because you're the best LLM doesn't mean you're going to be the most popular LLM.
Absolutely.
Right? Again, I really want to keep going back to that thing where I think OpenAI excels at consumer-facing product look, whereas maybe some others, like, look at this, Joey. Look at this widget over here that they put out. I can record. I can have interactions like with the voice here, pictures, or upload anything. It's like, it's super quick too. I'm not saying nobody else can do this.
It's compatible. It's easy to use on your phone. I have the exact same thing. After I seen you had that, I put it on, man. I was talking with it last night.
Isn't that crazy?
It's insane how this thing works. And I think it's just, again, I think it's, if the roles were reversed, he wouldn't have the exact same case. He'd be fighting the total opposite party.
I got to agree with that. Bum, bum, bum. All right, guys, let's go on to the next story. Boeing. At least it was up in the pre-market. Gains on Korean Air's $20 billion jet order. Let's talk about it. So where's Boeing's stock at right now? Let's take a gander. Is it down? Is it up? It's up almost a third, 2.29%. So it is up only 0.6% in the pre-market after Korean Air announced they're ordering 103 planes, including 20 777s, 25 787s, 50 737s, and then 8 777 firefighting jets, which is obviously a variant of the 777. The order is valued at roughly $20 billion at the list price, but we know negotiations typically result in a lower price as you're buying on bulk. Korean Air currently operates 108 Boeing jets to only about 50 Airbus jets, which shows, the growing influence of Boeing and Korean Air's reliance on Boeing more than they rely on the European Airbus. GE Aerospace will also have a part to play in this deal. They're going to provide the engines for the planes. So the GE shares were flat, at least in the pre-market. I haven't had a look at what they're doing now. Korean Air CEO Walter Cho said the order is central to their fleet modernization strategy, marking a pivotal moment for the airline. But there has been a lot of drag, Joey. It's not like the fact that people don't want to buy these Boeing airplanes. Oh, they want to buy them. Boeing can't build them. Yeah. So global airline demand remains very strong. The airlines ordered about 700 planes from Boeing year to date through July. That's up from 230 airplanes ordered at this time last year. Boeing's backlog, though, remains very heavy. 6,000 planes still unfilled, equivalent to more than 10 years of production if you continue to produce at the current rates. How are they producing? What's their rate, Joey? Well, they're producing 78 787 MAX jets per month. That's the maximum they're allowed to produce by the FAA because they were using dish soap as lubricant on their airplanes. So the FAA had to get involved and be like, no, you guys are wilding. We need to get some control under you. So management aims to raise, though, that 38, Joey, up to 42 per month by the year end, underscoring the focus on efficiency and the faster delivery time.
Yeah, I don't know what the issue is, because from a commercial airspace standpoint, Shreve, you only have really two competitors. That's going to be Airbus and Boeing. So for me, considering what they've been going through with the FAA, I don't know why this company can't get out of its own way. It's not like Intel where you have a customer and demand issue. They, like you just mentioned, the backlog is through the roof, but they can't build these planes. And for some reason, I don't know. So what I heard before when I was reading up about it is that they need to incorporate the FAA within the company itself so they can start producing more of the planes.
Actually brilliant,
right?
Bro. That's so brilliant. If they actually had, but how would you keep the objectivity?
I don't know. I have no. That's beyond my scope, right? But that's what I heard is that the FAA needs to be implemented into Boeing so they can start producing more of these planes.
Do you know that Boeing was governing itself? At one point, the FAA gave Boeing, their inspectors, the right to check on themselves.
And then that's when we went through all this. And so that's what I'm saying. It needs to be into the FFA. The FAA needs to step into Boeing internally so they can start spinning these planes.
I think that's a really good idea. What would you say, don't look, Boeing is up year to date from January 1st on?
From January year to date?
Yeah, go.
Oh, wow. I'm going to go 13.5%.
Double it.
27%.
Add more.
35%? 35%? Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
It's not too bad.
I mean, from a, like we mentioned before, from a stock that just couldn't get out of its own way for such an extended period of time, and it's not like they have a mass amount of competitors.
No, they don't. It's one. It's Airbus for mostly. Right. And then there's the Brazilian one, Embraer, which is trying to get a little bit bigger.
But from a market share standpoint, they still hold 90% of the commercial airspace.
Crazy.
So it's just like, what is going on here? Figure it out. And then sure enough, you can be an extremely profitable company, which they should be.
All right, Adira, I know you probably already had an opportunity to read this story. Boeing, big order coming in from Korean Air, but there's still a huge backlog on these airplanes. Adira, what do you make of the story?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think in a way, like Boeing seems to acknowledge the backlog and how it might be an issue. We know we heard, I think a couple hours ago during the midday, we had an individual from the FAA say in an interview that Boeing hasn't even applied to increase their 737 MAX production. So in a way, like it's not a great sign that they're not trying to increase further, but maybe they're trying to like work on this backlog, keep things moving at a steady pace. I think you can interpret that story both ways. Now, in terms of the Korean Air story, as you mentioned earlier, and as I seconded, I think Boeing is certainly going to be used as a bit of a bargaining chip when it comes to these deals, right? It makes a lot of sense. People need planes. It's a good way to, I guess, get on the U.S.'s good side and benefit Boeing. I think all in all, this is another win for my friend Kelly Wartburg, who right now, I think he's been with Boeing just over a year. He started August 8th, 2024. The stock has been up since he was initially, I guess, appointed or started, for lack of a better term. And yeah, I mean, I think like the company's poised to benefit. I think as long as, no strikes, no using Dawn soap to deal with issues, hopefully no more crashes. I think Boeing is on a steady path. Hopefully that plane will start flying again to the upside.
These guys were using zip ties at one point.
Yeah, bro, it was crazy. What I really want to hear more about, and what I haven't heard more about, and I want to get your input on this too, Adira, Joey, I want to get your input as well. I want to hear more about the next gen of modern warfare, okay? I'm talking about drones, eVTOLs. That's what I want to hear a lot more too from Boeing, because you figure they've got the technical expertise to put these monster traditional legacy airplanes into the air. It stands to reason that if they scaled that down to smaller, aircraft, they could perform a lot better. So that's what
sell more of them.
And sell more, and that's the future. You feel like that's the direction we're heading.
Absolutely.
So I'd like to hear more about that, and I haven't heard a peep. Have you?
No, I haven't heard anything. And to add to that point, Sharif, I think we're talking about drones and all this unmanned aircraft. What about when all these bots get into the warfare?
Bang.
Right? Like you have fleets of Optimuses going into war, and I think that's where it's definitely headed that way. There's no
feels like Adira, I heard you've got breaking news.
Yeah, I just want to mention here, we have, sorry, I'm using the wrong button. We have BTV or Bloomberg TV interview with Feds Barkin. Feds Barkin saying that his forecast is for a modest adjustment in rates. Now, it's unclear when he thinks that's going to happen, but we know the Fed's been pretty split with regards to, if they feel that September's the right time for a rate cut or what the extent of that cut would be. Feds Barkin, though, maybe calling for a modest cut here. We're going to have to wait and see the timing of that. But yeah, interesting stuff there with regards to the Fed.
Just give us your opinion on the lack of newer aircraft designs coming from Boeing. They're still really very much focused on that traditional fixed wing aircraft era. We haven't heard anything, maybe you have, I haven't personally heard anything about newer aircraft, newer generation. We know that they've got that B-47 contract for the next gen bomber. fantastic there, but we really haven't heard anything else. Have you heard anything, and what's your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't heard anything, but honestly, like, you know the whole saying, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Boeing is broke. They have issues with their planes. So I would just say focus on fixing the planes you currently have before getting too hyped about new models. That's my opinion. Now, I guess they do have that new bomber coming out. I haven't heard too much about that, truthfully. But yeah, I think in terms of like wanting new models, I think that a good place to start for Boeing is just producing steady, reliable versions of the existing models that are not using Dawn soap, etc.
Yep.
Unfortunately.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with that. Well, you're going to build something new. You can't even build what you have right now.
I get that. I respect that. That's actually a very good point. But at the same time, you always got to be thinking about tomorrow and where the market is headed.
Yeah,
right. And you don't want to be caught off guard either. So
especially
I'm
when
sure
you have
they're
a
doing
10-year
something.
backlog. You don't want to be
10-year. Yeah, it's ridiculous, bro. 10 years, 6,000 planes.
Yeah.
All right, I think we've exhausted the story. Let's go on to the next one. Eli Lilly's oral weight loss pill clears key trial milestone. Let's talk about it. So their oral GLP-1 or 4 Gliperon met primary goals at a late stage trial for patients with obesity and type 2 diabetes. It paves the way for that global regulatory filing. The results move the pill closer to approval as the needle-free alternative, kind of we're talking about, in the weight loss and the diabetes drug market, currently dominated by the costly weekly injections. We're talking about Wegovy, Ozempic. They're still king of the bunch right now. Eli Lilly does expect to launch the oral pill of the GLP-1s worldwide in 2026, with the CEO, David Ricks, confirming timing of around this time next year. Very interesting. So, yeah, September, August, late August of 2026, we're going to see an oral GLP-1, according to the CEO. Patients on the highest dose, how they do, lost about 10.5% of their body weight, which is on average 23 pounds over a 72-week period versus just 2.2% for the placebo group. And around 50% of the participants lost about 10% of their body weight, with 28.5% losing 15% or more of their body weight. There was also significant improvements in your blood sugar control, which is called the A1C, with 75% of the top dosed patients reaching what they call diabetic remission levels, which is an A1C of under around 6.5. The trial also showed improvements in cardiovascular risk factors. That's why my old man takes it, specifically for cardiovascular, supporting the use for broader health benefits. But there are side effects, baby. Get ready for them, especially in the gut. GI side effects were the most common. Nausea, about 36%. That one about 27%, vomiting about 23%, 10.6% of the high dose patients dropped out due to side effects, a higher rate than was seen in the injectable versions of this drug. That's another interesting observation there. Eli Lilly's pill, though, Joey, is not a peptide drug, meaning it absorbs more easily and avoids the fasting and the water requirements that Novo Nordisk's oral, which is called Rybelsus, and their oral Wegovy carry. So apparently, from a clinical level, it's more effective. Analysts see the pill as a viable competitor, especially with the manufacturing, the scalability issues, and the potential for lower pricing. Currently, you're paying about $1,000 a month, Joey, if you want to get on one of these injectable GLP-1s.
Yeah, I know. I've talked about cheaper alternatives about that. But as for the stock itself, Sharif, it's just been in this continuous downtrend since August of 2024. You've seen it try to establish and put in some new highs, but failed on every single attempt right here. And for these GLPs, the side effects are something that you really want to keep an eye out on for. There's better, cheaper alternatives that essentially the only side effect is where you get peckish and you get slightly tired afterwards. So go check that one out. It's significantly cheaper as well. And I'm sure a lot of you guys know what I'm referring to there. I'm not going to get involved into any of this. Okay. Eli Lilly, Novo Nordisk, you got the Hims and Hers, obviously the compounded one as well too, that they're continuing. That's the only advertisement that I'm seeing currently now on my Snapchat is this Hims and Hers, the cheaper version of this pill, the ingestible. And sure enough, I'm sure it's catching enough storm because they're spending a lot of money on it.
You're not taking any of these?
No, I'm not taking any of those, brother.
All right, Adara, what is the work here? You got $1,000 for these injectables. You got a better price point, but you also have less weight loss. So is a trade-off one that you would take if you were interested?
Yeah, I mean, I will mention this Eli Lilly a little bit. I had a trade on this, which I'll show in a second. But I want to talk here about just the fact that these weight loss drugs in general, regardless of the specifics, have exponentially helped Eli Lilly's revenue. Like, look at that revenue growth, 2022, 2023, 2024. That's, of course, driven by when we had this weight loss drug boom, right? So I think, obviously, if they can get an oral right, that's even better for a lot of different reasons, including cost and discomfort with needles. People don't want to be taking these injectables. But, you know, as we've mentioned, this can actually have implications beyond weight loss too. So if they can find a way for more people to take the drug and hopefully be positively impacted by it, I think that's a good thing. With regards to the stock reaction, Eli Lilly's stock reacted positively to this. This is their second, I guess, time that we've seen data with regards to their oral weight loss pill. We know the first time it didn't react so well, and that was actually alongside a stellar earnings report. Now, I think this positions Lilly a bit better than Novo, because Novo, with every time they've had some kind of update with their alternative weight loss drug, CagriSema, the stock has tanked. So I actually think it's a good look for Lilly. I will briefly, you know, I did short this a little bit. I was out long later as well. But yeah, I mean, like the VWAP breakdown here, 713, that whole, I guess, low 710s level has been clear support for Eli Lilly from a technical perspective. That showed up a little bit, I guess, yesterday as well. But the point I'm trying to make here is that Lilly is really strong on this catalyst, even with a market that's been dilly-dallying a bit, and given the climate where Novo Nordisk has sold off every time it's announced results. So comparatively to the market and to Novo, I really like what Lilly's doing here.
Okay, so I'll ask you the question then. It's going to have a better price point, so it's going to be a bit less than $1,000 a month, but you're also going to lose less weight because it's not as effective as the injectables. Is that if you were interested in taking these, I'm not saying you are, is that a trade-off that you accept?
No, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to spend the money and just try to lose as much potential weight as
so you'd rather ante up for a little bit higher?
I'm going to go in the injectables, and I'm going to do it right the first time. So hopefully that you don't have to take this for a longer duration, and then you learn healthy lifestyle living after the fact. So just get it done, do it properly if you're going to do it, and just try to shed as much.
I like that. It gives you an idea. You got to assume, though, even though maybe, you know, Joseph Options, he's good with it, the injection's fine. A lot of people, they get super squeamish around needles.
Yeah, totally. So if that's your case, right? If that's your case where you don't like needles, then by all means go and take the edible or whatever you want to call it. The oral pill. But for me,
go
ahead, Adara. But for me personally. Yeah, go ahead, Adara.
With regards to the question, because I didn't hear you very well, I still have Trump in the cabinet in my ear full blast. But yeah, I think honestly, like if it depending on how much cheaper it is, if you know you're spending like I guess exponentially less and the weight loss is comparable, I think it makes sense to go that route. But I mean, again, if you can afford it and you're cool with needles, why not? I don't know. I think the trade-off really, I think, depends on your personal situation and I guess how much weight you're willing to lose.
Like Adara, we saw like the compounding ones from Hims and Hers costing about $700 plus whatever tax that they're paying, and the actual branded one is $1,000. So you can see already you're paying, probably $12,000 a year if you're going branded, a little bit less if you were going with the compound, which we don't even know if they're going to be around for all that long before the FDA puts the kibosh on that. So that's why I was kind of asking: is the oral going to move the needle from a dollars and cents perspective? Because $1,000, Adara, that's more than a lot of people can afford.
Absolutely,
no,
I think so.
Very significant. I see what you mean. I think the compounded drugs, I think that'll be like a huge make it or break it. Yeah. I think if we get those approved for sure, I think it'll be like probably a boon for people who can't afford these other drugs. But I think from a market perspective, because again, that's a large part of why we're here, right? I think from a market perspective, Lilly and Novo might suffer if that is the case.
Listen, if you're looking to spend on the cheaper version, the oral pill, I think you're in the realm of where you can afford to pay for the injectable as well too. Now, I think the question is, hey, are you scared of needles, or do you want to kind of cap your weight loss?
I mean, like, brother, if it's one's $500 a month, the other is $1,000. Like, that's a substantial amount.
It is, but I mean, but what I'm getting at is that I think you're in that 1% club where you're willing to pay $500 to pay for something to lose weight. Yep. Right? Because I think with $1,000, I mean, $500 is a substantial amount. That's my guy's old car insurance payment right there. So
used to be.
Yeah, exactly. So that's how I specifically look at it. Is if you're in that camp where you can afford that, then I would go with the other one where if you're looking to shed more than 10%.
Bobby Axelrod, I am pre-diabetic. I use Mounjaro. The needle is inside the cylinder. No big deal. I hate needles. It injects and retracts on its own. You're lucky, Bobby. Well, I don't want to say you're lucky, but you're definitely in a better position than some of the other needles. This is a subcutaneous injection, meaning it just goes under the skin. If you had to take intramuscular needles, it'd be a lot worse. We do that every day at work, and it's a whole issue. Guys, newer traders, listen up. First month, it's free. That's right, we're waiving the fees so you can trade smarter, not harder, by upgrading to that lead experience where you're analyzed, strategize. And then after that, hopefully you'll capitalize on their platform that has everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, and game-changing charts. And you can predict better with their backtesting tool. You get reliable, real-time data, global markets at the tips of your fingers. It's an all-in-one platform. Do not miss out. Execute your best trades now, ready and only if you're ready to elevate your trading. Scan that QR code or check the link in the description. Shout out to the great folks.
Easy.
Yeah, you almost had me there. Eh?
Let me touch on, before we go to that next topic, guys, look at Microsoft go here, continuous selling, and then Meta also selling. We got that pullback in Apple towards VWAP, which helped sell off the overall market, and then this is what we're trying to do here. We enter, we add when we told you guys we're going to, we get the add, we get the retest of that specific level, we add some there, and then we get another failed new high, and then I add a little bit more there. So 3 adds into the original position, and then now looking for the break of the volume weighted average price, but I believe I have to play this one cool. Potential stopping volume on Microsoft, which can be dangerous, and Apple is also holding the volume weighted average price relatively well. So, but multiple adds, getting aggressive on this one, looking for the break of key
good
levels.
there, Joey. Good short. All right, let's talk about the crypto market and the sell-off that deepened amid the macro uncertainty. That's a whole lot to say. Leading cryptocurrencies dropped sharply. You had BTC losing 110,000 momentarily. ETH was at 4,300. Over $900 million in crypto positions were liquidated within 24 hours, highlighting kind of the risk-off sentiment, at least for the moment. Flash crash dragged coins lower as well. You had Solana and Doge both down more than 8%, while XRP slid about 7%. Bitcoin's dominance in the overall crypto market, 57.9%, while ETH slipped about 14%. Not a bad look. U.S. stocks erased Friday's rally after Fed Chair Jerome Powell suggested future rate cuts are possible but not guaranteed. Despite the broader downturn, though, you had Tether Gold up 0.3%. You had Pax Gold. These are obviously gold peg stablecoins up 0.25. They gained modestly after the safe haven plays were basically the area where investors were running to. But the ETH accumulation here, this is kind of what got my attention. So blockchain analysis from Santiment noted that ETH's recent 6-day outflow streak from exchanges, the longest present, I guess, since March 2024, signals accumulation, according to this article, by long-term holders. They say ETH whale wallets, surged movement and inflows, suggesting institutional positioning for a rebound. And analysts here are arguing that this could push ETH back towards that $5,000 level, providing macro headwinds as macro headwinds stabilize. And Binance whales, I didn't read this before, Binance whales have been buying ETH aggressively, apparently, Joey, reinforcing that, accumulation thesis that's being touted right now. What's your look?
As for the crypto space, I mentioned this before, and I was also reading last night as well, too. There's a lot of long liquidations, I believe like 300 million in the Ether space, but at the end of the day, it's just, I'm leading towards the point of what I referenced earlier, is that are we starting to rotate out of Bitcoin and into Ethereum, considering the actual use case of the blockchain now? I think that's something that's really important to note. But for me, it's all noise. It's all short-term noise, Sharif. Oh. Because why? JPM's building on the blockchain. Robinhood's looking to tokenize on the blockchain. Should I go on? I can't anymore because there's continuous and endless names of what's going on. This is a fundamental change in what we're experiencing with the tokenization of everything. They might want to put some fear in you, but at the end of the day, I think it's continuous appreciation, and especially in some names like Ethereum, if you have the biggest, largest bank on the planet with Project Crypto as well, too, looking to head everything onto the Ethereum and the Solana blockchain.
Absolutely, and the staking, you always mention staking.
The yield.
I didn't really understand what it was until I did a deep dive to kind of understand understand that you get a yield on allowing your ETH to be used.
It's just validating transactions at the end of the day, right? So it's just like, okay, the more Ethereum you have, the more eligible the more transactions you can validate, and then that's why you have the likes of Bitmine Immersion just grabbing this stuff hand over fist. You have the company that I was talking to you guys about, Ether Machine, as well too, doing the exact same thing. And what do you think JPM is going to do if they're going to look to put their stable coin on Ethereum?
Exactly.
Exact same thing.
I want to mention one quick thing before we get a Dara's take on this, and I'm interested to hear what she has to say. But Tom Lee, as I mentioned, was on the compound, and he was talking up. Obviously, he's on the board of Bitmine, BMNR. Apparently, they have $1 million in debt on their balance sheet. All the other money that they've used to buy ETH with has all been equity. And apparently, they're likely going to raise again a secondary. And apparently, your friend Kathy Wood and some other institutional-like people are interested in that secondary.
Absolutely.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
$1 million in debt.
That's
everything
insane.
other equity.
They could do whatever. That's the thing.
You're going to double-check that, though, guys.
If to add to your point there, Sharif, just the yield from the Bitcoin or from the Ethereum that they already own is over $100 million in net income just from the yield alone.
Just from the staking.
Just from the staking alone. Just from validating the chain, validating transactions.
Bang.
I think there's so much room for this to run. And as for our guy, Tom Lee, how many times has he said that Ethereum's essentially undervalued?
He does it a lot.
Countless.
So have you, though, to give you credit as well. So, Adara, this is interesting. I don't know if you had an opportunity to listen to the compound. I know sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. This was an interesting take from Tom Lee on ETH. What's your look?
Yeah, I mean, truthfully, it's really hard for me to hear what you guys are saying with Trump talking and also what's happening there with the construction and such.
It's all good.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, I think Ethereum versus Bitcoin right now, I talked about it during our crypto segment, I think Ethereum is a bit better poised because we're still on like a noticeable uptrend on the daily chart, at least as of a couple hours ago. I haven't checked since, but we were actually green on the day and we're still making these higher highs, higher lows. So I think, if we break that 5,000 level, I don't think it's a bad look at all. I need to go watch that podcast, that compound episode for sure. But I quickly want to talk about Nvidia, which is not related to crypto, but it does have a bit of news here. So Nvidia announcing as of a couple minutes ago on X that Disney, Foxconn, Hitachi, Hyundai, Eli Lilly, the SAP, and Taiwan Semi are amongst the first customers to adopt their RTX Pro servers. So Nvidia announcing some heavy hitters with their new RTX Pro servers ahead of their earnings report tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, in terms of crypto, though, I think it'll be interesting to see. I'm going to be watching Bitcoin more closely here now because I think Ethereum has proven that A, we're near all-time highs, and B, we're trying to make that trek back to the upside. Now, Bitcoin's not far from all-time highs either, but the way it's declined from its all-time highs is distinctly different from what we're seeing with Ethereum. I want to see, especially with the fact that our most recent all-time high compared to the one before that it wasn't like that ginormous climb, right? It was just like a little
spike
over 1,000 higher.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think unless it takes 125,000 pretty soon, things could maybe get dicey here.
All right.
Sorry, I want to add one more thing because our friend Rusty Dutch had something valuable.
Let's hear it
in the chat. I had it here. So Ether doesn't have a fixed max supply. So how can anyone say it's undervalued? Well, listen to this. Well, when you're validating and when you're using transactions on the Ethereum blockchain, you have your gas fees and then there's a burn rate as well too. So to say that there isn't a fixed amount, there's a burn rate. So they're burning Ether as you're putting transactions and validating those. And then the gas fees is essentially the yield that individuals like the corporations like Bitmine Immersion is collecting is those gas fees for those. So there is a burn rate. So there's not like there's an infinite amount of it.
Yeah, but I want to bring it back to a second. Yeah. So if you were thinking to employ the same strategy that Michael Saylor is with strategy, or what formerly known as MicroStrategy, everyone doesn't know the name change. The idea behind that was to accumulate a finite asset. And that was the point, to be the holder, the biggest holder of that finite asset. So if you're thinking of BMNR as the exact carbon copy of MSTR, but in ETH world, I would say do a bit more research because I don't think that that's what they want. They're not doing that. It's not finite. We know ETH is not finite. There's going to be there can be more printed.
Yeah.
So it's not like there is a maximum amount of coins, and that's the strategy here. We have a limited asset that we want to get our hands on so that we can kind of dictate the market.
Absolutely.
No, that's not the move BMNR is doing.
No,
I'm not involved in. Are you?
In BMNR?
Yeah.
No,
We're not.
I'm not.
So
No,
we just want to
not
make
at
that
all.
very clear. Yeah.
Not at all. So my point to that would be, it's the yield at the end of the day, right? So it's what they can generate from that yield. You can't do that with Bitcoin. Right, so I get it. There's a fixed amount, but other than that, we haven't found a specific yet. And I want to put in the keyword yet for Bitcoin. It's the fact that we've found a use case for Ethereum. One of the largest use cases, I think, in the whole crypto space, instead of something just being necessarily a store of value. I get it that there's a limited amount, but what can you essentially do with your Bitcoin?
Yeah, you can just hold it.
You can just hold it. Like, you can just hold it. Obviously, there's like the underground spaces where you can pay for things like that. You had the Silk Road back. But it's not as publicized as what Ethereum. There's more regulatory clarity on what you can do within Ethereum's blockchain than what we can experience. With Bitcoin, as soon as you have the eligibility to start paying in Satoshis, then by all means, that's a game changer. You go to the store, you see the dollar amount, and beside it says Satoshi amount. Boom, game changer, it's over with. It's done and over with. This thing is worth, I don't even know how much, probably multis and multi-millions worth of dollars per coin, but that's not what we have right now.
All right, let's go on to the next story, baby. We got Interactive Brokers. My brokerage, Joseph's brokerage, a lot of people's brokerages. They're going to get added to the S&P 500, and we'll tell you more about that when we get back from Midday with breaking news.
Sorry to interrupt here, guys. Keep an eye on RR. Actually, Sharif, this might be a stock you're interested in, too. It is on the smaller side. Rich Tech Robotics here announcing a new robot. They're going to be apparently debuting this at Nvidia GTC conference in Washington from October 27th to 29th. So RR, nice pop here.
Adara looks fantastic. Keep your eye out on that one, up 20%. Interactive Brokers being added to the S&P 500. It's going to start at Thursday's open. So this Thursday, so a couple of days. It's going to replace Walgreen Boots Alliance, WBA, the ticker, which is being taken private, as we know, by Sycamore Partners. IBKR's inclusion really does highlight the growing importance of digital brokers in the U.S. financial markets, while legacy players like Walgreens, they're exiting the spotlight, so to speak. We'll see how they do. Interactive Brokers shares spiked. Let's see where they are. I don't know where they are right now. Let's just find out super quick. We're a flat, up 0.08, but they were up as high as 5% in the pre-market, or in the aftermarket, yesterday when the story broke. The stock has over doubled, though, in the past 12 months and is up 42% year to date, showing strong momentum. The index additions, though, just in and of themselves, forget about the company, index additions, meaning being added to the S&P 500, they often drive additional buying of the stock that's being added, as passive funds and ETFs the S&P 500 have to add it into their portfolio as well. So this is actually a trade that we have here on the floor called an addition and deletion. This one would obviously be an addition, and Walgreen Boots Alliance would be a deletion. So you can go and do your research on that and kill it on that trade. Robinhood shares slipped slightly, though. Why are we talking about Robinhood? Because they're directly competing with IBKR. In fact, they've been talked about as one of the possible companies to get into the S&P 500. And with 190% bump year to date and a market cap approaching 100 billion, it was passed over on this round. And a lot of people were wondering why. It looks like IBKR got the nod before Hood does. And just so you understand, IBKR is actually coming out of the S&P Mid-Cap 400, so there's a deletion there. And then there's going to be an addition onto that if you want to trade that. It's going to be Talon Energy, TLNE. That's going to replace IBKR in the S&P 400 Mid-Cap, Joey. So I was just explaining to them additions and deletions and stuff like that.
As for IBKR getting added to the S&P 500, I think that's a fantastic look. I mean, we go back to their previous earnings reports. It's similar to what we're experiencing in Robinhood, Sharif. Now we're starting to get those event contracts that we mentioned, but it's just the transaction fees. And where are a lot of these transaction fees coming from? Well, guess what? It's one of my favorite derivatives, and that's options, because they're a little bit more expensive to trade.
Previous quarter, Q1, Q2, great numbers from obviously new accounts, subscribers, but then it's also the transactions and options activity that we both seen grow in the likes of Robinhood and in interactive brokers, and that's why I like it. So more traders starting to adopt the options, and they're more expensive transaction-wise.
Adara, IBKR over Hood or Hood over IBKR?
I mean, we're not talking about another name that's been heavily rumored to be added for quite some time, not in the same space, but I think, you know, we have to talk about AppLovin. AppLovin has a market cap of over $100 billion, and since November of last year, they've been in talks to maybe be added to the index. Once again, they got shunted, but yeah, I mean, in terms of the actual IBKR versus Hood conversation, I don't use either. I've considered looking into IBKR. Yeah, I think honestly, like some of the decisions that have been made this year with regards to the index are pretty interesting. I have up here part 4 of an infographic series. I haven't posted this one yet, so you guys are getting a sneak peek. I mentioned this earlier as well. But like this year so far, we've already had 5 mid-quarter or M&A related rebalances to the S&P 500. Interactive brokers, I guess not really M&A, but you are seeing, one company leave mid-quarter, interactive brokers getting added. I think with that in mind, though, with this M&A culture changing, that means you have more opportunities for, as you said, Sharif, some turnover in the index. Some of these older, more dated companies, more classic companies, for lack of a better term, getting out, and these companies in new spaces coming in. And you see that with the ads we've had this year. Coinbase, Block, and now IBKR in the fintech space. Then in like the other technology space, you've got TTD and Datadog. Now, what's interesting is both AppLovin and Robinhood, which again are the 2 top companies that have not yet been added to the index, they kind of fall into both of these spaces. So I think in terms of the next upcoming rebalances here for the index, you're either going to get the next 2 quarterly rebalances, or whenever Dayforce steps out and we get someone else coming in there, I think you're probably going to see one of those 2. But yeah, I think it makes sense that Robinhood's getting a bit hit harder than AppLovin here, because you're right, they are a direct competitor to IBKR. And yeah, I mean, I don't know, I was a little shocked by the IBKR ad, especially because they were just recently added, I believe earlier this year, to the mid-cap 400s. They made quite the ascension. Really quickly, too, I want to talk about this. Your friend Lena Khan stars in this infographic as well. Yeah, I mean, I think you can really see here versus 2025 already. You've had now almost 5 additions here to the index. 2023 and 2024 were pretty barren when it comes to these M&A related moves. So yeah, I think maybe with this new chair of the FTC, I believe his name is Andrew Ferguson, we might continue to see more of this M&A approval and more of the switch up in the index, and hopefully more modernization. Yeah, great point there, Adara. Thank you for that. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Ask me the question.
Do you think that Hood got the shaft here because of their association with the meme stock craze in exchange for IBKR?
I think so, right?
Think so?
Yeah,
they're still paying the price for that?
Yeah, I think so. Just because of the gamification behind Hood itself, right? I think just considering everything that went on with GameStop and AMC, I think that has a little bit of an influence, even though that's in the past now.
But they still have the same stuff. Like we talked about this, you and I, multiple times.
Yeah.
IBKR can't stop pushing the, what are they calling it?
The event contracts.
Event contracts onto us. Every time you open up the platform, they're pushing the event contracts in your face. That's basically betting on random stuff. Joey, the market's tanking. I think Adara might have news for us, so let's throw it up.
Yeah, throw it up to Adara.
I'm not sure if this is why we're moving the way we are, but I will mention Scott Bessent just made some comments during this cabinet meeting. He said that he believes there will be a sharp increase here, or he said a tariff revenue jump coming into September. So I guess they're expecting these tariff revenues to continue to pour in. That could be what it is. Also not related to this drop, but Scott Bessent did say as well he sees CapEx continuing to hit records. So he thinks CapEx is going to continue, but also they're thinking they're going to see an increase in tariff revenue coming into next month.
It's been record month after record month. I'm not sure. I haven't been keeping track, but every time I hear, it's like, we're bringing out a lot of money.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Let's go on to the next story, unless you have anything to say, because we only have a few minutes left.
Yeah, I was going to say with Hood, and I think, when did Hood IPO? Like, IBKR has been in the game significantly longer than
I don't know when they IPO'd, but I remember that they've been around since the pandemic.
The thing, but it's still relatively new compared to what IBKR.
Goodness,
yeah, right?
We can check. All right, let's go on to the next story here. This is interesting. We've been talking about the intersection of AI and robotics for a long time, and that's the future. Well, your boy Jensen at Nvidia just launched launched the Jetson. Yes, Nvidia announced that its new Jetson AGX Thor robotics chip is now available, as a developer kit priced at about $3,500 with first shipments expected next month, so right around the corner. Once prototyping is complete, according to the company, production for T5000 models, I love the naming there, will be available at about $3,000 a pop if you order more than 1,000 of them. So economies of scale there. The company markets the Thor chip as a robot brain designed to power advanced robotics. It also comes in a small packaging. If you've seen the pictures, it can easily fit onto a droid body. The Jetson Thor, Joey, is 7.5 times faster than NVIDIA's previous generation of robotics chips, so nice leap there. It's built on the Blackwell GPU architecture, the chip that can handle generative AI models. It can do large language models. It can do even vision-based AI, which is obviously very critical for a humanoid robot and autonomous systems. Comes with 128 gigs of RAM, and it's able to run large AI workloads in real time. CEO Jensen Huang has called robotics NVIDIA's largest growth opportunity outside, obviously, your traditional data centers, while robotics currently accounts for just 1% of the revenue. The business is expanding rapido.
Yeah, absolutely rapido, amigo. So I think that one thing that he noted, that it's 1% and can potentially grow as well too. I think it's the autonomy sector that can continuously grow within NVIDIA as well too, because they're supplying chips. And I mentioned the amount of data that is required in order to in 20 minutes of full self-driving. So I think that's something extremely positive, and that's what we're leading to, is who's going to win this robotics race. Is there going to be one specific one? No, but there can be abundance of individuals, and NVIDIA is starting to just definitely ramp that up for sure.
Adira, have you seen that Riz bot? It's called Riz, like the kids, Riz. Walking around the streets of LA just shafting everybody, Adira.
No, I haven't seen that, honestly. Yeah, I think with regards, I like that the name is Jetson for the NVIDIA bot. Just kind of talk about this one a little bit, because I have to look up this Riz bot, I must say. Yeah, I think like Jetson, other than the fact that it's very close to Jensen, which I'm sure, I don't know if that was on purpose or not, it is, you know, you get the whole George Jetson vibes, the futurism. I think it's cool. We'll have to wait and see what happens. I think with NVIDIA, it's a little bit hard to talk about this while ignoring the earnings report tomorrow. I think certainly that'll be on watch. And I think today, NVIDIA is really trying to gear you up for this earnings report. Like, they've been incredibly active on their X account throughout the day, which they aren't always. They already bragged about all the people on their new RTX Pro servers, including Eli Lilly, Disney, Foxconn, and TSM. So sometimes, like, what you'll see with these announcements that come right before the earnings report, they can kind of almost try to pad the market to be like, hey, look at all these other things we're doing, when they give a report that's maybe not as good as you want. So that's the one concern I have here with all these NVIDIA announcements heading into earnings. Netflix and Disney have both done this before, where they announce all these awesome things and then the report is not as good.
And make sure to catch that with us. It'll be Adira, myself, and Sean on the Market Recap Show tomorrow. We're going to be covering that NVIDIA watch party. But this is Rizbot, guys. So this is walking around the streets of LA. He makes fun of you. He laughs in your face. He has these jokes. And obviously he's quite whimsical with that cowboy hat. And he's got, you can't see it in this picture, but he has like a guide or whatever, a safety guide that walks behind him with, all the different, controls and whatever.
Tyson App bought one of those. And then
Rizbot?
Yeah, well, like the same model, and then you just abused it.
Did he actually?
Yeah.
Did he do it on one of his streams?
Yeah. You'll find it all over his streams. He owned it for a while. And
there you go.
Beat it up for a while.
So we're seeing more of this. We saw this in China as well. We saw the robot wars, right? Like there was a robot games or whatever. So we're going to see a lot more of this.
It's early stages. Early stages of everything. I think we're just kind of still in that rotary phone-esque kind of era of
feels like it though, right? But getting better you got to assume that the increases in this kind of space are not going to be linear. They're going to be kind of logarithmic. It's going to be like boom, boom, exactly.
Boom. Things are going to start flying off the shelf eventually.
All right, guys. We couldn't get through all the stories today, but Joseph Wilson, go show.
Yeah, one last thing before we send it off to the big boys to the right of us. Screen, please. This is the TQ short. This is what we were talking about earlier. Still holding on to more than half of the position, or right around half of it. So yeah, that's been working out. Let's see if we can head towards this low again today, because Nvidia is starting to rebound. Microsoft has been extremely weak, and Apple looks like it wants to break out as well too. So that's what we got going on.
All right, guys, big boys are that way. Obi in for Neil. I'll see everybody shortly at the On the big desk, Joseph and I, same bat time, same bat channel. Peace.
All right, great job there, guys. Today, yeah, thanks, Sharif. Thanks, Obi, for coming back. Thank you, everybody else, for sticking with us as we get ready to give you guys another closing show. I mean, earnings today, there are some, decent earnings coming through tonight, so we'll wait to see who and what reports. Oklo is going to be a good one. We did see SMR moving around today as well. So, yeah, there should be some good talk here. I heard the guys talk about Rizbot.
Yeah, I actually have seen videos of.
Yeah, I have not, so I'm excited to see that. Thanks, Sharif and Joseph and Adara for pointing that out. That looked pretty fun. Walking around there,
I'd be concerned because, it's not the city's not safe for a young lonely robot.
Young lonely
walk
robot.
around, by itself. So could use some protection for sure. What if someone is just screw these robots or whatever? Robots are taking over and tries to damage the bot or something like that. I'm sure that's.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I was always we saw running through our neighborhood the other day too was a little robot delivery. Was in the junction there, so it was like a little machine and delivery. So I'm always nervous about that too. Someone opens up I guess it only opens up your compartment. I guess you don't have to worry too much about theft there, but I don't know. I always wonder about how all this stuff winds up working, Obi. So smarter guys than I are inventing things every single day. We do have this cool thing that was invented here by our good friend Fabian and our friends at Trader TV. Go check this out right now. It's Palantir Nuke. We'll have to see what's going on with that NUKK. We'll have a look at that symbol as well later, but it's Palantir running the day so far. Open table. People want to see some more about there. I don't know if people have reservations or not at Open Table tonight, but we'll see what's going on with that one. But so Tilray down here, we'll talk about what happened to Tilray. We got lit on fire on that one as well. So I'm actually going to reset this, and you guys can join us right now at Trader TV live on YouTube. Go into the chat, put $ whatever, and it's right into here. You got to be part of the chat, and then you put $ETHA. So that's a good one. We'll talk about some Ethereum here today and what's going on with that. Best president ever. Thank you, President Trump, says Big B. So all this stuff, all of your votes now going to get counted up there. Yeah, what's up? $Neil, hopefully coming through tomorrow. So it's nice to have Obi back. I'm blessed to be sitting here with him, so that's going to be a good one here into the close. I only got AMD long right now. We'll have a look there, and we'll double check the visualizer in a couple minutes. Sharif getting ready to go with the morning. So what we do is in the afternoon, we run down what they've been voting on during the afternoon show, the midday show. So that will come up very, very shortly. But other than that, I don't know if you were doing too much trading.
I was doing some stuff. Some stuff. I was. The thing is, I was busy with a few other things, and I didn't see that Microsoft actually cracked through that consolidation low at 502.40s, I think it was, from the past. And look at the selling that's been happening on Microsoft after that consolidation breakdown, 502. This is an absolutely beautiful short. We were talking about this on the 520 breakdown just a couple weeks ago, and what a swing short this has been on Microsoft. Absolutely beautiful, all the way reversion down into 500, and it seems like we might be looking for more. So what I got busy with on Microsoft, sure, I missed that 502, but I was like, all right, wait, where's the next trade? I could have gotten involved with a little bit of the selling, but I waited for it to kind of start to slow down a little bit, and then took that 500 to 501, 500 and half to 501 sells into and through that 500, and then I got up and came back to this desk here, having covered most of my position there. So, but we can see that it's been following through nicely. We're at 499. So, yeah, much bigger picture trade happening here on Microsoft. But just taking scalps off of it on the intraday. I think the bigger trade, again, is for the swings, for whether you're swinging shares, whether you're selling calls, or whether you're buying puts. I think that's the trade here, or that has been the trade here on Microsoft, and it's been working out absolutely beautifully since earnings. We talked about that exhaustion kind of action on Microsoft off of its earnings report just a few weeks ago, and it's coming in absolutely beautifully. And we were talking about this just before we left as well.
Yep.
What if this is a little bit of the sign of times to come for other big names that might be reporting, right? Who knows?
Yeah, no, I know. We have. Yeah, I'm not worried about the Nvidia report. I'm just worried that it's just not as great as the others.
No, of course not.
And not as great as expectations. I mean, it's tough to have a stock like Nvidia, and we talked about this just before we left, as you mentioned, that's going to go out at all-time highs.
Yeah.
Like we're waiting for the print while it sits there as the world's largest company by market cap and sitting at all-time highs.
Yeah.
So I think it's like there are some cases there, if they don't hit the numbers, where the bears will come in and absolutely destroy the stock. Or if somehow they guide a lot higher than expected, then you're going to get the shorts that are playing off of that, thinking one way or the other. So yeah, it's going to be a good one. We're long AMD for other reasons. I'm sure it's going to be on the rundown here today as well. They got to deal with IBM and some supercomputing deal there. I really like IBM today. I feel like they're a name that got hit on earnings, so I think we can look to pick up some value in an IBM. We talked about selling some Palantir the other day at exactly at 160. I mean, on Friday, we were mad on Thursday that we didn't get, we went to 150, remember it went to 157.98 or something, and Neil's like, it's at 158. I'm like, yes, I got filled, and then we looked, and it missed us by 2 pennies. Well, right now you're back to that 160 level there for Palantir. What a move up to 161.50 here today. Andre, let me know if and when we're ready. I'm just sort of waiting.
I think we are.
We are ready. Okay, perfect. All right, so we are ready for the rundown. And again, this is voted on by you, very similarly to what you're doing right now, as I see that's filling up. But let's go over the midday, what's happening now for the rundown.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. The boys are locked and loaded. They're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there, get into the chat and vote for them every day. Throw in that $sign followed by whatever ticker your heart so desires. Here's a look at all 4 major averages, and all 4 major averages in positive territory, but barely. Top left of your screen is a triple Qs, the NQ ETF up 0.11. Top right of your screen, very similar look here with the S&P 500 ETF, the SPY, up 0.1%. Bottom left of your screen, the best performing major average on the day, the Russell 2000. We've been saying this a lot more lately, up 0.9%. And the Dow, much like the ES and the NQ, flat, up 0.06%. Not a bad look. The first ticker, though, as decided by you guys, PLTR, it's been in this zone, guys, for the past few days, holding that 150 level, but having really kind of trouble clearing 160 as it, you know, kind of floats near all-time highs.
We have Randy here, and Randy, of course, we did what was for lunch, and I thought it was pretty good. It was some Thai basil beef right there. So you've got that. So opinion, thumbs up, thumbs down is good. Thumbs up. Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. Did you have any of that, Obi?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it was really good. And we had a side salad there with a little bit of some orzo type thing there, salad. So I think that was really good. This is what Joe's opinion is. Thumbs down. This guy always has to be different, eh? You know.
Why is that?
You don't like that, Joe?
See, it's got some pie in there or something. Why are you thumbing it down, bro?
Oh, he put it all. Yo, he mixed the salad.
Oh, come on.
I don't know if you want to mix salad with rice.
Yeah, I mean.
This guy, everything. All right, hair done, nails done, everything.
Makes
big. Okay, so. Oh, by the way, congratulations.
Boom.
Travis Kelce. I mean, I'm sure there's some sort of a prenup involved here, but you just married Taylor Swift while you're getting engaged to Taylor Swift. That's been announced. So I'm gonna have to.
Okay, nice.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to hear about this. I mean, the guy signed a $100 million deal with the NFL. Like the guy's made with Kansas City Chiefs enough money, but she made billions. Like on her last tour, or at least hundreds of millions of dollars. So shout out to, unfortunately, the Kansas City Chiefs, who, you know, sometimes, I don't know, the NFL works in weird ways, man. Like sometimes you get these announcements and then you never win again. The New York Giants, no, it's true. The New York Giants, they were all celebrating. They took this picture on a boat. They all like had their shirts off, and people in New York and in the NFL know what I'm talking about. It's like called like Boatgate or something like that. Odell Beckham was on there. All these guys were partying. They were living life. I don't think they've like necessarily even won a game. I'm just joking, but they haven't been competitive since they took that picture. So right here, although, not to say that getting married means the end of anything, but Travis Kelce and company,
sure about that?
Right there. For myself, I'm sure about it, but I know for many others, maybe as that's great news for the Green Bay Packers. That's for sure, and great news for Neil's Buffalo Bills. Remember that team?
Yeah.
Yeah, because their arch nemesis basically are the Kansas City Chiefs.
Okay.
So they make it, basically the Bills make it to the finals or the semifinals of the division or the conference every year, only to run into the Kansas City Chiefs,
right,
which have their number, which have beat them I think 3 of the last 4 years or something.
Damn.
And Kansas City's then gone on to compete at the Super Bowl. And yeah, Neil, we'll talk about this tomorrow with NEAL. All right, so here's Palantir, man. I mean, I didn't think this was going to happen today. I didn't really see any reasons. I was actually waiting to put Palantir on the watch list, or on my sticky note, sorry, when we had like a real positive catalyst, because I was like, okay, any kind of positive catalyst here, this thing will bump up, because we've had a string of negativity associated with this name. As everybody, Google got some defense spending contracts last week. That was for cloud computing. Okay, Palantir's, that's not what Palantir does. So for some reason, they were hit on that news, and I remember that day. And then they got hit on Andrew Left and his friends talking about valuation and slapping a $40 puff pass price tag on this thing. Whether or not it's going to $40 or not, I don't know. But I did trim some out right here at 160, and it's at the price it's at right now. So again, I like the stock. I was waiting for some news. Obviously, the market liked it as well. It bought off VWAP this whole way. It bounced off of 159 right there. It kept on going higher. So there's 159 and there's VWAP. Like that, you know, that kind of sort of confluence, and that used to be a word that came out of your mouth every once in a while. I haven't heard that in a while, I don't think.
No, I say it a lot.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Yeah.
But anyways.
I said it a bunch of times yesterday, yeah.
Okay, perfect. So that matches. And like right now, when you get VWAP plus a key level, I like that 159. We'll see if we can come back into there. Obviously, no real huge news here today, but a momentum name, right? One of the biggest. There's this, there's Tesla, Nvidia, all the momentum names. I think for now, anyways, are back here today. We'll see if it can hold this bid. Going upside, Palantir, 60 million shares. We've seen it done 200 plus on days when it wants to move. I still really like the stock, and it's a big holding of mine, and I did trim 10%.
Yeah?
I think you got to take something off.
Over the past few days, right?
Yeah, and that was the thing. Like, it's not the greatest price. I mean, getting it out at literally at 160 flat is where I offered, and we wound up getting it. It's tricky, right? Because sure, I missed the top at 185 for 10%, but I'm hoping it can get back up there, and then we could take a little bit more out, and then play this long game in the stock, right? I do want to get longer in the indexes, and this might be one of the next moves for me is to go back over there. But for now, I'm getting lighter on Palantir, and I think that's the right play. Next level of concern, this little breaking spot right here, 173s. So if we can get something in and around there, we'll like Palantir. Get a little bit more out if we can get up into the 170s, which could be tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that we're definitely, again, poised for maybe a little bit higher. I like that we keep talking about this. The strong flush that we had last Wednesday has been following through with the bid. We got a full 100%, even above 100% reversion on that day, and the bid has been holding up quite well. The 150 bounce prior day was really nice as well, and now pushing back up towards these recent highs at 163. So, yeah, it seems like more of the same here, Sean. You can see that. Yep. Over the run-up, we've had periods of time where, yeah, it was aggressively sold off, maybe even for a couple of months. Look at the beginning of the year. Now, Palantir has been running up for much longer than that. You can see well into the middle of last year, it's been running up since. But February to April, we did kind of sell off pretty aggressively, 124s to 60s. So, oh boy, maybe a 50% shave on that. But take a look at this. That 50% shave gives you another over 100% move. So it's like, yeah, sometimes you got to be able to stomach some of the pullbacks. That's healthy price action, especially on something that's been extended so aggressively, right? And yeah, so the bid stepping back in. So we're seeing, for now, more of the same, aggressive bidding. Let's see if we can kind of get past these reference prices. 172s I'm watching. That was that strong sell day where right off of the open, the bids were smacked real hard for a multi-day flush all the way down to 142s. But I like the way we're holding structure right now, holding that VWAP really well, holding some prior day levels as well. You can see, like you said, that confluence coming in real nice, not at the, maybe at the beginning of the day, but with that VWAP as of right now as well, coming in about $1 up off of that VWAP. So 160, 170 is day high. Can we get to this 163? That's how I see it. That's the first stop on the way a little bit higher. If we can distinctly push through that, it seems like buyers are definitely there over the past few days. Let's see if we can step it up even higher. Market tailwind obviously is going to help out a little bit, I think, but Palantir holding that strength, man.
AMD and IBM with an interesting collaboration today. AMD up nicely, at least initially kind of selling off a little bit off the high, off that 170 touch. So AMD shares trading higher after the company announced a collaboration with IBM. Additionally, Saudi Arabia's Humane has begun the construction of that 100 megawatt AI data center with Nvidia and AMD's latest chip, guys. Not a bad look.
Yep. All right, so yeah, so I went long. I mean, I still am long on AMD here today. Yeah, look, I thought the story was going to be a little bit bigger than it turned out to be. I mean, the fact that we're actually down from where we opened up is a little surprising to me, considering the Nasdaq went red and decently red early on. For this name to sort of still be underneath VWAP leaves me a little bit. Again, the word is, like, I'm not worried or concerned about this. I know there's been a lot of money made on AMD, and right here, you're right back into like a great zone to start to dip by some of this, and in around 160. I mean, we got as high as 185. It's so funny, Obi, now, because, you know, 10% moves used to be pretty big. Yep. That's right now $25 off of the high. So you've already come back in that more than 10%, about 13 or 14% here off of a most recent high in AMD, and that was just about a week ago is where we topped out. So I still like these levels here. I thought it would have been a little bit better today. It was my number one trade idea, and it'll be my P&L number one, but not the way we expected it, man. It was a decent reload down here at 166. We've just been inching them out as we come a little bit higher. We're out of the money right now. I was gone. No excuse. I don't like to use excuses because I don't think no one cares about them, because whatever. It's just like right into there. I think that was the spot. Yeah. You know, to get the reload 165. I wasn't here at 11:30, and I should have put a bid there. Normally I do those type of things, but I just, you know, didn't do that. So 165, I didn't want to put on a decent amount of shares or anything while I wasn't sitting at my desk, so I didn't do it. Now that we're up here, I feel like this could be the top. It's had a great move, you know, from that 165 in what's a slow market heading in front of Nvidia earnings. To me, I love this stock. It's my number one trade today, and I think you can even look at this tomorrow, again, ahead of Nvidia. But I like AMD. I like that deal there with IBM, and there's some notes I put about there. Collaborating to combine quantum computing, I like that. Create a hybrid model. For AMD, it expands their exposure to next-gen computing with you know, with an IBM partner. So I like the deal. I think for both of them, I think IBM is probably a better buy and one that I'm looking to do, to be honest with you. So like you get out of some Palantir, that's fine. Now you got to look for some opportunities of some depressed names that maybe shouldn't be down here. So I really like IBM in these areas. I think a break in and around this 245, 250 gets this thing back to all-time highs again. So if you're in the tech space and you don't have something, I like IBM down here. I think it's a well under-owned name.
Yeah, I think this was also, when I saw the move in the morning, I was like, all right, one of my top trades on the day, definitely going to be AMD, with it gapping up the way that it has, but didn't really see that sentiment follow through coming in off of the open, kind of ate it all up. Most of the gains there, we did about a 50% retracement down into this reference kind of bid that we got off of the initial news event there. And since then, just kind of chopping in and around that VWAP. We haven't really gotten distinctly above it or held structure. This was where I was trying it a little bit earlier. Where's that chart? Okay, so this is Rich Tech Robotics. I'm watching that right now, but let's pull up AMD real quick to see how it kind of went down and what I was looking for. I remember we talked about it, yep, kind of reclaiming that VWAP and then holding some structure above so that can poise us for a little bit of a move higher, but that never really happened. I did like the ad on that 66.5. That was nice, but no follow through, so I left it alone after that. And since then, it's just been kind of chop, chop, chop. But yeah, I definitely agree with Sean here. When it comes back down into that 165, that's where we got that aggressive bid initially in the morning. So keeping it simple, that's where buyers were in the morning. We fall into a place where there was some demand, and then we break that downtrend in a place of demand. And then you can see that 165 holds really well for a reversion to VWAP. So yeah, a bit of a miss on my part as well here on AMD. But right now we're at VWAP. Let's see if we can kind of bid back above. But you can see it's doing things that are somewhat different than the market. The market's bidding up aggressively, but this thing is taking its time, kind of consolidating, chopping around VWAP, digesting maybe this news. We also talk about a higher time frame picture on this, where AMD was pushing up into a little bit of a range high since that flush last week on Tuesday. You can see right here, range high maybe 168s from Friday, and then maybe 166s, 167s as well from yesterday, a little bit of a supply zone. So coming into the day today, we basically attempt to push, can't even get through 170. I was really looking for that 170, but a little bit of a flat action on the day today. Maybe it needs a couple days. Sometimes you got to let it cook and wait on it for a couple days, especially if it's showing you that it's going to hold up. Technically, it has not broken that event or news reference low, so this is still very much in an uptrend with reference to this this candle here. So I'm going to keep eyes on it for the rest of the week, but didn't really do too much of what we were looking for right off of the open.
All right, guys, open door next. I'm looking at the short float on this. Is still reporting about 21%. It did open up initially positive, guys, going up into that 5.25. But as you can see, we're selling off aggressively now down into that 440 area. So we're down almost 3%. But the initial move up here was as a result of the current possibly favorable interest rate environment that we're going into with the Fed slated to cut rates at the next FOMC meeting, guys. So open door, a perennial name here on the afternoon rundown.
Yeah, I mean, a name with heavy debt, right? I mean, we talked about open door many times, and I think it's a good shot that someone took down here. I think it was wasn't Nick Jackson or something like that, that took a shot down here. The same guy that was talking about and did the analyst and the work on Carvana made a nice play here on open door. And I just, you know, the move has happened already. And whenever I see things like this, sure, there's FOMO and there's, you know, you wish you had gotten that. But when we were here, we were talking about this break of $4, and that was a good one. Now you're talking about a break of $5. Now the thing with $5 is we've now seen it 3 times in a row with high wicks. For me, that's a tough sell moving forward now, you know, just because of all of these. Like, there's some definite sell supply up here, or some supply up here where people are interested in dumping their shares. So anytime you get into the $5 mark, it looks like you're fading back out. So I don't think this is a buy until you get some buy zones, and then you're looking for wicks the other way. So unfortunately, that's not until $3. So if you're going to play these as the top, then I think you got to play something like here around the bottom. So I like the model. I don't think that a 1/4 point rate cut is really doing too much to the housing market, for sure. You know, here we have to refinance every 5 years. In the United States, if I had refinanced, who knows when? I mean, I don't know what the average, and I should probably look this up actually, what the average interest rate is, or what the average mortgage looks like in certain parts of the states, especially where Open Door maybe conducts a lot of their business. Then I could have a better opinion on that. But I don't think even half a rate point cut, like half basis points, so 50 points, I don't even think that has a huge effect on the real estate market in the United States. So I think Open Door is a play. I'm a little bit surprised it's down to 20-something%, as Sharif just mentioned. To me, that's not squeezable enough. The card's already been played for squeeze names. We saw them happen already. We saw GameStop, we saw AMC. And there was a name last week that was 40, I can't remember the name, honestly, Obi. And
40%?
Yeah, it was 45% short float. I thought Sharif just mentioned the name, but he didn't. I can't remember what it is. People in the chat will remember, and it didn't really go, it didn't really do too much the day that I looked at it. But anyways, I'll get that for a second. But anyways, Open Door. Any thoughts on that? For me, waiting for $3 is the right way.
So we were talking about this last week before it even hit that $5 mark, and I was like, oh boy, a little bit of a short trap, a liquidity trap as well. You can see that high volume push into $5 early, I guess later on in July. That got up to almost $5, $4.97 was the high. And coming into it last week, I was like, oh boy, maybe we're poised. It is building up slowly back in towards that $5 mark with increasing volume, and we could very well get a push of that level, but no parabolic action just yet through that $5. But yesterday, Sean, was absolutely wild. This aggressive selling that came in back to back here right, where did it begin? About 1 o'clock, just bids getting hit. I was watching this, I was just like, okay, there is no news on this, but definitely maybe some longs offloading, because you got to remember where this thing came from. This thing was sub-dollar just a couple months ago, and now pushing up to $5 again. And guess what? Today, a lot of chop and churn in and around that $5, met as a resistance and trading a little bit lower once again. So now we're back below prior day's lows here on open doors. So taking a look at the daily chart, you can see, is this a little bit of a slowdown? Maybe, questionable, but here's the thing. There's that anchored from that initial I guess, push here from that pop in July. You can see we attempted to trade a little bit lower, failure to follow through, and then once we reclaim above that anchored VWAP, we started to really accelerate with some volume. So as long as it stays above this, I think this is well within range to continue to step up, especially if the sentiment and the following that's been on this stock for the past few months continues to kind of hold. I don't know what the float on this thing is, but I don't think it's too much. 642 million shares is the float, Sean, but guess what? The average 30-day volume is about 390 million.
Yeah, I know.
So it's like, how many times has that float rotated? I have no idea, but it seems like it's setting up for something for sure. That $5 is going to stay interesting. Let's see what it does going forward. I honestly liked the short today. I just wasn't involved on that failure to follow through of 5 that came in later on in the day. I was just looking for it way too early, and that is what it is sometimes.
We are going to look at Rich Tech Robotics, but we're just going to run through this and we'll talk about Rich Tech making some moves higher here.
All right, Nuke, mushroom clouded to the upside over here at $11.50, but it is quickly coming back down. Still positive on the day, though, to the tune of 16.75%, trying to hold this $5.50 level. So Nucleus is the name of the company, and it launched a defense subsidiary and secured exclusive U.S. distribution agreements with Blade Ranger to capitalize, guys, on the booming payload drone market. Not a bad look here, guys.
I think that's when you're always looking for new companies and new spots. You know, these guys here, 7% short flow. We just looked it up. Only 6 million shares outstanding. So they kind of do fit some of the bill here of a name that can do this. You see where it's come from on the daily chart. I mean, it's been a bad little run here for Nucleus, and NUKK. Love the symbol there for sure. But you've come from, I don't know if this was, I guess this must have been nothing, all the way up to $50 or $60, and then it's just spit right back down into $4. So I'm going to actually double check this on our e-signal chart, because our charts here don't do the greatest job of reverse splits or anything like that. But yeah, it looks exactly the same. So I don't know if they took over this symbol or what happened back here. We had a low of $1.30, then a high of $78 back at the end of December. So this name did go nuclear, if that's what it was doing right there. But a nice play all the way back in right now, trying to hold this $4 mark up to 7. So it does have the pedigree to do this again. But with only 6% short float, I'm not sure what was going on right there. But it looks like you have a top of $16. Look, you got to take new names. You got to be in different spaces, and this could be a good one. So more work necessary here for NUKK. Looks like it's barcoding. You got to watch out, man. You break this 550, and I'd say it's a short, but who knows from here where we go. So right there, this is looking pretty good. $6 is the 200 period. I think it's a short. Down below, breaking through $5. So you got to wait for that 550, short for NUKK. If you're holding the bag, I wouldn't want to hold it too much past this level. That's me. Underneath the 50, underneath the 200, looking a hell of a lot lower. This was double this price just 3 hours ago. So again, you play with fire. Sometimes you get burned. Sorry about that for anybody that's trading NUKK. I'm not on it today, but an interesting name nevertheless. Any anchored VWAPs or anything you see?
Yeah, no, I'm just going to say sorry, not sorry, because it definitely nuked both participants on both sides. Like, look at this. Out of nowhere,
we both hit the bang there.
Getting nuked right there. Right? And then on the backside, if you're holding any of this, being like, oh, maybe this is the next HKD or something, the longs are getting nuked to the back on the backside right here. A 50% pullback, absolutely beautiful. Now maybe finding some price acceptance or consolidation in and around this $5-6 mark here as of right now. But yeah, crazy move. I think you had to be there to be involved in the front side. I'm usually just sitting here watching something like this run, waiting for, like, especially if someone's getting blown out or shorts are covering or being really aggressive into the ask there, I'm just going to be patient for them to be like, all right, I'm going to wait for these guys to finish blowing up and then get on the backside of the move for price to kind of settle back down. And that's a beautiful example on the day of mean reversion here. You know, VWAP maybe doesn't mean too much, but you can see after we trade back below the average weighted price, oh boy, we kind of accelerate to the downside and then find some base here in and around $5. Still hasn't got back down to reference prices just yet, but a crazy move nonetheless. I totally missed the whole move here on Nuke, but I guess it was a fun ride. Hopefully you guys caught it in the right direction, and if you didn't, I'm sure there were lessons that were learned as well.
Sales down 20% year over year for the weeks of the week, I should say, of August 18th to the 24th in China. 27% drop year over year. Tesla still positive on the day, though. There was also this headline that Musk's XAI looking to sue Apple and OpenAI, seeking billions in damage, basically saying the two are conspiring to keep other AI apps off that top spot in the App Store, Blaze.
I'm actually pretty tired about all this conspiring.
Conspiracy?
Almost said the BS word. I don't want the chat to go crazy here, but no, it's just Elon. I think has done great with Grok and has done great with his overtake of Twitter. People will disagree, but I don't know if he brings Twitter back, public again when he launches some sort of a XAI platform again and puts Twitter in there, puts Grok in there. But yeah, this whole back and forth of like, I'm in the App Store, you're not, and all this kind of stuff. And again, the story is much more complicated than that. But it's always been the case, right? I mean, Fortnite challenged, I forget the maker of Fortnite, challenged Epic, is it Epic Games, I think maybe, challenged the fact, do I know that and you don't? That's crazy.
I think Epic took over Fortnite, right?
Yeah, maybe.
I think that's
but anyways, they were challenging the fact that, Apple's always taking a percentage on all the downloaded,
I remember that.
things in the App Store. So I just feel that that's always going to be the case. Apple, besides you and Neil, I guess, Brendan just switched over to Apple. But the idea here is even in Android, the store, it's very monopolistic. I mean,
it seems like it's very pay to play.
And I don't, and the service area of the business, I think is fine. Like, I don't know, I think they deserve to make a little bit of money. They've built this environment up. And so, I don't know, this going back and forth here, I think it's just a bunch of billionaires, I guess. I almost said millionaires, and got to watch out what I'm saying. I don't want to insult anybody. But as they just keep going back and forth, trying to play who's the boss. And, I don't think that he likes, probably thought that there could have been a deal maybe with Grok and Apple or something, and now it looks like Gemini and Google are going to get into the App Store. So for me, Tesla today, look at the chart. It's very, very choppy. You either got it at the beginning of the day or you didn't. It was either a short up there at 348 or a long somewhere around here at 345. Playing this game back and forth there, it came back in and filled you again down there. You could have taken that long, but you probably would have got stopped out. So now the next play is probably the short around 348, 348.50. So again, love Tesla, love the product, everything about it. It's just, I like trading it when there's direct news about this. Dan Ives upgrading or downgrading, or Kathy Wood, some sort of an opinion there. Numbers out of China are important. This Chinese trade deal, important. Earnings days, important. Things like that. The release of Optimus, when's that going to happen? When are the robo-taxis coming? There's so many sort of issues underlying around Tesla that right now, I think, again, it's kind of a hold, don't trade. You're waiting for those stories to break, and when they do, I think it's a fantastic trade, and I'm just waiting for that day to happen. So, I wait for more news on Tesla and think that we're going to eventually get a huge run. I really like the base that it's forming here around 330.
No, I have to agree with you on that one, Sean. Absolutely beautiful action here, and the way it's holding up is just as beautiful as well. We talk about that price compression and expansion right here, and price has definitely been expanding over the past few days, all the way up to 350. And again, 350 might be a little bit of an interesting level, but you can see every time it's tried on the day today, 349.13 is the high. Couldn't quite get there. Maybe we get there going into the end of the day. And now, I wasn't here for whatever happened here at 11:30 on the stock. Strong quadrunk lick grab of the day's low and the pre-market low, only to kind of bid right back up and do more of the same. Now we're attempting a push towards the highs here as well. Let's see if we kind of push through that that 349 going into the end of the day. Maybe we can jump up another dollar into that 350 and make it a little bit interesting and really start to get going. But yeah, no, I agree with you, Sean. This thing is looking like it really wants to to kind of unwind that compression all the way to the upside, and it definitely has that potential. Let's take a quick look at the higher time frame here. I know for those of you who are very familiar with my Tesla chart, there are quite a few indicators, so I'm going to take them off to begin with here. So you can see how it's building up on the weekly. This is a very, very nice consolidation. You can maybe call it even a flat top of that 360, but you can see that we've had higher lows and maybe some lower highs as well, and finally catching a strong bid. But look at the I guess angle of incline of the bid, however you want to see it. It's stepping up higher and higher, a lot more aggressively than it was stepping down as well. So I like that push towards 360. Let's see if that can potentially come in. But that 350 is definitely a little bit tricky over the past couple of days, as it hasn't been able to quite make it up there. But I think we're poised for it. Let's see if that potentially comes in going into the end of the week as well. I know that, again, a lot of people kind of noticing that Tesla has been doing its own thing over the past couple of days. Like, the market was very strong as well, but not as strong as some of these Tesla moves that were happening. And even this morning, while the market was tanking through that 23.5 pretty aggressively, Tesla didn't really budge. We held prior days range, prior days prices really, really well, and pretty much just kind of orbited around VWAP for the whole day. So relative strength, it's showing us on a much higher time frame. So I really like that about Tesla here.
So
that covers it for the rundown.
Yeah, no, that was a good one. Thanks there, Obi, and thanks all for the questions. And we're going to get over to the names that you guys want to talk about, including right here. And Adara's back. I hope you had a good lunch there, Adara. She never really leaves. She just kind of takes a little bit of a break there as Sharif goes through the rundown. But Rich Tech Robotics, Adara, RR, had a news, right, they had a news story. And it, yeah. Go ahead, yeah, I can't hear you.
Debuting their new robot with Nvidia at their Washington GTC conference, and that's going to be October 27th to 29th, if I remember correctly, which I'm 90% sure I do. So RR, that was the catalyst on that one. It came out right at the end of the midday, though it was rallying prior as well.
Perfect. Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Adara. So yeah, about 150 or so was posted up there on their X account. There's the news story. Adara brought it to you live on the Midday show, and that's the thing. Like, make sure you do join us. Hit the like, hit the subscribe as we go over all of these. I have a new. This is like an almond flavored some sort of coffee from Starbucks called Sunsera.
Oh, interesting.
I don't know. It's not too bad.
It's,
anyways, Rich Tech Robotics. Before we go, Rich Tech Robotics, of course. What they're trying to do is changing the robotics game, as everybody's trying to change the game. These guys, you know, software as a service, Obi? Yep. So that's where obviously you provide, you know what software as a service is. You're providing, you know, whatever information, kind of like a Zoom or something like that provides the software, and then you pay a monthly fee for it, like a Spotify, things like that. Well, Rich Tech Robotics is doing that for robots. So that's the play that they're trying to get involved with here. And of course, Rich Tech Robotics, their robots will be able to lift. I was just reading a little bit about it, you know, heavy machinery, things like that. So if you are a smaller business or something like that, and you're maybe unable to afford a couple $100,000 for a fleet or even one robot, I don't even know how much they cost, you can rent it out. So as a service. So again, if you're seeing that, hey, maybe it's costing me, you know, $20,000 in employee costs, whatever, then you can put that towards a robot, excuse me, and not have to pay a pension. Now, what do they put in this coffee? Like actual almonds here, choking over here? All right, Adara, what you got?
Yeah, right now Donald Trump is actually talking about Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift, but that's not why I bring you guys here. Donald Trump was just asked during this cabinet meeting here about Fed's Cook and the firing, including the fact that apparently her team is trying to fight this. Trump said that they're prepared for a legal fight, but that she seems to have had an infraction. And if she did have an infraction, then she should be punished for that possible infraction. So using not super specific language here is Donald Trump, but yes, said he's prepared here for a legal battle with regards to Fed's Cook, saying that they do need people who are 100% above board, and it doesn't appear that she was. Back to you.
I know Adara and Joe and Sharif went over this story, a little bit of it during the Midday show, but Obi, like, honestly, who cares?
Yeah.
Like this is Lisa Cook. I don't even.
There's a lot of drama.
I don't know, but okay.
Yeah.
So this is a trading show. You know, it's not affecting any individual stocks.
And then
I don't think there's anything. No, I just don't think there's a story here other than the fact that government hands are in everything. We already know that. And the fact is, I think it's a good thing that if there was any mortgage fraud or anything like that, that people are held responsible, whether or not it's you, whether or not it's me, whoever it is. And I don't want to cheer for anybody to lose their job. The disappointing thing to me is the lack, and I heard ADRs say this as well, the lack of evidence. Like we just seen a couple of scribbles right now. It seems more like a witch hunt.
Yes, like my thing is, I'm not going to call it a witch hunt or whatever. I'm just going to say I would like more evidence than completely disembodied photos of signatures. And then when Pulte said he had more evidence, that more evidence was just, again, more disembodied photos of things. I don't care if you have to redact some things. I just want some context to suggest, okay, there is something real here. That's all I have. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Yeah. No, you didn't cut me off. I mean, I was bringing the fact up that we had talked about it. But I guess she's a member of the Fed. Like, there are issues here, but I thought she was a conservative member anyways, or more... She's not, okay. So, but she's more dovish, right, I think, as a member. Anyways, the idea is to drain the swamp. So I feel like sometimes the swamp is getting less drained.
I cared about the story for about, I would say, 30 minutes because trading last night, the market did kind of drop on the initial drop of that news. So I was like, okay, this is interesting. The market kind of drops in, and then we reverted, so I took that reversion as well. So yeah, I did care about it for a little bit to kind of correct myself. Yep, okay. And then for about 30 minutes, and then I forgot about it.
Right.
And then like, does it make the market move? If not, then on to the next. Right. Usually what I'm kind of focused on, because like you said, at the end of the day, there's a lot of drama going on, and yeah, if you wanna build and get out of positions based off of the drums, then so be it. But that's not a playbook that I really have. It was a move, and then we kind of ate it all up. I think there are bigger things that the market cares about. For example, the Jackson Hole, how we're following through from that. Nvidia earnings, that's coming up this
Jackson Hole
week
was an easy long, in my opinion, because we had talked about this over and over again. I was like the only one in the whole chat that was talking about going long. We had questions about it. There was nobody here that was thinking long. And the thing about it is great earnings season, right? A president that is looking at the stock market. Right, we have a Fed that seems like they're going to comply to some extent. We have the rate cut is imminent, and we're in a cutting cycle. Yep. S&P 500 is a little overvalued. I would think I'll have to look it up again, but I thought the PE of the S&P 500 was 22, which historically has fallen in between the 18 to 19 range. So definitely 10% maybe a little frothy right now, but you got to pay up to enjoy the ride. And I think that part of the stock market is that. So yeah, for me, Jackson Hole was kind of an easy one. There was just a speech to be had, and it looks like you're right, Obi. Who cares about anything other than what the market's doing, especially in what is a bull market? I mean, some stocks are in bear territories, down 20%, and we'll talk about those right here. But back to the market that we were talking about before we went off on this Cook lady. I don't know even what's going on there, as we just talked about. But what about Rich Tech Robotics? You've already been up here before, right? I mean, we were up here in last February, January. So if you sort of went through the whole summer months wondering if this 200 period was going to hold, oh boy, did it ever hold here, as it held amazingly to the point where now you get a good story and you bump up. So I feel like these guys, Rich Tech Robotics, is in the right space now. If they're going to have a deal with Nvidia, which can provide them with these high-powered chips at potentially a lower cost, and they can get these robots out there and then start to rent them. I saw some people in the chat talking about different sushi places that are using robots. We just talked about...
Oh, yeah, they have been. Just the service ones.
Right,
like,
so I mean...
Bring your stuff to the table.
Right. And so I'm just thinking like that's Rich Tech Robotics as far as I'm reading right now. I don't want to say they're developing these robots for restaurants, but that's the space. And I just think that a small business, we talk about all of this, right? Like, who can compete with Grok, or who can compete with any of these mega cap names that have these crazy expenditures going out? No one. You can't buy 100,000 GPUs at 40 grand each, right? These other companies can. So how can you compete? How can you be that name that you want? How about RAAS, Robots as a Service? You know, so right there. So forget about SaaS models. What about RAS models right now? And so we'll be doing that right now, and we'll talk about some RAS models coming through. And I think Rich Tech Robotics is that, Obi. So we're excited for that moving forward. But all right, was that a call for Adara? I think so.
Yeah, I just want to mention here, Donald Trump just spoke here about interest rates and the Fed once again. But here's pretty interesting. We know that if we get Fed's cook out, then Trump would be able to have a majority in the Fed. He acknowledged that, saying that once they have their majority, which he does, of course, intend to have by ousting the Fed, then, by ousting Fed's cook, then they'll be able to get interest rates down and housing will go up. So that seems to be what's happening here. He also talked about Fed's, or I guess, potentially incoming Fed's Moran. We know that this is who Trump intends to replace Adriana Kugler, though he's yet to be confirmed. But he also said that initially they were saying Fed's Moran was just going to be the temporary replacement for Kugler, whose term was going to expire pretty soon. Now he's saying they actually could keep Moran on and switch him out with their cook replacement, but he's not sure yet. He also said that he has someone in mind for Fed's cook to be replacing Fed's cook, but apparently his team is still working on it. So some Fed-related comments here from Trump. Back to you.
All right. Let's. Adara's just going to keep updating all of us, obviously, as we talk about Taylor Swift, and so does Donald Trump for some reason. But okay, so just real quick. I don't think AMD's a long, so I'm just going to get out. We tapped out right there, and we were talking about it as we were doing this at 2:30. We have a small piece left. I did want to see if we can come into 165, but I'm actually just going to dump. Oops, I got to cancel. I had an offer out. I got to cancel them all. Get out right here if we're able to do that. Right now, there it is. We're at 11s. We're there on NASDAQ. Fill us up, fill it up. There it is. So we get out of that one, bang. My number one stock there. It's not going to look as a good trade. We had like less than 2% left of this, but we had noticed already that it was underneath. So AMD, nice downside play. We did have some rare earth names moving around today, of course, as Trump warns of more tariffs coming potentially to China and to these rare earth plays. President Trump threatened to steepen these tariffs there today and over the weekend. Made rare earth names like MP try to climb here early, went up to $75, almost taking out its highs in the 80s. And of course, obviously the government's going to instill some more tariffs on China for this exact purpose, because the US government, like Intel, took a stake in MP. So we'll have to wait to see where this story winds up going. Interesting to see it a downside play. I think that Materials Corp here, MP, you're going to have to buy dips on this name, especially in with what's been happening with China and the rare earths. I mean, all of these EVs, all these phones, all these military drones, everything like that needing rare earth. So I like MP here, and there are some other plays, and we'll talk about that when we get back from Obi.
Yes, sir. So guess what? Exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P, TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. If you are a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. So check out our friends at Beta Pro. Their market's pushing to the upside. Apple's taking a little bit of a breather here, so yeah. I did get involved with a little bit of a feeler here, just 50 pennies off of the highs. We've been bidding up, Sean, for majority of the day. This bid came in after the first 15 minutes of selling. We've only been buying up on Apple, and it's about an hour and 10 minutes going into the close. So I'm just like, all right, cool. Are you going to continue extending to the upside? I have no idea, but I do want to participate if the buyers are starting to show a little bit of diminishing action. Now, still holding trend. They can step right back in whenever. I don't know what's going to happen, but I kind of just want to participate here a little bit as we attempt to pull back in. And KDP, man, that was the one I called it out at $30. Didn't even participate in that one. But KDP, wow, Rich Tech's still going. KDP continuing to sell off. Like, have you seen a cleaner sell-off, Sean. Like day one, clean, it kind of tells you who's in charge. Day two, nobody's looking at this stock. Everyone's trying to trade a Tesla. Everyone's trying to trade a something else. Even I'm trying to trade, like, what was I trading? I was trading AMD. I was trading Microsoft. Now I'm trading Apple. But the easy money trade was here on KDP. It's doing 46 million shares, 47 almost on the day when the average volume is 11 million. It's definitely doing relative volume here. So where's the trade that's really worth my time? And I'm kind of banging my head against the door here, being like, KDP was definitely one of my top 5 ideas, and it does exactly what I'm looking for, which is sustained selling and sellers showing you that they're very, very much still in charge from yesterday. So KDP, that was pointed out, about $30. We're trading at 29 now. Sure, it's only $1, but with the amount of shares being traded and the spread being about roughly 1 penny, it's down over 5% off of the open here. So KDP definitely coming in absolutely nicely here. Microsoft, that's still holding around. I liked that $500 level, but that 520, nice, I was almost going to say 420, but 520 breakdown was absolutely beautiful as well. And this is kind of what I was talking about earlier before we left you for the midday show, was that exhaustion kind of action on Microsoft that happened off of their earnings. That was a bit of a signal, in my opinion. And look at that, strong extension. We'll go straight up to like an hourly chart to really see the magnitude of that pop. You can see here, up on earnings, grinding up all the way. Let's actually measure how long that was for. That ground up for about 91 trading days back to back. And then we got earnings once again, a strong push, but no follow through on that, and a bit of a break of this trend. I'm going to throw on my indicators here, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Okay, I guess I don't have that one here. I can just draw it on once again, but you can see just drawing a simple trend line, and the trend line even shows you that, yeah, buyers were very much in charge here, but once we get back below that and start to look a little bit weaker, that 520 consolidation base area that Microsoft had was pretty key. And once we broke that down, look at the aggressive selling that's been coming in back to back, all the way from an earnings reaction high of $561. So yeah, a bit of a pullback here. Sure, we've been selling aggressively, but you got to remember where we came from. Last earnings, we were way, way lower, and the bid has been grinding up pretty aggressively. So the swing short coming in absolutely beautifully here on Microsoft. So shout out to anybody who had that trade, as again, we pointed out multiple times here over the past, I guess, month or so since that earnings happened. So bit of a follow through coming in right here. I did participate a little bit earlier in that 500 push, but didn't really hold on until much later where it traded much lower as well. So let's take a quick look at that one and see where it is relative to my last covers. And oh boy, I covered most of it on top of 499 halves, and we're pushing a little bit lower, 498 halves. But I think the best place to get short on the day today, if we're going to do a little bit of a retrospect analysis here, just kind of looking at where the best places might have been to enter. Coming in the day, I had this 502.44, this low from Friday right here. So Friday, we got that aggressive bid that was showing us some strength. And I'm like, okay, buyers came in off of this low and pushed us up pretty aggressively. So if we come back into this 502.40s, I'm looking for a little bit of more of the same, which is sellers being in charge since earnings. And oh boy, has that come in so beautifully on the day today, trading now below 500. Will we see 475? I got no idea, but it's definitely on its way there, not that far away. And the market just kind of consolidating right now. We talked about that. 23,500 might be a little bit of an interesting level. You can see that it's been acting as support during the open session multiple times now, once and twice through that 23,500. And the ES looking a little bit stronger, as it's one of the ones that is making higher highs and higher lows. So I guess the spider is definitely climbing up that spout. Apple, maybe a little bit overextended. That's why I like it here for a potential pullback. VWAP sitting just shy of that 227s, but the market's screaming a little bit higher. So I got to pack my patience, like Sharif likes to say, but I'm not aggressive with the short just yet, but I do want to get a little bit more aggressive. Softy seems like it just wants to continue to push a little bit lower. And oh my God, that 350 might be coming in on Tesla, Sean, as it inches a little bit higher and higher here. 348 halves just now as we speak. 349.13s is the high a day. So I want to see some volume coming in to give us some strength, or to show us some strength through that high a day, and then a price sustaining above that 349, which will definitely, in my opinion, increase some probabilities for a push towards that 350. But I don't know if that's going to happen. Let me see what you guys are trading. I know you guys are throwing up a lot of stocks in the chat. LMT, okay, so LMT, I think there was news earlier today that the government might be taking another 10% or another stake in something like LMT, and we saw an aggressive bid. It's been doing relative volume pretty much all day, but a muted session if you were kind of looking for a continuation. But if you were looking for buyers on top of VWAP, oh boy. That definitely was there multiple times over and over again, but a bit of a VWAP chop here on LMT, not really blasting off to the upside just yet, it would seem. But it seems interesting. They want to. They want to take back. They want to take a stake in Intel. They want to take a stake in LMT. The government's, I guess, putting their hands into some companies here. No voting rights apparently. I don't know if that's going to be true for LMT, but Intel for sure. They're not really holding anything. But I think it's healthy. It's for
more
Intel.
Like a bailout, that Intel one, man. I don't know if LMT needs necessarily all that, but. Yeah, interesting times that we're seeing right now. As you know, GM didn't work out great as far as a bailout, but other things have worked out for them. So we'll see if we can get some love back in for LMT. I mean, again, wartime kind of talk there. But yeah, U.S. government doing the best they can, or what they think they should be doing anyways. So shout out to everybody looking at that. All right, so yeah, look, I was going to talk about a little bit about Robinhood. Robinhood just went for a little bit of a move here, upside on Hood up into 108.50. I'm still looking at this area, as you just talked about, some key levels as well. I'm looking at some key levels possibly here on Robinhood into this 109 area, so watch out for possible fades if we can get up to there. You just mentioned 350 for Tesla. I think that's going to be a good trade that we should probably go over and have a quick check on in a couple seconds, but there it is right here for Robinhood. Nice level and a nice little move here as the market looks to break through. And I was thinking to myself too, I don't like shorting, and we talked about this on Friday or on Thursday when I was here. I don't like sitting around in markets that are pretty dead and being short. Like, I just think you can grind higher into the close. Like, I don't really, today we have Oklo Box and MongoDB coming tonight, so I'm not super, thinking that that's big market move at all. But the market has grinded a little bit here, so I'm thinking about a fade if we were going to go short to get out right around this 23.50. But I'm still looking for downside to see about getting long. Like, I'd rather be long into a dead market as we go sleepy here into the afternoon. But that's Robinhood. It's going higher. Could be a short. I'd rather wait for that short to come through for Robinhood. If we're going to do anything, it would be the market right now, up 0.22. Trying to get going. I think a bid on the break of the high of the day, there should be something there if we can get that. But, Amazon maybe. I like Google for some strength here this afternoon. Have we seen Google sort of make some big moves recently? So there it is. That's still Robinhood chart. Amazon, again, looking to take out that 228.50 mark. So that's not far away. I actually like that bit a little bit better, as that was the dropping off point there on Friday night. So right into there, 228.50, a decent possibility there as well. So yeah, I mean, there's some good trades that are lining up. We just got to go find them. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here on ROIV. Roivant Sciences popping a little bit. An individual by the name of Ray Blanco flagged this as a long idea, saying that I guess this could be potentially the next blockbuster catalyst at any time, could drop for ROIV. So I guess, again, Ray Blanco saying that ROIV could benefit at any moment from a big catalyst. Liking the stock here. Keep an eye on it. Back to you.
I mean, if it was Benny Blanco, maybe I would be looking at that. But I don't even know who Ray Blanco is, but it's sad that I know who Benny Blanco. All right, so that was Amazon right there. It's power hour. I don't know if the market's going to power up or not right now, but we got out of our last trade was AMD, and it's really done nothing sitting here right now. So I don't want to think that this is going to be, the next name to pop or anything like that right now, as the market is near the highs. We can check out the VIX and see exactly what's going on there. Gold today is another little bit of a look. We'll have a quick stop. 311.75. Those of us that are looking at Bitcoin, I mean, it's trying to make a move as well. 110.6, but there goes gold up another 0.61% and really starting to perform quite well in and around these holding spots of $300. Now I have to look to see what that is as far as a ounce goes, but right there, not a bad spot for gold. Looks like they're trying to hold out some of these levels. So GLD holding out today. OIH, the oil sector, we can go have a quick look at what these holders are doing today. Down 1% over here. The XLE, another energy spot, looking, I think energy was down today. Yeah, so down 0.54. So energy taking it a little bit here. We haven't got any updates on Ukraine or Russia or anything, so I'm not sure what's up with this story right now, but that's what I'm looking at. Some of these names. Roblox has had a nice move higher. Again, I know they've got some stuff they have to settle out right there with some of the protections that they have in place, but right now Roblox was up a lot more, up to 127. That's looking like it wants to possibly break higher as well. So just some stories there. I don't know, only an hour left. I'm going to go back over, I'm going to throw it over to you. I'm going to find out what names these guys are looking for here, as I know that you've got some interesting things on your mind.
Yeah, no, I have no idea what's going on in those other parts of the world right now, but the market is just holding the range, and just coming into a little bit of a sell here is Apple. So we are starting to look like we are breaking that bit of a trend here. I'm just going to define this trend off of that VWAP right here. Maybe just find some lows to get off of. That's kind of what I'm looking at here. So nothing too crazy, just an arbitrary bit of a trend. I'm using a line to define that trend here. Market's testing the top of the range. So if we fail the top of the range, like we have once and twice before here on the NASDAQ, the first time was around 1045, the second time around 1215, 1230-ish. We catch some selling back into that 23,500. Let's see if that'll come in, but guess what? Apple never really cared, even when those sells came in earlier. So what's to say it's going to care coming into the close? Oh boy, another push into that 349 here on Tesla, pulling back pretty decently all the way back down. VWAP's in at 346.5, so that's still a while away. Apple, I want to see it break the trend. If it doesn't, that's perfectly fine as well. More than willing to kind of get out of the way here if it wants to continue to bid up. That 230, it might be a little bit interesting if we come and clip it into the close, but I'm going to stay patient. Let me know in the chat what you guys are trading, what you guys are looking at as well. We'll be right back from Madeira.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here, we already have released the earnings calendar for tomorrow, so you guys can get a sense of what's reporting when. You can check this out on X at TTV Research. Nvidia, of course, coming at 420, but that's not the only big ticket name we have after the bell. CrowdStrike, Snowflake in the cybersecurity space, both reporting tomorrow night. We've got HPQ, Five Below, NetApp, and then tomorrow before the bell, we have a bit of a who's who of retailers with Kohl's, Abercrombie & Fitch, and Williams-Sonoma all reporting. Williams-Sonoma also on watch with that furniture tariff threat. So you can look at this on X at TTV Research. I also want to let you guys know that we do have some comments coming from the Fed, a spokesperson here, so the spokesperson for the Federal Reserve, saying that the Congress, through the Federal Reserve Act, directs that governors serve in long fixed terms and can only be removed by the president for cause, saying that long tenures and removal protections for governors actually serve as a vital safeguard, making sure that monetary policy decisions are based on data, economic analysis, and the interests of the American people. Though at the end of the statement, they do say that they will respect any court decision, and they also acknowledge that Lisa Cook, who is, of course, the Fed governor that Trump is trying to remove, has indicated that she's going to be challenging this this action through court. Goldman Sachs here also issuing a preview for the Apple event. They've reiterated a buy and a $266 price target for AAPL. In case you guys missed it earlier today, Apple confirmed that their event for the new phone will be taking place on September 9th at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific.
All right, so yeah, we know that. I mean, every September, Apple, of course, has those events. They'll release their new phone. It's nice to see an upgrade. I recently bought some of that at $212. I think Apple has a good runway northbound. I mean, all they have to do is talk about AI, and the stock's going to absolutely rip up.
Yeah.
So
they have to talk about AI in a meaningful, different way, I would say.
Well, yeah, I mean, so do they all, right? I mean, AI is not, it's not like, right now, you can use AI the same way on your Apple phone that you can on your Pixel phone, right? I mean, it's just like, it's all about downloading the OpenAI's app or whatever. It's about working it in my opinion anyways, into the, like you said there, the ecosystem.
Yeah.
You know, like can it find out my calendar and then automatically schedule appointments or notes or things like that, where right now, although you're going to have to download and different attachments, and I think Joe downloaded, I think he was talking about, I don't know if it was the ChatGPT, the OpenAI app and all that, but that's the #1 downloaded thing in the App Store.
So have you seen this buzz about Comet? This new browser called Comet?
No,
browser.
Okay, you're right.
First it was like invite only, but now they've opened it up.
Okay.
And it's absolutely beautiful.
Is it?
It
Nice.
can do things for you in your multiple tabs. So for example, Wayne was showing me this in the back, where you can kind of open up your junk email.
How do you get the invite?
No, you can just download it now.
Oh, okay.
You go to Perplexity.
Okay, maybe I'll do this, yeah.
So you can open up your email. You have to give it permission to kind of do stuff
Read your email.
with the thing, and you can be like, unsubscribe to all the junk email. And you can see it doing all
looking
of that
through
and looking through, and then kind of it figures out which ones are your junk mail, and then kind of starts to unsubscribe from them.
A little scary.
It's a grueling task. It's just like, you don't want to sit there. Maybe you have thousands of emails where you're just like, I got to go through each one of these and unsubscribe, and you're just used to kind of deleting them as well.
Yeah,
so just tasks like that.
And that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about.
Even for like trading, you know what I did? I was like, I opened up my Notion, and it has all my journals in there, and then I have a Google PowerPoint as well. And I was like, go through my journals, and I grade different trades. I'm like, find all the trades that I've graded 7 out of 10 or more, and then put them in the PowerPoint. That's just copy and pasting.
You use that with Comet, or you could?
With Comet.
Oh, okay.
So that would take me maybe like a few hours to kind of do, and it starts doing it by itself, and I can just leave it on, and sure, I have to check its work and do all of that as well, but it's almost game-changing in terms of the level of efficiency that it's bringing in.
Right.
And this is just the beginning. This is what I was saying. This is just the beginning of using these technologies in an effective
and you feel pretty comfortable giving it permission to search through your whole emails.
I felt a little weird at first, but then I'm like, okay, I know just like how people initially felt a little bit awkward to put payments on their phones, right? It was just like, oh, anybody can tap.
Right. What if someone accesses my phone?
What if someone accesses your phone? But now look how common it is. I think it's just getting comfortable with letting technology take a little bit of the wheel and take a lot of the mundane and just tasks that are grueling out of our hands. I think it's really good for that.
Good talk there, OB. Okay, so here we go, man. We're in the building one more time here. Of course, as we just got a new position alert, it's short the TQs. The fact that we got that tall wick there with this volume profile, look, man, I mean, we can't possibly predict the future. But we could try. And I mean, right into here, this level tells me, at least, that potentially we might have got exhausted there. Someone came in with this big sell candle trying to push this down. So let's see if this area gets defended to the sell side again one more time, if that comes through. Obviously, we dumped our AMD, and we're trying to go short now the market. So we're short at 18s. We just covered some now at 8s. And I do have another bid at 5s. We'll see if that can hit. Now, there it is. So we get those 5s, and now we're starting to pull down a little bit here as we wait for a potential, just a little bit of a heat map right there, giving us that score of a high volume candle, helping us short. And remember when it was up, not really. Remember when it was up here, Andre, give me a second. When it was up here last time, we didn't want to short it. Remember we were talking about I don't want to short a dull market, but then we got that top wick there, which gave me an area to say, okay, if I'm wrong, we can go short here at 20 and get out at 35. I mean, I really thought that was something that was pretty comfortable for me. So now that we found that, we'll go with it as well. And we do want to make sure that everybody does scan that QR code, because Women Boss has empowered and women will change the world. So they have empowered women change in this world, and you can help make it happen. The Women Boss trains and mentors women and girls across Africa to lead, innovate, and thrive. Since 2018, we've reached over 10,000 women and girls, and your donation today can launch the next great entrepreneur. Scan the QR code on your screen now and join us in building a brighter future, guys. Like $5, $10. Donate to Women Boss instead of giving us those super chats, okay? Just do that, and we'll move forward with that. So thank you, Women Boss, there as well. But all right, so that's the TQs. That's why I'm short that name. And if we do break higher, we're going to get out. We are waiting for some more shares at 90.30, and then we'll give it 10 cents to the upside. Hopefully that does break in our favor, and we can go the other way. We keep talking about rates, but what exactly are we talking about if you're joining us for the first time? In September 17th, we are looking for the next Fed rate cut, and right now it's 87% chance that that does happen. So right now, our current rate is 4.25 to 4.50. It's been that way, I shouldn't say for years, because that's not true, but at least this calendar year there. And now we will wait for the next, actually maybe Derek can find out when that last rate move actually happened, but 87 point, yeah.
I know off the top of my head, December 18th, 2024, I was wearing red. The market dropped like 4%,
Perfect.
not because of the cut, but because Powell indicated they'd be cutting less the next year, and I'll stop now.
Perfect. No, that's perfect. That's exactly what we wanted to hear about. And that was that, I was going to say a year, so there it is, pretty close, last December. So now we'll wait. We'll get another cut right here. And then we'll get into cut cycle, right? Because that's September, and then October, you have, again, looking at 50% for another quarter point. That'll put us to 3.75.4 overnight lending rate. These are not the rates you're going to get at your bank. These are the overnight lending rates, so banks got to make money. And then you have 36% chance that we do get 3/4 of a 1% cut by the time December the 10th rolls around. As Adara said, that would be mark 1 year there in December since they started. So we'll wait to see if and when that comes true, and I think it will. I think we'll get a cut every quarter until the new year, and then we see what the economy is at that point, and we get one more look at that point on. And then Fed Chair Powell, apparently, he can get renewed. Get contract extension.
Really?
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah. Trump hired him.
Yeah.
Apparently.
I forgot that for a second.
Yeah, exactly.
It was like, who appointed this guy?
Yeah.
It was him.
Apparently, he wants to get rid of him now. Yeah. So we'll see. You can see, though, policy changes like the weather outside. And I don't know if Mark saw, but it was pouring rain outside. My wife has messaged me over the last couple minutes because, yesterday on my day off, I'm out there landscaping.
Nice.
Day off, Obi.
Nice.
Landscaping. I like to do that, though. It's kind of fun. I actually talked about that last show. Was picking weeds in the back. We had some overgrowth there on our walkway heading up. Okay. So I was chopping some. Thing is that I had to be careful chopping bushes. Really? Because because my wife is very big into the natural. So she plants things that basically are, I used this word last week and I screwed it up. They're natural habitat to Ontario. Okay. So basically different plants and things like that. And so sometimes I'll look at them and I think they're a weed. So I will pull them native. That's it. Thank you so much. Oh my God, if Marissa's watching, I'm going to be in so much trouble. Native garden. Okay. So, not going out and planting things that will die and not grow back and everything like that. So, I've been in many a trouble ripping out and cutting like plants and things that have grown for many years. Yeah. And so I had to be very careful. So I knew what to do yesterday. So chopping it up. And then how you have those compost bags. Right. So you put everything either in a big bushel and then they throw it away when they pick up our recycling or our garbage. Well, I thought we had a whole bunch of those and we don't have any of them. So throughout the whole summer, I've used up all the bags. Right. So we didn't have any. So now I got piles of grass clippings, weeds, native plants that have been misplaced. They're all just hanging around. And so I have to put those into these recycling, and if it's pouring rain, these compost bags, then maybe that job.
Because they're made out of paper. The compost bags are made out of paper.
Yeah, but see, the thing is that I didn't do that yet. Yeah. But now I have wet bushels of landscaped trimmings that are lying all around my property.
Yeah, no. That's always a rough one. I've definitely ran the lawnmower over
your foot.
Well, not my foot, but
good.
over some plants that I definitely was not supposed to.
Yeah, I get in trouble for that a little bit.
Earful for that. I'm just like, hey, listen, just sometimes it's just I'm just listening to my music, just mowing the lawn. I'm just like, okay, I just have to compartmentalize the lawn into this, and I just have to get it done and go back to doing whatever I was doing.
I just tell her the way it is, man. I'm just like,
oops,
looked like a weed to me, so I pulled it out. Like, what are you gonna do about it? You know, at the end of the day, we try.
That's tough with native plants as well.
Thing is,
you're like, oh, this is just growing over.
Right. Like you just like you're walking in the park and you see all. Yeah. So, thing is, she's big into the butterflies and all the monarchs and the bees and those cup plants and all that stuff. Anyways, okay. Trader TV Live Kush. Yeah, get ready for that being dropped very, very soon. I don't know if I would tear those down if I'd seen those growing. Although, don't tell anybody, but my neighbor, I think, is growing some plants in his backyard, which I don't know why I'm talking like this. It's completely legal.
You're allowed to grow
here in Ontario. And I don't know how many plants you can grow, but they can only be a certain height. I know that much.
Yeah, like 7 feet or something like that. I don't know.
Something like that. Yeah, you don't know exactly, right? Okay, so we'll wait to see what that is, and that's why I like things like Scott's Miracle Grow, SMG. I thought that they had a good runway during sort of that hyped up, weed trade. That was a long time ago. I haven't looked at this name in quite a while. Scott's Miracle Grow, as I think that was a lot of the case there. I think the state of New York also has a very similar restriction there, where you can. I think here on your person, you could hold about an ounce or so, but you can only have a certain amount of plants and all that kind of stuff. So Scott's Miracle Grow definitely had its
I don't know too much about any of them.
Heydays. No, nor do I. Had its heyday back in 2016, 17, I guess, when some of those weed names were really going hard there. But yeah, Scott's Miracle Grow not doing too much now. And we talk about that, and we do a little bit of this too, because we got puff passed today by Weed Batman himself. How come this always happens to me? Like we'd literally get out at the end, at the bottoms. And again, I don't. You know what? Like for me to get out once this breaks 40 and it's at 44 right now, sure I would have made money on this trade, but at the end of the day, Tilray didn't do anything. We wound up averaging into it and wound up losing on this trade. But it's not a day breaker or money destroyer or anything like that, but we did wind up punching out at the bottom there once this finally broke. I mean, once we got this level of 140 and it was breaking, I was just like, I'm going to get out of it. I wish this name were to do something, but this is what I thought was potentially going to happen. So my break wasn't 140, it was this little wick right there again, 138 break. I wanted to get out thinking it was going to go lower. So today might not be the day for Tilray, but eventually it will be. And I still like the stock. I want to look at it every morning. I guess we just need to wait until it does more volume. But 127 million seems like a lot, Obi. So maybe we're just wrong on that one.
Yeah, those names have definitely been doing a lot of volume. I actually looked it up because I was like, I don't remember there being a height restriction. Apparently, initially there was one for 1 meter, but then in 2017 it got removed. So there's no.
Okay.
There's only a limit.
1 meter.
I asked.
1 meter is what? 3 feet?
Yeah, it was like the original federal legalization bill proposed a 1 meter height limit for homegrown plants, but this restriction was removed in 2017 after criticism that it was impractical to enforce. Yeah, of course. How are you going to control how tall a plant grows? Come on.
Pretty sure you could control it.
But without it being healthy is what I'm saying. Healthy growth, right? But there is a limit to having a maximum of 4.
Off that weed.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's interesting.
So that was a look there. 349 still coming in on Tesla. So still a little bit of a struggle here. Apple kind of traded right back above that 228. So that's coming in. Probably going to be wrong about this one, so I'm going to be a little patient there. The high is at 228.5, so I'm watching that as well. Tesla just creeping up at the same time. Amazon not really doing too much. Spider just stair-stepping, slowly, steadily stair-stepping to the upside here. And the range high is still holding here on the Qs, so I still like that TQ short you have going on. This
Do you?
Not, yeah, I mean, the NASDAQ is looking distinctly different from that of the SPY, I think. You just got to wait, I think a little bit
My
longer.
problem is the
It's about
sleepy.
320.
Yeah,
right?
my problem is the sleepy market, and I don't, I really don't, it's not just me saying that, like, I don't like shorting into a market that just kind of looks like it wants to climb higher.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a daily chart, so I don't even actually called up the wrong one right there. But here's a TQs right here. It's trying to get through this level. We've held this $90 mark a little bit there. We just pulled back in. We just bounced off 90.01. It was a good thing we did get some of those bids down here. We did get a 90.0. I can check it out. It's my last fill. 90.05 there, so at least we got that fill. But yeah, I don't know. Just would have liked it to break through the 200 period moving average right there. And that's, I mean, we're always going to sit and make sure that we get something out. But yeah, not a great look for me right there. Well, it's fine. We're in the money, but barely. On the TQQs. All right, now let's have a look at our visualizer here to see what stocks are popping and what stocks are dropping. Okay, so here we go, man. It's Nvidia. It looks like we got Rich Tech Robotics, so a little bit of Rich Tech action going on right there as we've talked about that name a little bit. Well, we can go back over and have a quick look. You'd actually just mentioned randomly Tesla there, getting 24 subs. So if we're just going to look at what's been happening there, Rocket Labs up 3.5% today. Tempest AI down 1.5%. Oklo up 4%. Earnings tonight. We can have a look at that chart in a minute. Palantir up 2%. Open Door right now. The door's open for that trade for sure. Lots of opportunity there. Now only up less than 1% today. Rich Tech continues to climb upside there. All right, now the future's starting to go. Nvidia, MongoDB tonight. Tesla, there's Open Door on this side now. SoFi, we did get the recommendation from Mitch this morning, sorry, his name, I lost it right there. He was saying SoFi is the next Palantir. Puff, puff, pass on that one as well. But there it is right there, $26 right now, down 1%. So if you do like that possibility, SoFi might be a play there. Amazon flat on the day. There's Rocket Labs. And Tilray, although we slap an L on that for myself, it is still up that 4%. All right, so here goes. We just talked about shorting it. That short, and you're like, you kind of liked the short. Well, here we are. We're at the high of the day.
As soon as I said that.
I know. I shouldn't have even asked you, but there it goes, man. Yeah, and all joking aside, you know, we just make trades, like I said. We were using that profile right there as that spiked up volume that maybe we wouldn't get back to here. So we'll take that exact top short now. We just got 37s. We are already using 40 as the top. So right now we're short 28. Could definitely take an 11-cent hit if it does, or sorry, bad math, 13-cent hit if we break through $90.40. I'm here to take that hit. I don't want to do it, but if it happens, it happens. So that's what we're, well, just happened. So right there, fail through. We'll give back a little bit of profit there on the TQs, but actually that's from there. The only profit we had was that. And there it goes, man. I think so. The rhetoric remains the same. We shorted a market that looked pretty hot, and there it goes upside. And I think that was all off of that, bouncing off of the 200 period moving average on the daily. So we should have maybe learned from that move, but either way.
There's 350.
Oh, shoot, Tesla 350. Okay, what do you like there?
2,000 lots through that 350. But the market's coming in pretty aggressively as well. So let me pull up the book for you guys here and see how close we are to 350 and how that's looking. We kind of came in and knocked on it.
Just wicked it, eh?
High print, the high print is 350 flat on the day and pulling back about 50 pennies right off of that. So the initial test of it getting a little bit of resistance here. So yeah, like I said, this has been a level maybe being anticipated by multiple participants for a little bit here, as it is just a bit of a stop on the way even higher. 366 is that consolidation kind of a flag high, whatever you want to call it, where price has been compressing a little bit on Tesla. So we did get that clip of that 350 and the insta sell off of there here. So market very, very strong off of that 23.5. We talked about that range high there. So yeah, that range high finally getting broken through with some aggression going into almost the last half hour of the day. So we're seeing some strength coming in across the board here. Amazon almost at its highs. Tesla has broken its highs. Nvidia, unfortunately, not really doing too much, and Apple, which was already strong, getting pushed up a little bit higher.
I think Adair just had like a mini heart attack, so I don't know if there was news that just happened over there.
I heard some of that.
So we'll see if we're going to be coming up with. Okay, we're not. We're good. She survived, whatever that was, over there. So yeah, we're good. All right, so yeah, good little pullback there in Tesla as we look to get a little higher upside right now on that play. So again, congratulations everybody in that name as we've really started to go go off here to the upside. So good looks over there on TSLA for now. Meta, nice move. Again, the market's going now. So I don't know. This is kind of as expected. There, we said that it looked like a pretty strong market today. It looks like it is trying to hold out on those levels. So we'll wait to see if and when this market eventually does slow down. XOM, Broadcom, just seeing if anything else is trying to hit right now. XYZ. Here I'm just seeing Block. Was that moving around $79 here? No, not really. Yeah, just taking out the day's high. So coming up to some screeners again there for Block. So we could have a quick little look to see what's going on there again. I'm just trying to set some stuff up here. Like, I don't really know what we're looking to trade. I mean, Palantir, we could talk about some news stories. I mean, I think there's been some good stories today for sure. But we've already talked about Fed governor and where I think that story is going, and I don't really think to care too much about that. Palantir on the breakout, though, fake out up to 161.50. We sort of touched up to there again. That looks like a good short off of 161 again. So maybe if Palantir wants to come to those levels, we can have a little discussion. But for right now, Palantir pulled back in one more time there, down or up still 2%, but looking to come back through is PLTR. So we get stopped out, man, on our futures trade, but that's now in the money.
Oh, yeah.
That's the thing. This is when I really start to not trade well, is when, like, I'm sitting here thinking like I just got taken out and the short is still good. And then it runs you over again because now you've doubled the loss when maybe you need not look back over there. Nvidia earnings tomorrow.
Yeah.
$2 away from all-time highs again. Oh man, I don't know. I want to put on a trade here, but
I'm looking. That 350 is
maybe that Rich Tech.
Rich Tech is holding up really well as well. So that structure is pushing up. Here's that 350 again, Sean. So let's keep eyes on that Tesla. I think I do want to participate, but I want to see a distinct push through. Like I said, I think it's going to be a little bit crowded. We were already seeing that sense of it being slightly crowded as of right now. As we pulled back almost $1 or 50 pennies instantly, and then pulled back to 349s. Off of the push, and then now maybe kind of chopping around and consolidating a little bit higher here. 349.5s trading.
Maybe Adair can help me here. Why is Tesla doing this today? Like, was there a news story here? I didn't really. Actually, we don't. We don't need to go to Adair. I don't actually think they're.
Not that I've seen.
Right,
Tesla
yeah.
just kind of does Tesla things.
Yeah, okay. That's why when I said, like, let's go to Adair, I actually looked at the chart and was like, that's not that big of a move. And I thought maybe we were up percentage points, but we're actually not really up anything. Well, I mean, 1% is still nice. I am going to take a 350 break on Tesla. I mean, the last time it just faked it, went down $1. I think that's pretty comfortable. I mean, I put the amount of risk in here that I think is affordable now for this Tesla trade. So we'll take a look to see if it does break through 350. I think we got some decent support from the market, so that should be able to help us out. You know, a stock like a Rivian that we've looked at, that's starting to inch a little bit higher. We did get that 1 for 10 news on Lucid, so that'll be happening pretty soon as well. So that's been pretty ugly. That's up 2.5% right now. The chart of Lucid never looks really that great when you're looking at a minute chart, but you know, maybe the bottom's in there. But a 1 for 20 stock split, I don't like that story one bit either. So I am going to take a small, maybe half a unit take here on a 350 break to see if Tesla, maybe we can get a 352, 353 or so trade here to end of the day, as we haven't been up here in a long time, man. We're just coming from all the way back here. This was 320 back last week, so hopefully we can get through 350 and we'll go from there. What's up, Adara?
I just want to let you guys know, Donald Trump just concluded his cabinet meeting. The cabinet meeting is now done. Nothing was really said other than what I mentioned with regards to the Fed. I think that was probably the most significant comment. Again, also the idea of investing in other companies beyond Intel was brought up, but Trump didn't really indicate what companies those would be. He only said that the idea that they bought a stake in Intel is false. Like, they have a stake, but he's claiming that the way the deal was done was not, quote unquote, purchasing a stake. Keep an eye here on these earnings names after the bell: Okta, MongoDB, and Box. Here are the expected moves. The smallest expected move is just under 10%. So these should be some heavy hitters. Of course, not as big as tomorrow with Nvidia, but certainly something to watch. Join Sean, myself, and Brian Shannon on the Market Recap Show right at 4 p.m. Eastern. Back to you.
All right. We're always excited to have Brian with us. He liked APP. We'll talk to him about that. We'll talk to him about the recent move up Wow, there goes crypto. Damn, shorty. Did not get an opportunity to buy. Oh man, I meant to do that this afternoon and before we came back on air, and I did not. Darn it. All right, there goes IBIT. You know what? I mean, if we like crypto for the long haul, it's not really going to matter if I got in at 111 or 109, but I would have preferred 109 right there. Nice move upside as right here, Bitcoin taking out the highs of the day. So celebratory times for crypto traders, looking pretty good here. That's for sure for the long. ETHA also, Obi, looking profitable into the afternoon again. So a nice move higher for Ethereum as that's at its highs as well. Touching out near that $5,000 mark and all-time highs over the weekend there for Ethereum. You want to talk about a stock, or you?
No, I'm kind of watching this Tesla tape, man. This is getting really aggressive into that 350. It's 330 right now, so we are coming into that last half hour of the trading day, and we're knocking on the door at the highs here at that 350. So I got in a little bit early there, but just looking at some of the action here, looking for that follow through. If that doesn't come in, that's perfectly fine as well. I do want to take a little bit more through the 350 if we sustain, but again, if it's not going to happen, then it won't happen. Just kind of continuing to watch this. Apple is holding its highs. The market is, in terms of the NASDAQ and the ES, both holding their highs pretty well going into the last half hour here. So strong trends all around. A little bit of a consolidation here on Tesla pretty much all day, and then finally breaking for a little bit of a push going into the end of the day. But things are getting a little bit choppy here as the wipes both ways are about 20 to 30 pennies each time, Sean. So got to be a little bit careful with this one, especially if you're looking at it in anticipation for that 350 push. I like that. I like the breakout of some of the structure that was happening earlier. That was at 347s, 348s, 349s as well. But let's see if we finally can get that continuation through that 350 that everyone's been looking for here on Tesla. Only about 20 pennies away, and these rushes into the book, I'm seeing bright greens, and we talked about the different colors. There's a little jump on the ES as well, the NASDAQ as well. Maybe that's the umph that we need to finally take us through that 350, but this is surely churning a lot of volume in and around just underneath this 350. Only about 20.
I feel like it's going to fake it.
Yeah, maybe, but the initial push was a fake, right? The initial push already kind of, if you were aggressive on that first test, that kind of pulled back pretty aggressively. But now we're starting to step in a little bit, so I like it a little bit better. But yeah, no, sure, it's not the best. I would say, and my average is not necessarily the best either, but what I'm looking for is more of the trade through that 350 finally, and a bit of an unwind, right? We talk about the bigger picture setting up on this, and this happening on, I guess, one of the rebalance days is very, very interesting to me as well. Apple continues to push fresh highs. That thing is so extended, dude.
Yeah, and you were mentioning that today, MSCI, so we'll see some rebalancing. Maybe we'll get a bigger note on the indicator with the imbalance locator that we'll show to you guys at 350 once that does populate, and it's an MSCI. So it's not S&P. We wait for S&P at the end of the month, of course, that will come through. And here's what it looks September. So here's what it looks like right now. As you can see, there are some bigger numbers on here as far as imbalances go. 6 million for CAG, of course, coming through. The recent, I thought there was a recent, this is ConAgra, a buyout potential rumors on ConAgra, but CNQ downside. HIMS looks like it's going to have a nice little bid to it there into the close. And this is some of the pressures that we see on some of these names right now. So yeah, that's what's going on right now. Snapchat, I mean, maybe we could talk about Snapchat and their augmented reality glasses right now. I mean, what is going to push this stock? I mean, that's sort of the thing that all investors are looking for right now with Snapchat. Not a good quarter. I think it was Adara and I reported that right there. Okay, we do have breaking news right now with Adara, so let's get that and see what's going on.
UNH dropping pretty aggressively here. I'm just seeing this headline. Apparently, their ongoing criminal probe is broader than just the Medicare issues. If I see anything else on this, I'll let you guys know. But I'm just seeing this headline. Apparently, their ongoing criminal probe, which we know has been going on since at least earlier this year, is broader than just Medicare. So if I have anything else on this, I'll let you guys know. UNH actually strong on the day initially, dropping about $13 here. Back to you.
Oh boy, that's a pretty aggressive sell there. Quadunking, a little bit more selling coming in, I guess.
Yeah, no,
so much selling
I was going to say, normally I'm all over some of these, headlines, and you want to sort of join the party, because I know that when we get it from Adara or, Obi or myself, Neil, and any of the hosts, hear something in our ear, generally we're pretty early on the story. So let's just wait to see where this goes. But again, this just shows you algorithmic trading and stuff like that. Like the minute anything criminal, like criminal probe into any company there, you're going to miss that first move, right? I mean, the volume spike we just hit there, 1.3 million. So we just hit about 25% of the shares in 1 minute right there on the day. So, I mean, how does that volume all of a sudden come through? Well, it's through right now, and so we're going to wait to see now. Breaking down through $300 goes UNH. Very dangerous name. It got bought up there. I feel like there was a lot of love for it. We saw Scion Capital with Michael Burry. We saw Berkshire take a 3 or 5 million share stake. Again, big position for the common person, but for Berkshire, I think we could have got more of a take there if you really like that name. But right there, 320 again seems to have been that wall that we just sort of absorbed from there and did not break through there, Obi. So we'll wait to see where winds up happening with UNH as that fall in a criminal probe. I thought a little too early to get involved on that downside, so we'll find out what's going on more with this, potentially even now from Adara. I don't know.
Sorry, this is not UNH related. It's related to Kohl's, KSS. They're reporting tomorrow morning, and Bloomberg reporting ahead of their earnings that the company is seeking more time to pay their vendors amidst ongoing turnaround efforts. So Kohl's dropping again. Bloomberg reporting that they were looking for some more time to pay vendors as they make some attempts to turn around as a business. Again, KSS earnings you can catch tomorrow morning. Back to you.
Okay.
All right. So
yeah, a few things taking a serious drop into the close.
Hey, I mean, I know someone that can lend you some money. The U.S. government could step in there. Hey, Donald Trump, you hungry or not? Because is that what Kohl's is? Is a grocery store? There it is. The nice downside play there. We don't have Kohl's here, but there it goes. Nicely done to the downside. Kohl's is really coming in right now. KSS, watch out there. Darren just mentioned there's also earnings tomorrow. So you're sort of riding the double barrel here where they just got negative news, plus earnings, plus now down into SSR. So you're not going to be able just to, that's why this is piling up. You see, like, there it goes. Once it's gone, it's gone. There it comes back. So these short sellers are definitely in here on KSS. I talked a lot here. Is it back to Adara? No, okay. So what's up, Obi? Anything on your mind here? We only have now 20 minutes until the end of the day.
Yeah, so I think we got a little bit of business to get done. So traders, listen up. First month, it's free. That's right. We're waiving fees. So trade smarter and not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable, real-time data, global markets at your fingertips. All in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now, guys. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. So, check out eSignal. We were just talking about this. You've been using eSignal for quite a while.
Yeah, 26 years.
I saw that picture of you on the old trading floor having those eSignal.
Yeah, pretty much the same charts.
Yeah, that's awesome.
There, yeah. Look, I think that once you do find a platform that you trust and that the charting is there, and I don't try to do anything too fancy with it, but okay, here we go. Forget about that. So KSS still going down. I'm actually going to cancel my Tesla trade. I don't mind it, but I just don't know if it's going to be there. Today. I know you're already long the name, and I think you got a decent price there. It just keeps on bouncing off of 350. Look, I mean, the trade is there if you like it. I don't hate it at all. It's just with only now 10 minutes to go before the imbalances, I do worry a little bit about what's happening with TSLA. And of course, probe is fine if you've asked for it, not fine if you haven't. And right there, not a great one for UNH as the criminal probe now in there. Alien probes also not good apparently, but you do have to watch out now for UNH because for me, I like Oscar. We've talked about OSCR. This has been an absolute for me on Oscar. I mean, we're long at 13 and change, so we're up already $3 or so on this name as we bought it pre-earnings. And again, I just like the TAM, right? The total addressable market on OSCR was pretty low, so we took advantage of that, bought it just before earnings right into here on a level that I thought was pretty decent. So we bought that level, and now it's all the way to the upside. We'll see if Oscar can get going here. And again, we'll see what's going on with this, with UNH, but just in the same sector there. Maybe we get, what is it, Cigna? We can see if there's other dump-offs here as well. No, Cigna's not SIG. CNC? Yeah, that's Centene. So this could be another name that we've looked at in the past when we've had things like this with UNH. Centene getting crushed as well to the downside. So there it goes, man. Nice move there.
PNC has their own issues with guidance too. That's usually why they get crushed. Or I just wanted to bring that up as well.
Yeah, no, and I was going to say they're more of an earnings play there, and they did not have a good guide. So we remember that fall from grace for sure. Shout out to Grace. They're one of my daughter's friends. Great little hockey player, Grace. Okay, so there it goes. CNC, nice downside play there as well. Okay, there's not much else to do. We talked about where Tesla was. Apple now as well, 228, trying to go upside there. Good play for Apple. Look at the futures now. Come on, TQQs, come on. Look at this move, man. We just got stopped out, and I'll stop at fail. I'll flush myself down El Toilette right now because, yeah, what else to do as the futures are starting to head to the low side. We did have this trade, so I have to be here to tell you that we did have this. We got stopped out once it broke through this little candle right there. I was pretty happy to get out of it. Now that I look at it, I say happy, happy, joy, joy, sad face emoji, because now you're hitting those lows once again. And coming through today, we are looking for those imbalances to come out. I think my earpiece just completely died, so I don't have this in anymore. Maybe if I put in my right ear, Andre, I can test that in a minute when you get a second. But there's the fall down there for the TQs, and we're just going to have to wait to see where we go now. Obi, it looks like we nailed that one to the downside, but we do not have any shares to celebrate. Roblox has been going up and down. They did have a problem there, and we did sort of talk about some of the issues, and it was surrounding some of their policies, I believe, there were not that great, and we did have some, I don't know if we should talk, some child issues there with ages and restrictions and all that, and that really hit Roblox over the last little while. Now, my son has been sort of following a little bit about it as he plays Roblox, and he was telling me all about some of these concerns, and you can have a live mic and all that kind of stuff. So Roblox has gotten hit a little bit there, but nicely. I don't know if there was an upgrade today or not, but Roblox did have a nice day there. It looks like on Friday, or what was yesterday? Monday. Had a nice day there on Monday. So I'm not sure what that move was, but a nice little call back up there for Roblox. I still like the stock. I think they got to work through a few things. So 140 potential top there for RBLX, but they're coming into play there one more time here for Roblox. So we'll have to watch out for that. Oklo coming into earnings. Again, OB tonight up 3% there for OKLO. We'll figure out what their earnings call brings us here, but I think good stuff happening for Oklo. And again, nice bounce off the 50-period moving average. This name not near highs. Looks like it's set up for a nice move into earnings. Again, I like the space. I think they're only going to talk positively. It should be hard for them to guide exactly forward, but again, what's got to power this AI boom? I think it is going to be surrounding somewhere around nuclear names there. So Oklo, we'll see if it can hold out. Their SMR did catch an upgrade, I thought, on our upgrade and downgrade board today. SMR has been getting hit as well after their earnings, down to $35. We'll see if OKLO has anything to say about that today.
Yeah, no, I think they'll report okay. It should be fine.
Oklo. So they are actually negative. Wait a minute.
Is it
Oklo or Okta tonight?
It's
Okta.
Okay.
I saw someone in the chat say they don't have earnings, but I've been saying Oklo all day. So Okta is a Kramer fave. This is in the cybersecurity space, so not Oklo. So my bad, Okta tonight. So yeah, them underneath, not looking as healthy there, Obi. I'm just going to go run and get some water, honestly.
Yeah, no
so I'll give you, I know you're working on stuff, so I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries. I'm kind of watching this market take another pullback here. So we did get that aggressive push coming in on on that bid there through the break of that consolidation high here on the NASDAQ. But you can see coming into the last 15 minutes, we are getting a pretty aggressive sell-off back down. No sign of any prices above 350 just yet on Tesla. I punched out when we got back below 349 halves. Not really looking too crazy here on Tesla. That 350 still holding a bit of a held offer there on top of that 350. So that one might need a little bit more patience for that one. And oh boy, a little bit of moves happening around the board here. SoFi coming into its lows. So I know a lot of people were involved with this one here. Also on the volume leader list, look at that puke coming in on SoFi Technologies. That's breaking down finally. I was looking for the short yesterday. I guess I had to continue looking for it today because today's the day that it's really coming in. Look at that chop in the morning. Sure, don't really want to get involved in that, but we start to make some lower highs back to back, and then holding VWAP now for a fresh low here on SoFi as well. What else were we looking at here? Dr. Pepper, I keep on talking about this one, and guess what? As of right now, with only 15 minutes left, roughly, with the day to end, KDP is at its day lows as well. So continuous selling. So sellers are very, very much in charge on this name on the day today. So something to watch out for. Things that are trending very aggressively. Maybe not everybody's looking at them. They did a bit of an acquisition there, and we got that selling from the pre-market session going into the open all the way from 35s all the way down to 32s, and then a continuation today trading at 29s as we speak right now. So pretty aggressive sell-off there on KDP and Softy as well. We keep talking about Softy, so that's what I'm looking at here. The chat's got some jokes there, but yeah, no, 500 hold. Look at that retest of that 500, holding really, really well, and then pulling back down. Are we poised for lower? That's the question that I'm asking. If we can distinctly hold a little bit below that 500, then maybe, yeah, we are 375. I always like to look for those quarters, and if we can't hold the whole, can we drop down to the next quarter, which would be that 475 level? That's what I'm looking at here on Microsoft. These imbalances are coming out in about 4 minutes, so I'm going to be a little patient to see if there's anything worth kind of coming in. But let's take a quick look at all of the volume leaders on the day today. I know a lot of people involved in Open Door, that $5 level we keep talking about. Let's see if that holds as a bit of a magnet. What's holding right now is a bit of a double bottom on top of that 340 mark. So, oh boy, on that one. NEO reverted pretty much a decent chunk of its action there, traded above prior day's high after a strong sell-off as well. So, yeah, bit of a strength, being shown here on NEO as well. Tech Robotics is here as well. Nvidia very, very strong. We got a strong volume candle right there as well at around 236, and then continues to hold that trend really, really well going into the close. Tech Robotics. This is a bit of a multi-day move. I know a lot of people are involved in this one in terms of a long-term swing as well. We saw the robot sector get a little hyped a little bit earlier last year, going into the end of the year and maybe a little bit of January as well. You can see it traveled all the way from sub-dollars to $6. It seems like we're taking a little bit of the same journey here once again as we travel from, sure, maybe not sub-dollars now as we've been holding a little bit higher, 173 roughly over the past few weeks, to a high of $3.24 on the day today. So Tech Robotics, nice follow through happening on there. AIFF, that's the next one. And it was flying to the upside this morning, but not really as much anymore as we try to clip that 350 multiple times over and over again, but maybe a little bit of supply showing itself over and over again when we do knock on the door of that. So that's what I got looking at here on AIFF and some of the volume leaders on the day, Sean. So nothing too crazy. There were a lot of moves and a lot of opportunities in the morning and midday session, but end of day, I'm not really seeing too much other than if you were long Apple or if you were long Tesla or if you were short KDP or if you were short SoFi, that all of those are working out for you really nicely as of right now.
All right, so we only have a few more seconds left until these imbalances. So we are getting ready to see if there's anything that's going to show up. But yeah, it was Okta tonight, not Oklo. So my bad on that one. We'll see if there's any going to be. I don't think that my ear is very good here today, so I'm going to cancel those and put those in. Okay, so there goes. My AirPods are now disconnected. So I don't have the show anymore, Joe, Andre. All right, so here we go, man. With only 20 seconds left, there's Oklo right there. Has a little bit of a bid imbalance. These are all going to populate. This is from 9:30, so in about 10 seconds, we'll get the most recent update that's going to come live from the NASDAQ, and then we'll hit, well, we won't hit anything, but we'll see what winds up happening with stock, as we're expecting to have some imbalances today as the MSCI is ready to kick it in full gear right there. So, all right, here we go, man. Apple with a little bit of a move down there. Microsoft with a 2 million buy. Nvidia with a 2 million buy, sell. Sorry, there's Microsoft. Nice move higher right there. Probably Nvidia, nice move lower. Yeah, Nvidia goes down about $1 right there off the jump. Google also coming in with a little bit of a sell mode there as well. So there goes Google pushing lower, 206, 205 and change coming for Google as that just got hit on a sell side imbalance. Open door with a bid that gets hit there as well. So we're going to wait to see what happens there. Yeah, it just looks like it's Microsoft there, Obi. I don't know if you're going to be involved in anything, as you mentioned, potentially. If you saw something, I don't really see too much AVTR. I'm not really sure what that is, as that's the biggest sell on board. We talked about ConAgra with the sell, so that's affecting that move lower there as well. But there goes the market booming to the upside. So that must have been a net buy right there. Adair just said it was 150 to sell. But yeah, the market go boom right there. So I don't know what was starting that, man. I mean, what was that? Microsoft? Was that Apple? I mean, Nvidia was a sell, but all the way back. Look, talk about getting a $1 discount right there. That went down to 181.20 if you're expecting that. Palantir, there goes Palantir to the moon, they say, for PLTR, as that's really ripping there, Obi. That's been a huge move to the upstart now as well. But okay, I will, Brendan, just on the show. So, all right, so there goes Palantir. All right, I don't know if I'm supposed to restart the machine or e-signal itself, but there it goes. Nice move to the upside for Palantir there into the close. All right, so yeah, not much else for me to look at right here. Yeah, moon, baby, as people say on the, okay, if others can help, great. Okay, so here we go. Palantir 162 and getting going now. 161 and change. We're going to wait to see where that goes. Now UNH still making its move lower here into the close, but there goes the market ahead of Nvidia earnings. I mean, what was this about? We did know that we got some MSCI rebalancing. Is IWM trying to do something here as well? I'm not sure if there's anything going on here with IWM. Let's have a quick look. Up right now 1%, so I don't really see much going on there, as some of these names are now starting to pair off. Remember, at 355, we're going to get a pairing event. So this Microsoft bid, although sending this thing up $3 straight to the upside, that looks exactly like the futures, right? There's the Microsoft move. Here's the futures move. So as long as they keep going higher here, it looks like the market will, as too, continue to get going. Apple, AAPL, not Apple as in actual Apple, 228, that looks like it wants to go. Let's see if there's anything happening in Kohl's. We got that recent story there. Yeah, huge move to the downside, now right back up as they were looking for lenders there to give them some money. They're coming with earnings, so we'll see if KSS is doing anything. That open door mark of 450, that might be holding. We'll see if that happens tomorrow. Still a little small $1.5 million buy. This has done 450 million shares today, so this won't really matter that much to Open Door, but we'll give it a go and see what winds up happening right now with OPEN as that's trying to do some stuff. But yeah, Apple looks like it's leading the way. Looks like Microsoft. There's SoFi. Yuck. Ugh. We just had this kind of upgraded today by Mitch from Trade the Pool was talking a little bit here about SoFi, and you could see today SoFi could never really get going, right? I mean, all morning, oops, I was zooming the wrong way. All morning, SoFi basically had a bid until it didn't, and there it goes. Once we dropped 26, we haven't really had a chance to even reload that short. You did get a little bit of an opportunity there, but for right now, yeah, not looking super healthy. That is the bid on SoFi right now, but only a little bit of time left before the close. So I don't know, Obi, if you're good to go or what you're thinking about right now into the close.
Things right here. So,
okay, so
I think Softy was crazy over with that imbalance, but I think most of it's getting a little bit paired off now. Like you said, got to wait for that 55 to potentially come in and see. Look at that, Apple now starting to tank as well. So Apple may be coming in a little bit aggressively going into the close. TQ is not really selling off as aggressively just yet here, but oh boy, that Apple's coming in quite nicely. What's up, Adara?
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends at Trade the Pool. You've seen Trade the Pool here with us for a while now, and now Trade the Pool has created something special just for you. A free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside, you will see how they approach the markets, how they manage risk, and what setups they rely on. And so you can learn and grow from what actually works. Download it now by scanning the QR code on screen or hitting the link in the description. Back to you.
Thank you. Yeah, go check that out. I mean, again, the more information you can get, the better. I mean, swing trading is something that is, it's more of like a science than an art, I feel like. Like you got to have your stop orders in there and, you know, you got to figure that out because sometimes the macro story will take a little bit more time to develop. So if you're trading options, especially during swing trading, make sure you do check that all out and get your questions in about options related trades whenever you want. But I feel like, you know, Joe's really good at that and we can talk about decay and whatnot. And we do have Brian Shannon coming here on the after show. So get ready for that as well. So we'll talk to Brian Shannon about some swing trading. Get your questions ready for Brian. I mean, in what may be a little bit of a, I don't want to say a dull earnings because you never know with Okta coming through. And then we have, you know, President Trump has always got a hot mic, it seems like. So we'll see if anything happens for us in the after show. But it's MongoDB. We'll see if data storage and all that is still a thing there. So we'll wait to see what's going on with MongoDB later on tonight. 214, 215, that looks pretty good on the daily as well, hovering around that 200 period moving average. So just with 3 minutes left right there, let's see if Microsoft flipped over MSFT. Again, thanks for watching, guys. Hit the like and the subscribe, and make sure you do stay with us after hours, because it will be the after-hour show, the recap show with Adara and myself. And then tomorrow it's going to be a big one, man. You've got Neil, you've got Sharif, and you've got Adara, all for NVIDIA earnings. It's not just NVIDIA tomorrow. There's a whole host of names coming through. But there's the Microsoft turn down right now. So turn down for what, says Little John?
Yeah, no, I think, yeah, nothing too crazy, man. I'm just like, I'm kind of watching some stuff. The stuff that I was watching Softy paired off pretty aggressively. A few other things pairing off pretty aggressively as well. So nothing too crazy here, but that wipe up on Microsoft was aggressive on that push through 500. And I think we got that Tesla 350 as well. So yeah, man. It's pretty wild out here. You have to be careful going into these imbalances. We kind of say again and again that you know, coming into a strong rebalance day, you got to watch out for especially on some of the Mag 7 names for potential wipes like that. And that wipe through 500 was quite aggressive. You can see the market ripping up, continuing to rip up as well going into the close. So oh boy indeed, man.
Yeah.
Google, there's Google with I guess is Google doing too much right now? Google has a little bit of a sell, but it seems like it's trending to the upside alongside the rest of the market here. Oh boy. So yeah, it seems like some of those came out as a buy, and the market is following through on that.
Yeah, take your time. I'll take it from here into the close now as new holdings. All right, 14 and change, that's there as a bid. So we're just trying to see if there's anything that sort of lasts here into the close. This is a good time right now to refresh your system and make sure that you don't have any pending bids or offers out, right? I mean, if you didn't get filled today, you'll get filled tomorrow or you won't. We regroup again as well as Bitcoin 11111111 right there. I haven't seen that many ones before. 1111111611 right there. So $111,116.11 there for crypto space. So that's going to be a good one there as we get going. We are going to be, again, joined by Brian Shannon for the recap show. And I hope everyone has a great day and a great Tuesday. Tomorrow's the big one with Nvidia heading into the close. Okay, I did want to see if Tesla did anything. I know that was a trade that you and I had talked about there. Yes, and there it goes. Talk about that 350 break. We knew that it was going to be something coming through for Tesla, and there it is. Boy, oh boy, did it ever take that one out there at 350, ripping up to 351. We'd said we'd be looking for $2, $2 to $3 is what I said, and it looks like you will get that kind of a move with only now 30 seconds to go before these imbalances finally figure themselves out. But there goes Tesla on the nice move upside. I'll keep this up for anybody looking at these. Looks like SoFi will hit with a sell, and that will go out near the end of the day lows for SoFi as you get a sell imbalance there with only 20 seconds left right now. Good day overall. I'm really glad that the market went green for us there in the last little while. The countdown is now on, and we got a special countdown. It's more of an automated one as we work on Studio 8. Glad to have Mark back here today. I hope his trip was well. I didn't get a chance to speak to him. 3, 2, 1, and there it is as the bell has closed. So yeah, we're getting ready to rock and roll here into the final half hour of our programming. Make sure you do stay back with us and join Adara and myself, Obi, and we'll be able to cover everything as far as after hours moves and any plays like that. So I'm going to get over there. Thanks again for today. I know Neil's going to be back hopefully tomorrow, so that should be good. Thank you for filling in as you always do as we're running through vacation time now. So as everybody's doing that, and we're glad to have Obi filling up for us. So thanks, Obi. I'm going to head over to that. Great trades. And we'll talk tomorrow.
Yeah, some solid trading today. A lot of stocks that held trend really, really well. I'm looking at you, Softy. I'm looking at you, Apple, and even Tesla. Tesla, yeah, a little bit of a fumble on Tesla as it comes in. And let me pull up the chart here on Tesla. Oh my God! So Tesla was the one. And I heard you guys talking about, well, I saw you guys talking about it in the chat as well. Tesla was the one to stay involved with. We saw that held off for multiple knocks on the door. Here it is on the 1 minute as well. You can see knock, 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 knock. And then finally, when we do break through, the pullback holds that 350, making it even better for a nice little push up towards 352 going into the close as well. So nothing too crazy coming, I guess, elsewhere, but Tesla was the one to take through that 350 finally. Now I'm asking, do we finally get that continuation going on from today? We've had now 3 days straight on Tesla that we've had some amazing strength, back-to-back days. There you go. I got an anchored VWAP here as well. And today, just gonna throw on a prior day anchored VWAP from prior day's lows, and you'd be surprised how well sometimes these hold. Look at that consolidation all day long, just holding, and then finally accelerating and extending away from VWAP coming into the close, along with some market imbalances as well. We saw that Microsoft was so aggressive there, and this is another stock that trended very nicely coming into the close. Look at this consolidation breakdown. We were talking about that 502.40s when it did distinctly push a little bit lower there, and yeah, a little bit of a push right back in towards VWAP coming in with a buy imbalance, almost a billion buy imbalance on Microsoft. So, you know, that's the kind of action you can get sometimes when you have a crazy imbalance and an inefficiency in the market, and that'll get balanced real quick. So don't really see anything else. Hopefully you guys had a solid day. I know there was a lot of opportunities. KDP, I'm going to mention it again. KDP, maybe tomorrow, once again, sellers are going to be in charge for KDP. No idea. I'll see you guys around maybe this Friday, but stick around. We got Sean and Adara with the market recap. Oh boy, it's been a blast. I'll see you guys around.
I don't know if Obi was trying to say that I do not have this Friday off.
Oh, so
maybe Neil does. I don't know. I've been going through a little bit of having Fridays off. But we take the break this Friday, unless I do have it off, and my bad, Obi, and I'll have to go double check. But yeah, welcome everybody to the Market Recap. There he is. What's up, Obi? Welcome to the Market Recap Show. We do want to thank absolutely everybody that's here with us right now. So thank you so much for staying late and joining us. And you know what? Okta's out, but first I want to do a quick little roll call. I just want to see who's here with us, who stayed late, and who didn't. Right now, Mike DeRider's here. Professor Love is here as well. Joe Schmo, Why Not is here. Healing Pain Naturally. Pelican stays late with us as well. As we have Okta right now, $94. Adair's parsing through those numbers. Yo, what's up, Maya? Maya's here. Yummy Thai food. I thought we had a decent Thai meal today. Thai basil.
Thai food?
It's never as good. Yeah, was that? It was good.
I didn't know that was Thai food.
Oh, you didn't? Okay, yeah, Thai beef basil going through there. Thank you, everybody, for joining us again. We do have Brian Shannon, the one and only, coming from Alpha Trends. He'll be here very, very shortly. We'll talk about all that. Get your questions in the chat. But it's Okta, and it's going higher here, Adara.
Yeah, so they did beat here for Q2 EPS and sales. Earnings or adjusted earnings of 91 cents per share versus 84 expected. Sales 728 million versus 712 million expected. Now Q3 guidance was a bit more mixed. They guided sales between 728 and 730 million. That is certainly a beat compared to estimates of 546 million. So they beat on their sales guidance. Their Q3 EPS guidance was basically in line. They're guiding 74 to 75 cents per share for adjusted EPS versus 75 cents per share expected. Now let's talk about their fiscal year guidance, because they did raise their adjusted EPS guidance for the fiscal year to a range between $3.33 to $3.38. That does beat estimates of $3.28. They also raised their guidance for the sales for the fiscal year 2.875 mil to 2.885 mil is the new guide. They did beat estimates here. So raising here and beating for their fiscal 2025 guidance across the board. However, their guide was a little bit more mixed when it comes to the next quarter, though their current quarter they beat on both metrics.
So identity and access management is what Okta does. So those single logins, stuff like that, is what Okta does. Multi-factor authentication. You know, guys, when you're lining up like those street signs and all that kind of stuff, or how many buses do you see in this picture, that kind of stuff. Okta right now, onboarding and offboarding of that, central database, API management, and customer identity. So another cloud name as well, sort of a software there as a service going through for Okta. You can implement their software into your platform as well. So as another name coming through right now, MongoDB. What we were looking for Mongo was something that they beat, it looks like. EPS right here, Adara, of 66 cents is what we were looking at with revenue of 551. Implied move, though, you have written down here 16%.
That is correct. That's what I
and you might be right, because look at that, Adara, almost to the nose. 16% we're up right now. 15.5% right now for MongoDB. What's this looking like?
Yeah, MDB, I would find, tends to have pretty crazy moves. The last quarter they didn't. They had a healthy adjusted EPS beat for the quarter, $1 per share versus 66 cents per share expected. Sales 591.402 mil, also healthily beating estimates of 552.459 mil. I am not seeing anything when it comes to, I've just got their guidance through, perfect, and I just got boxed, so that's awesome, Sean.
Okay.
On the earnings. Let's get to MongoDB guidance. They're guiding Q3 adjusted earnings per share between 76 and 79 cents. That would be a beat versus estimates of 71 cents. Their sales guide also better than expected for the quarter, 587 to 592 mil versus 582 mil expected. And we have them raising their guidance for the fiscal year. So that was their quarterly guidance, a nice beat. They raised their guidance for the fiscal year too. So they're now expecting adjusted earnings between 364 and 373 per share. That is well above estimates of 310, and that's also a nice healthy increase from their prior guidance. They also guided, they're now, again, raising their fiscal 2026 sales guidance. They're now expecting 2.34 bill to 2.36 bill, nicely beating estimates of 2.29 bill. So MongoDB, what a look here. I have to say, Sean, I really quickly want to go over box earnings before I send it back here. They're guiding, they reported adjusted earnings of 33 cents per share, beating estimates of 31 cents. Sales 294 mil, beating 290.78 mil expected, and I have their guidance as well. They're guiding here Q3 adjusted earnings in line, more or less 31 to 32 cents per share versus 32 cents per share expected. Sales for the quarter 298 to 299 mil, narrowly beating estimates of 297.465 mil. Back to you.
So I don't know enough about MongoDB and what they're doing, but no SQL database searching. Again, Adobe, eBay, Coinbase, Verizon, big customers of MongoDB, and there they go right now to the upside, absolutely taking off. So looks like we have Okta there. We saw them go up a little bit, 4 or 5% right now, 4% upside. Implied move for Okta 12, so that's going to be a little bit under there. And then Adara just went over Box, so everything's now out. They're down 4%, looking to go a little bit lower. Their implied move was 10 there
I think I know why they're down
as well. So we do have Brian Shannon coming. I do get some good questions already. What's up to James Dell here in the chat? What up to everybody that's been saying hi to us? They really appreciate us staying late there, but we do it every day. So make sure you join us tomorrow, where it's going to be Nvidia, and then you're going to get some exciting time. So what's up, James? I'm going to ask him, what does Brian think of September? Sure, and how that's coming through. So we'll find out more macro levels. Ask me again, James, if there's anything more specific that you're looking for, not just what does September hold. I mean, I think September generally is I'm going to have to look it up. I think it's a relatively flat month as everybody goes back to school. Wall Street comes back as well. Get those buy keys ready for October, November, into the year end. I think it's going to be a strong year end, especially if these rate cycles happen and the cutting continues and starts. Again, you mentioned that has happened last December was the first time. We'll get another cut here. The first of what should have been 6, looks like it'll be 3 starting in September. But yeah, why the UNH dump? Well, yeah, it's dumping again. There in the after hours. I mean, it closes around 300. We get to 299. That low was really scary there when Adara first brought us the story, and then around 294. Again, a criminal probe. So just looking into not just their practices. Who's phoning me right now?
Well, they already had a criminal probe. It's just that it's broader. The scope is broader than we thought it was going to be.
Perfect. So right there, I thought maybe they're looking at some Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift action right there, but it doesn't look like that's the case right there. Today, I guess apparently they got engaged. There at some point. We'll see if that goes through or not. I'm sure it will. Okay, so we did have some movements today in Nvidia because they're reporting earnings, so we could just have a quick check on them tomorrow. We'll figure out that big, huge revenue number. We are expecting a huge number from them, and we'll see if they can take out those tops. Implied move around 7%. We talked about that earlier. Over $250 billion in implied move alone. There's not that many companies that you can name that are greater than $250 billion. So a company movement there for sure. Intel's move, Intel's under that $250 billion market cap, so they're expecting an Intel of a move tomorrow. Intel today flat on the day, down 1%, flat here in after hours as they sort of disclose, and President Trump discloses that 10% stake. We'll see what happens with them. I think $30, pretty much the high, what we can expect for Intel. That's that drop-off spot right there that we had back last summer on a really bad report in August, coming back in for Intel. So they bottomed out in and around this 19. It looks like a good opportunity for them to get back to the high side there. So we'll see what's going on with Intel after hours. Not much over there. We got a big move in AMD today, which wound up being relatively muted at the end. The 1-minute chart, let's go into a 5-minute chart for AMD. It started off pretty decently with a high take in and around 2.5% as they get that deal done now with IBM, a partnership giving them access to more computing power and trying to deal with that threat of Nvidia. We'll see what happens with this IBM call right now, but 167 coming into place right there for AMD, and we'll see if that's going to be a spot tomorrow. We'll look to trade those guys later on. Tesla today, nice move up. No real news today, but there's the play. Great break of 350. Was bouncing its head off 350 pretty much all afternoon. That break happens in the last 10 minutes, and we get higher there. It was a decent close for imbalances, but we'll have to wait to see what happens with Nvidia and some of these imbalances over there. As I see, we have a new host now, Jose and Obi now over there at the desk. So there they are. Hey guys, what's up? Now you're on. Haha, we got you on air right there. Okta still going higher here in the after hours. As, they're pushing new highs right now, 4%, $95. The other name that was higher was MongoDB. I'm not even sure what these guys do, but again, another name. Wow, now over 21% Adara. MongoDB now kicking higher and higher and higher as we continue to get longer here in all of that. Snowflake comes out tomorrow. This should be a really interesting name as well. So there goes Snowflake on some MongoDB news as well. Look at Snowflake's
I think it's probably getting some sympathy in that whole data space. They also do cybersecurity. So likely Okta and MDB both, I would say, probably helping Snow. I want to mention, though, I do have some guidance on Box. We got more guidance on Box. I read the quarterly guidance, but we got their annual guidance was a bit unfortunately. So they raised their fiscal 2026 adjusted EPS guide to 126 to 128. Unfortunately, that is still well below estimates of 134. Let's talk about their fiscal 2026 sales guidance. They raised it to 1.17 bill to 1.175 bill, but that's like right in line here with 1.172 bill expected. So they did beat here for the quarter. Their guidance was pretty in line for the forward quarter as well, but their fiscal 2026 guidance is, even as after they raised it, just not what analysts were looking for.
So did we just get BTAI news or what, Adara? Because BTAI brain chip right here, neuromorphic AI. So
okay, apparently they're going to be announcing the results on August 27th.
Okay.
So we don't have results yet.
It's funny, my kid this weekend couldn't stop talking about putting chips in people's heads. There we go. So
I have some Fed stuff too coming through right now.
Is there some Fed stuff? Okay, we'll clarify that and we'll go over to Adair in a minute. But BTAI looks to be going here as well. Nice upside play there for BTAI. Let me find out what is going on here, what their short flow looks like, what some of the ranges are for BTAI. So short flow of only 1.89%. I don't blame you. I would not want to be short a name that's in this space. That's for sure. We have 14 million shares right now outstanding for BTAI, so that name dancing around right there. We've seen highs of $7 in the past. This looks great. This looks like it's forming a great little wedge here to break out right now. Kind of flag pattern upside, wedging out right now, looking to break through this $8 mark. Watch out now, BTAI brain chip, like the space, like everything you're talking about, and similarly to what Mitch was talking about today as well, you're going to have to find some new spaces right now. We talked about SMR pulling back. We talked about some, what was it? Rigetti was actually down. No, Rigetti was up 5% today, actually. As quantum computing, again, may have had its day, but some of these names pulling back quite nicely now. RGTI is one of those names, as well as QBTS. I know Neil was talking about being into this name a little bit there. So that's also $15, as both these names hovering around $15. So the guy with Neuralink, apparently, James Dell says that it's changed his life. So I need to get more information about Neuralink and exactly what that does, because I just find that hard to understand how exactly a chip in the old brain works there.
I mean, if it makes me drive, like maybe I'm cool with that.
Yeah, or I could see it helping some disorders and things like that, turning off and on different neurons.
Able to stay awake more, I honestly would probably really appreciate, right? So I think as someone, again, not in the same scenario as the Neuralink guy, but I think, I've talked about this. I do wear a hearing aid. I'm hard of hearing. I can't stay awake. I'm like, I think there are certain scenarios where, eventually once they improve Neuralink, I think you could get broader use cases. So that's just my quick opinion. I want to mention here SATS, though. EchoStar Corporation, speaking of Elon Musk, apparently, according to Semaphore, both Starlink and T-Mobile are considering, or I guess looking into EchoStar's spectrum after AT&T agreed to buy that $23 billion chunk. So the AT&T deal was reported earlier today, or I guess announced earlier today, but now Starlink and T-Mobile are apparently, trying to get a piece of the pie here with EchoStar. At least they're considering using their spectrum. So good to know. With regards to the Fed, seeing a couple different reports here. Apparently, the Trump administration is trying to get more influence in the regional Fed boards with regards to the presidents, which is pretty interesting. And Wall Street Journal also reporting that Trump wants to almost immediately replace Fed's cook. Like he wants to move on it really quickly. He implied he already knows who he wants to replace her as well. So we're going to have to wait and see. Again, her ouster has not even been legally finalized yet because there is very likely to be a challenge from her legal team. She's already said so.
Yeah, she's already got that legal team all locked there and loaded. All right, thanks for all of that, Adara. We're just going to go over quickly. Here's actually pretty cool name, Satellites, right? EchoStar. So SATS. Remember that name there from this AM, and we never got through this 57.50 for some reason here in the after hours. I mean, as Adara was just talking about it, we spiked up there to $64. But again, it's this high right there, $58, coming back in. SATS after hours, trying to make a move higher. They're up just a small 70% there today as a deal with AT&T. So, all right, here's a stock heat map. And, last week we had saw a bunch of red over on this side. And then Jackson Hole came, and we talked about sort of why I thought that was going to be a bullish situation. It turned out to exactly be that. But right now, look at the finance today. This is, to me, one of the more impressive spaces here as we get ready for that rate cut. We get ready to get some of these breakouts. And if you look at some of the financials, they are ready to break out. JP Morgan trying to bust through that 300. We'll see if it did that. What was the closing price? Sorry, 298.57. So we got pretty close. Look at this on a breakout. I'll call it up on a bigger chart in just a minute. But BAC upside as well. Citigroup trying to go. We already talked about Charles Schwab today. We talked about IBKR getting that bump. But it's JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs. Also, I love some Charles Schwab as well as we get into some of those brokerage plays, right? IBKR. Let's just go over that just real quickly here today as they get that bump into the S&P 500. They were actually falling for the majority of the day. Yeah, there it is. So, hey, unfortunately, that news came fast and furious. I don't know if a lot of people had their eyes on this. We were looking at Robinhood for a potential bump, but you weren't really able to play this bump up as it happens after hours, and then there's the move back in there for IBKR. So I would say you can try to buy the dips in and around the 50-period moving average as they get added to the S&P 500. Not Robinhood, not SoFi. There's days will come as you go upside. I heard Joe talking about maybe the street still doesn't like Robinhood. I disagree with that. I think that stuff's all in the past. We move forward with some new plays. Robinhood looks like it wants to go upside here today, 109, 109.50 for Robinhood, closing the day on a highs. Look for them to break through. I don't know, 120 is still a ways away. That's another 10% higher from here, but I do think that Robinhood does have a look to it that could happen. SoFi also today had that huge move, but then gave it back and closes on the lows. So SoFi today, there it is, man, looking great on a day. This is not a daily, this is a 900 period, but on the daily chart, looking to break higher goes SoFi. The reason why is I can't get the daily to show us after hours over here for some reason, so I'm using a 900 period. But there it goes, nicely moving to the upside there, SoFi. We had Mitch on talking about maybe this name bottomed out. I would say yeah to that. But from $9, for it to be the next Palantir, it would have to go to 180. So we'll see if that happens, but that's not what he's necessarily saying. This is just an exciting name. We'll look to see what SoFi can do. Again, short float on SoFi, unknown to me. We'll find that out in
more Fed stuff.
Just a minute right here. So more Fed stuff with ADR, and then we'll go over that heat map one more time because I want to talk about Eli Lilly, but what's going on with the Fed?
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to talk Eli Lilly. That was like my best stock of the day by far, and I took it in all the directions, and people know I'm usually short bias, so that's always fun for me. Let's talk here. So now apparently Wall Street Journal is reporting that Trump is considering Stephen Moran, who, by the way, he already nominated to replace the other outgoing Fed Governor here, Kugler, as well as David Malpass to replace Fed's Cook. So Stephen Moran, unclear what role he's going to serve. He's now being, I guess, floated around for two different Fed positions. And again, he was already nominated to replace Kugler. Now, this David Malpass individual, he has not been mentioned at all in a lot of these Fed talks, so I looked into him really quickly. He was previously the president of the World Bank Group from 2019 to 2023. He was also Trump's undersecretary of the Treasury for International Affairs during his first administration. I need to look more into this individual, but David Malpass, I guess, might be malpassing the bar that Trump is looking for this Fed appointment. I think it was kind of you, Harvey, there. There are some, I don't really know too many people that are on the GLP-1. Sharif actually mentioned today that his father was for health reasons. And I think that to me is where I think this is going. I think there's a lot of people obviously on it for weight loss and all that kind of stuff. But, for me, I've just been going to the gym in the middle of the day and trying to do it the hard way. For me, I think putting on or stopping the weight is just the love of carbs. And I think if I stopped having so many carbs, I know that thing. I mean, I'm Italian. What am I supposed to do? If my poor Nonna would be rolling in her grave if I told her that I had spaghetti squash instead of pasta. How is spaghetti squash?
The best.
I gotta try that. I've never.
I really like it. Yeah, you put in the oven and then you scrape it.
How do you make it? You just you
cut it.
Make it out of the
No. You make it in. You put it in the oven. You cut it in half. Put it in the oven. And then it cooks everything inside, and then it just comes, and you can use a fork.
So you do it after the fact. You make the spaghetti after. Okay, I would have thought you made it first. Okay, I like that.
Yep.
I'm gonna try that.
Anyways, Eli Lilly today with GLP-1, of course. And look, I think it's great for, there's lots of uses for these GLP-1 drugs, including not overdoses, but looking to cravings or health-related risk, diabetes and things like that. But anyways, today's phase 3, I guess it was, trial results for their oral version there. Right now it's just stick and play, but right there it's called Orglapron. I don't know. It's primary, all key endpoints there, got good results there. So it's about 10% of body weight, found 10.5% of body weight, over 23 pounds, 72 weeks. So again, I don't know exactly how the science of it all works, but I guess it just turns off some of those cravings was the word I was looking for in the past. But J&J downside, Eli Lilly catching that 5%. And again, this is the most recent stock that I was buying was Eli Lilly, and there it is, LLY. Brian, I think, is having some technical difficulties. I'm not sure he'll be joining us today, so getting on in time. So shout out to Brian. I will invite him back for Thursday's show, where we don't have a guest, actually. So Thursday's show, you can always come on right there, right now. But yeah, I'm just going to the gym in the middle of the day and trying to do my best. Today we did 47 laps of a 25-meter pool. So that was about, yeah, it's about 1.3 kilometers or so. So I'm not sure how many miles that is, but those of you guys that are swimmers might know. And then I try to do the elliptical a little bit as well. Okay, thank you to everybody that's in the chat. I want to say a big shout out to all of you that have joined us here as well. There it is, man, over 3,300. Get that like button going, man. I guess I got to hit it myself. Over 580 of you. Hit the like button, man. Are you going to the gym? Hit the like button. You on GLP-1s? Hit the like button. You like spaghetti squash? Hit the like button. You like Adara, myself, as this team? Hit the like button. You're breathing? Hit the like button. Hey, if you could have, normally you do this fun at the end of the show. One pet. Like, did you have any pets growing up?
Yeah.
Dog, cat?
My dog is famous. Like, if you Google Laser LePage, you can find my dog on Google. R.I.P. He died, unfortunately, last week. But bro, like, ran away from my cottage to my house.
He ran from your cottage to your...
To our house.
Which, give me a context
so it's
there.
about an hour.
What?
So what happened was, he didn't get right to our house. He got like a block away. But what happened was, so we just got him. He was scared of the fireworks. We had him for 6 weeks. He heard fireworks. He spooked off. He ran away from our cottage. We spent like weeks looking for him. We were like, where is the dog? Where he at, though? He had a chip in his ear. And I guess like right after Canada Day, because he went missing around May long weekend, Canada Day, he found a family. And I guess he was like, this has got to work. So the family drove him to the Humane Society. They scanned the chip. And they, brought Laser back to us, and he had lost a lot of weight and had a lot of ticks.
Yeah, of course he did.
Yeah, I know. So and he lived like a good, 14 years.
Wow. Was it a mud? Was it a
beagle mix?
Oh wow! Yeah. And he made it all an hour. It's amazing these things,
guy.
man. It's amazing these things. Impressive little guy.
What pet would you have now? I think dog or cat, or like one of each. What about you?
Yeah. So the unique pet that we have in our house is an axolotl, right now. Like a salamander. It's like, you don't know what an axolotl is?
No, I don't. I feel uneducated.
Okay, axolotl. You have to spell it really weird. It's an amphibian. Here it is. It's these things right here. So see, these guys, I don't know if you can, I don't know how to get here. If I go to images.
That's kind of cute.
Yeah, they're like from Minecraft. That's when my kids started to like it. So we got our axolotl, actually was missing like 3 fingers and they all grew back. They actually grow their own organs back. Like you can chop off its arm, it will grow back. I did not test that out, so don't PETA me or anything like that. But we do have an axolotl in our house, and it's a gorgeous one. It looks very much like these.
What's his name? Their name.
Axel.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah.
That's cute.
That's what it is. And
I like that.
We weren't sure if it was a boy or a girl, so if it was a girl, his name was Rosie because of the colors.
Axel Rose? I would think you would be Rose because of the Axel Rose.
Yeah. So that is what it was. So it was Axel and then the color and then the Axel Rose. So that is axolotl. But we have Belle. I actually have a famous dog as well, Guido the Pug. If you go on Instagram, you'll see Guido the Pug, and he's passed. But now we have Belle.
And then you talk about Belle, yeah.
Yeah, Belle is pulls at my heartstrings. That dog, right there. She got sprayed by a skunk, and I had to immediately address peroxide. Apparently, I always thought that growing up it was tomato juice. Like when you get sprayed.
Skunks?
Yeah.
I thought it was tomato juice too.
Yeah, but then I think the wife just went right to some LLM of some sort and asked, and apparently, Mexican lizard. Yeah, good call there. That is what those axolotls are. But peroxide and water there got.
For skunks?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I was washing it.
I gotta work on that.
She was really good about it, and now it's funny because she runs into our backyard every night and looks for that skunk again, like to be friends with it.
Oh, she wants to be friends with it.
She's not scared. Like,
because my family has a cat, and that cat is like trying to do bad things to squirrels in our yard. So I thought that was what Belle was trying to do. Like apparently she'll just like walk around and like try to get them, like she's like attacking them, and I'm
no.
But that's cute though. Belle just wants to be friends.
Yeah.
Cats are just.
She kind of sits there and waits for it to come through. But again, thank you everybody for joining us one more time here today. And what we didn't go over yet was crypto, and I think crypto had a pretty good day. I mean, this is what XRP looks like. I really am starting to like Ripple. Right here. I do own some. I know, I believe Obi's in this name as well. Obi and I think the only two here that do own some XRP, but shout out to the Army right there. I've been talking about this for a couple weeks. I did get some more down there at 280. We talked about that. We're looking to buy some 270s and 280s. And if we lose that, then I'm going to look at the 200 period again. And then, you know, I'm trying to be in this for a long haul, but I do think $2 looks like it's a pretty good bid. I'll hold right there. And $2 is a big move down, man. I mean, I don't want to go from 3 to 2. You're going to knock off 3 to 2, 33%, and I don't want to hit that. But right into there, that's not bad. We haven't seen these levels since the beginning of the year. That was holding there, and we did see it recently in the June move. And then, of course, tariff time, we had a move as well. But I like Ripple there. Fast money transfers, lots of real-world offerings there. We did get Ethereum over the weekend, did also have, there it is on Coinbase. I just use Coinbase as the top. Coinbase does not have it break 5,000. I guess there was some talk there about them eventually breaking through that $5,000. I did think that there was some love for that, but either way, it does take out the 48.5 level there, creating a new all-time high there for Ethereum. So they had a huge run, man. Tom Lee and company must be really happy about that. We'll see and find out where he dumped his shares of BMNR and whatnot. But there goes Ethereum, nicely done today to the upside.
I have a question. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. How do you feel about the whole Tom Lee BMR thing?
You know how I feel about this.
Because I feel weird about it.
No, I always feel bad about those things. So
I know you generally feel about this, but I don't know if you and I have had a talk specifically about BMNR, because I had a talk on the Midday about BMNR.
You're right.
And I think I was of a different opinion than other people, because I don't know. I find it to be a little bit...
I think it's snake oily.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. And I just, for me, and people say you're allowed to talk up your position anywhere.
Yes, but there's a difference between being on the board.
Yeah, and not just that, it's right now when you're talking about crypto, I just feel like there's a little bit of still exuberance. What's up, Russell? Russell just got famous there. Hey, no problem.
Russell 2000.
Yeah, Russell 2000. Yeah, nice move there. But no, I'm worried about it because I feel like there's a lot of traders right now. We're still very uneducated of exactly what Ethereum is. What are these smart contracts?
I'll say that.
Right. So what winds up happening is these guys know that there are traders willing to follow them. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. We can all put our money wherever we want to. But I do think that when you're looking at a BMNR, I mean, I worry about, sure, they can talk about whatever. I don't know how many shares he has in all of this. I don't know if he's out, if he's dumped it, what the play is. And I just feel that it gets talked up and then it comes back in. And I just worry about retail. And again, we can follow whoever we want in all this. Look at MSTR. Michael Saylor's been doing this for a minute. Yeah. So again, I don't have a problem with it. I just don't like it. And it's the same thing as Alex Karp going on CNBC and talking about defense and talking about how Palantir fits into that system. Yeah. We can all buy shares however we want. But all in all, I think if you like the stock, great, do your research there. My whole problem is offerings and all of that. How much information do you know as a board member about the stock specific? If you like Ethereum, buy Ethereum, stay away from the stock. That's my advice, because we were just at $73 ADR and now you're down to 50. That's a big move. And for what reason? It's obviously not following Ethereum. So I say watch out for BMNR. What were they saying? What's your opinion?
Well, my opinion is that I think even if you compare Saylor to what Tom Lee is doing. So Saylor is considered much like, Josh Brown to an extent will say, Dan Ives, et cetera. He usually gives technical opinions. And, he is very bullish. He's always known to be bullish, but he is trusted more kind of on the analysis or opinion side of thing, right? Like, sure, people have their positions, but his view in the market is a bit different. But then if you have that, if you add, someone who's a talking head in the media, and then you make them the board member of a company and they're continuing to talk up their own position when they have that added stake, I find it to be a little bit iffy, and I say even to compare to Saylor. Saylor will talk up in his position, but Saylor says wild things like, oh, Bitcoin is like a swarm of cyber hornets, or he posts photos of himself looking like he works at McDonald's and stuff like that, right? That to me is a little bit like, I think it's less targeted than what.
Let me give you another side too.
Please.
Michael Saylor's been talking about Bitcoin for 10 plus years, if not even more than that, and people can fact check that.
I think it's been about 5 because I think they started getting in around 2020. I think. Yeah.
Well, that's getting in, but Bitcoin's been around, so is Ethereum for a while. I think it's a little bit different when you start talking up Ethereum. Happenstance when these treasuries start happening, when it's at its lows, all that kind of stuff. Michael Saylor has been talking about Bitcoin at 10,000, at 20,000, at 40,000, at 50,000, and is buying more up here.
Yeah.
So it's just, to me, that's the case there. He's been loving crypto for a while.
Yeah.
I still like the space. Are you invested in crypto yet?
No, I'm not involved. I will say one thing more with Saylor too. I think because he's not giving technical levels, I also feel like it's a little bit more like like you said, he just likes the space and he'll like it at every level. But with Tom Lee, he's telling you, oh, I think this will technically break out. I'm like, but you have to understand that any technical he says does maybe come with a bit of a caveat of the BMNR thing.
Right.
Whereas Michael Saylor is usually not giving technicals. He's like, oh, Microsoft, you should get into crypto. Everybody,
you know who,
Bitcoin. It's a little bit more general to me.
You know who I should have on? My friend Crypto Burb. He's been on here for a while. Yeah, he is
I've
like.
heard of this guy, but I.
Yeah. I'm going to hit him up because quite clearly, look, Adair and I are just spitting here.
I would love to.
There are people in the chat that have done their due diligence and all of that kind of stuff. So this is just our opinion on BMNR and Saylor and Tom Lee. And again, these guys have made a lot of money with a lot of different things and are the smartest guys in the room. So everyone can follow whoever they want to. I just think that for me, I'm still invested in Ethereum through like an ETHA type of thing there as well. And I just think that everybody needs to do what they have to do. And even then, even 50% of our audience, we did this study, maybe we should do it tomorrow, are not invested or are invested.
Yeah, we should do
cup
that.
half full, right there, 50-50, invested in crypto. So I think there's a lot of people that are still waiting to get involved. So I think we should do that study tomorrow. Okay, Adara, that was a lot of fun. We always talk about back and forth, but now that you had that Thai food and didn't realize it was Thai food, what is your favorite Thai dish? Can you think of one?
Oh my God, I haven't had much Thai food. I'll go pad Thai.
Perfect. Oh yeah, I think I might have even asked you that before.
What about you?
I was gonna say like the coconut curries.
Okay, I've heard those are
like there's one place here that has off the menu. You have to tell it to them. It's at Salad King.
Where
you ever heard of Salad King? It's on Yonge Street, just north of the Eaton Center, so just north of Dundas, on the west side.
Okay.
It's called Salad King. My friends and I were going to this when it was a little soup Nazi place, and now they're much bigger. They have 2 floors. It's called Thai Islamic Noodle. Trust me, do not get any spice.
Okay, yeah.
If they ask you for spice level, just say nothing at all.
Okay.
If you say 1 spice, not good for you.
Because I've had that issue before where I've said 1 spice and then I can't eat the food.
Do not.
Okay.
Do not. Show them your skin color, whatever. Do not tell them you want any heat at all. But it's Thai Islamic Noodle. Shout out to Salad King. If you need a sponsor, I'm over here. Thank you so much, Adara. Thank you to everybody for coming through again today. Shout out to my guy, Fabian. Big job from Obi today as well. Adara's here. She's going to be here tomorrow, hopefully.
I will.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Obi's here. Joe, Sharif. And we'll have Neil back. So Neil and I reunited again, and it feels so damn good. And that will be tomorrow morning at 8:30. Thank you to everybody for once again joining us. That's Adara. I'm Sean. Ciao for now.